Okay, so first thing before we start, K-manga did something wild. They made the same exact mistake as Pocket Magazine. They changed the title of the chapters to "The Boyfriend and His Guilt Part One," but then it literally reads "The Boyfriend and His Pecs" up there. It's the same mistake as this, and I don't understand. So I guess we're about to find out if the title of the chapter is "The Boyfriend and the Guild." What the fuck? What the fuck? Hello, new here. Welcome. What are you buying? What are you selling? Failed successfully. I guess. We're gonna see what the title of the chapter is like in a few seconds. But this is wild, dude. Like, what do you fucking mean? You made the same exact like you literally copy pasted your brother, even though your brother was wrong. What do you mean, bro? What the fuck do you mean? Oh my god. Okay. Chapter should be out. Watch. It's gonna be called "The Boyfriend in the Guild." I'm calling it. Oh look, I was right. Except now they fucked up and it's misaligned. The chapter's gonna have "The Boyfriend in the Guild" as the title, but it's oh no. I cannot with these people. What? The Boyfriend and His Guilt 2? Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna need you to hold. Sorry. I know. Okay, so Kazuya essentially implied to Minnie that he had sex with Ruka, which he fucking didn't. Sorry, it's bugging me too much. It okay, it's labeled as number what? I'm just not gonna worry about it. You had sex with Ruka-chan? Ruka-san. Oh, no, I haven't. I didn't. I have sex. Oh my god, she yelled that in the middle of a. What do you mean? That's totally what it just sounded like. Well, she suddenly changed into a swimsuit and came into my room, and I just couldn't leave her like that. Then she, well, started touching me. Before I knew it, it happened in my pants. Oh my god. What happened in your pants? Can't you tell? Did a penguin hatch in there? Don't say it like I feel so pathetic to be saying this. I can't believe that I'm talking to a girl about this. I told you being a girl is a big deal about this. But Morrison practically realized it herself, and she's been helping me out so much. My guilt won't let me stay silent until July 11th. Okay, so what the fuck is the name? What the fuck is the deal with the title? What the fuck is the deal with the title? This is pissing me off. She is gonna lose all faith in me. You're the worst and the worst. You don't deserve to be with Chizuru's son. You dirty cheater. Goodbye. See, he views himself as a cheater. Don't ever come to me for help again. God, Buddha, Iamori-san. God, Buddha, Iamori-san. Seriously, I deserve whatever comes. Do as you please. I'm so ashamed of myself. What is she feeling right now? So, how about now, huh? Do you feel like doing it again? What? No, not at all. It'd be complete trash. Is that so? Are you sure? I'm not going to try and act all innocent. I know very well how men can be. I don't think things are going to end here with Ruka-san either. You probably got her hopes up again. I mean, of course she'd doubt me after what just happened. I know whatever I say isn't going to be very convincing. I also hardly remember everything that happened. It was just my first time being touched by someone, and it really made me hate myself for being a virgin. I'm honestly surprised at myself. Ever since then, I felt so much guilt towards Mizuhara. This is what happens when you reject someone. I heard that Chizuru-san was the one who told you to date Ruka-san. If anything, I'm impressed you lasted this long. She let you be lovers with an incredibly beautiful girl for almost 2 years. There's no way she didn't know this kind of thing could happen. You've told her about how you feel. She had every chance in the world to stop this. She is to blame for making you wait. Are you seeing... What did I fucking say? Minnie is not going to pin the blame on Kazuya. Minnie is not going to pin the blame on Kazuya. She is going to pin it on Chizuru. Yes, it's absolutely Chizuru's fault that this happened. No. No, it fucking isn't. No, I fucking knew Minnie would do this. I fucking knew Minnie would do this. I literally said it a few times. She's going to pin the blame on Chizuru in some way, shape, or form. Or she's going to pin it on Ruka. But of course, she doesn't pin it on Ruka. I think it's even more fitting that she doesn't pin it on Ruka and she pins it on Chizuru. She seemingly absolves Ruka of any guilt of what she did and cannot possibly recognize that like what Ruka did was sexual assault. I think that's utterly fascinating. She's literally fulfilling the narrative of Chizuru's the bad guy. She is to blame for making you wait, stuff like this. If you two were already together, it's very likely that this never would have happened. It's fair to say that Chizuru's-san brought this tragedy onto herself. Wow, fuck you, Minnie. Completely absolves Kazuya of guilt, completely absolves Ruka of guilt, and just purely pins it on Chizuru. How is it Chizuru's fault that Kazuya chose to do this stuff? And sorry, that Ruka chose to do this stuff, and Kazuya chose not to end things properly with Ruka. What do you fucking mean? She's not mad at me, Iamori-san. That's all Kazuya takes away with it. That she's not mad at him. That's it. That's all she fucking takes. That's all he fucking takes away from it. I mean, she left a good man like you on the loose. She should be a little more worried. Good-looking people, let it go to their heads. Well, that's not it. Mizuhara was just really thinking hard about it. It's not her fault. Minnie wants to pin the blame on Chizuru. She doesn't like that he's protective of her. We're going in circles regarding this. It's not getting anywhere. Didn't they exchange line info? Actually, everything's okay. Is everything okay? It doesn't look like she said anything yet to Mizuhara. To be honest, Chizuru-san might not share my opinion. You should probably just keep quiet about this for now. Worst fucking advice. Worst fucking advice. No, go fucking talk to her. Do not keep quiet about this. No. No. Fucking no. Well, that makes sense. It's not like I can say anything. If this happened 2 or 3 times, then things would have been different. You need to be extra careful with Ruka-san does from now on. I fucking called all of this. The same thing. Don't let her in your room anymore. Gee, I wonder why he let her in his room in the fucking first place. It's almost like you did that first. Yeah, that's true. You have no choice but to make a concrete plan against Ruka-san. Don't let Chizuru-san find out, and while being careful of those things, continue to better yourself as a man. Hey, Kazuya, don't talk about this. Don't do anything. Double down on this plan that has not been working. And he's gonna listen. Man, she's so calm. By the way, July 11th is Ramen Day. Thank you. Look at this fucking shit. Look at this fucking shit. This is the happiest thing ever. Seriously, what am I doing? I know Yamori-san said all that, but Mizuhara is trying to take me seriously and let this happen now of all times. I don't feel any less guilty. It's shocking. It's almost like Minnie didn't resolve anything. It's almost like Minnie didn't acknowledge the situation and purely wanted to pin the blame on someone, which is, guess what? Literally what the audience does. You stupid fucking readers cannot possibly discuss any real fucking relationships. All you know how to do is pin fucking blame, because that's the kind of society we fucking have now. We just pin blame on things. In about 2 or more months, it'll be fine. Now you can be more prepared when Chizuru's turn. When it's Chizuru's turn. What do you mean? She's teasing me. What the fuck? Bro, she didn't acknowledge Kazuya's trauma, Kazuya's guilt, and then made a fucking joke about it. Oh yeah, well, you know, you got raped. I guess you can look forward to when you have sex with someone else now. You know, you're more prepared now. The fuck you mean? Bro. Minnie. Jesus Christ. Still, I'm so surprised about Iamori-san. She didn't get mad. I thought for sure she'd be sick of me. I'm so grateful that she still supports me even after what happened, and she tried to make it into something positive. She tried to make it into something positive. Don't say that word. YouTube's going to ban you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I already said it. It doesn't matter. If I look at it that way, it's just like she says. I can't keep dwelling on the past. No matter how much of a dumb idiot I am, I can't give up on Mizuhara. I just have to keep trying to be a better man. Oh, look, he doubled the fuck down. Sheesh, I'm kind of thirsty after all that salty food. Buy me something to drink. Huh? Why me? Oh, look, a vending machine's right there. Fine, I guess. I'll have the jasmine tea. Sure, here. Thank you. Huh? Bad boy. I hope the train isn't too cute. Look, this is something cute disguising something significantly more sinister. He's a dog. He's a dog. He's a dog. Minnie, you're not dating him. The fuck? She looks at him in absolute darkness. She's completely oblivious to him. I hope the train isn't too busy. Nighttime gets so chilly. The 7 is a spoon, and the 11 are chopsticks. Wow. Also, it's Motokomona's birthday. It's almost like Minnie's still fishing for information on that stuff. She makes Kazuya buy something for her, and she bonks his head with it. I think that's the best metaphor for Minnie's character. She makes Kazuya buy something for her, and she bonks his head with it. That is Minnie in a nutshell. That is Minnie in a fucking nutshell. That is a perfect encapsulation of Minnie. That is Minnie in a fucking nutshell. Oh, look. It's almost like I called this entire fucking chapter. It's almost like I called this entire fucking chapter. Well, most of it. To be fair, I didn't literally call every meticulous detail, but wow. It's almost like I knew Minnie would make this worse. It's almost like I knew Minnie would make this worse. She literally tells him, don't talk to Chizuru. She might have a different opinion than me. When Chizuru is just like, hey, yo, tell me if shit happens. I don't know. I can't possibly know. Oh, it's Chizuru's fault. She let you be with another girl this whole time. Hey, how about you take some fucking initiative and, like, actually end things with Ruka? how about you take some initiative and tell Chizuru if you're having a hard time ending things with Ruka? If this is almost like this has been going on for a fucking while now? Did we just get what July 11th actually is, Ramen Day? No, because you got another thing. It's also Mito Komono's birthday. No, you're not getting actual information on what July 11th is. What this is telling you is Minnie is fishing for what that is. She doesn't know. So the reason Minnie says that is because she doesn't know what July 11th means. She doesn't know what July 11th means. She's trying to define it. So Minnie will fish for any particular information that may align. And July 11th just so happens to be Ramen's Day because the 7 aligns with the 11. Get it? It's a chopstick. I'm so smart. How do you know Chizuru even thought about that? How do you even know Chizuru even thought about that? How do you know? You don't know. You have no fucking clue. You don't know. Mito Komono is a long-running Japanese series. Again, there's relevance to what Minnie is talking about, to what we're experiencing, but not to what July 11th actually is. This is genuinely sad to read now, man. And the fact that it's only 1 chapter a week is killing me. Oh, yeah, this is brutal on a weekly release schedule. Oh, yeah, this is absolutely fucking brutal. I need the next chapter already. The fuck you need? Next time, my strengths. So I guess the biggest thing that's like annoying to me, and this has nothing to do with the chapter. Please understand. The fucking titles. What the fuck? What the fuck are these titles? These titles are pissing me off. These titles are pissing me off. Like I don't know who to be mad at. I don't know who to be mad at. Because at first I'm like, okay, it's K-Manga's fault. K-Manga absolutely fucked up. And then you go to this chapter title, and in the actual chapter itself, it reads The Guilt Part 2. And I'm just like, okay, Reiji, was this you, bro? Reiji, was this you, bro? Bro, did you fuck up? Bro, the fuck? And it's like, it's in the Japanese too. It's literally in the Japanese too. So I'm just like, Reiji, fuck you, man. Fuck you, man. What the fuck you mean? And guess what? The chapter starts with Minnie seemingly announcing it to the world. The chapter literally starts with Minnie announcing it to the world. And guess what? Minnie doesn't even say the correct thing. Minnie says, you had sex with Ruka-chan, not you were sexually assaulted with Ruka-chan. Do you see how Minnie fundamentally misinterprets the events? Do you see how Minnie fundamentally misinterprets the events? She views it as though Kazuya had sex and what he did was not wrong. However, she views it as Chizuru did something wrong because Chizuru pushed him into this, not that Ruka sexually assaulted him. Right? It's very intentional that it's framed this way because a lot of readers view it as though Kazuya had sex with Ruka and not something else. And not for what it really is. For how hideous the actual act was. And that's because Minnie views Ruka as just this cute girl. She can't do something like that. But she has this bias towards Chizuru. She has this deep bias towards Chizuru. Minnie absolutely has a bias towards Chizuru because she really wants Kazuya's feelings to be rewarded. So what does she do? She pins the blame purely on Chizuru. And guess what? A lot of people are like gonna agree with her. Like I know there's at least one person who has been saying this exact rhetoric when we're going to like the serious chat. I think their name's like Exercise something. They're saying this exact rhetoric that this is Chizuru's fault. This is all Chizuru's fault. How the fuck is it Chizuru's fault that Ruka did this? How the fuck is it? She doesn't even know Ruka was doing this stuff. In fact, it's really funny. It's really funny Ruka mentions this because guess what? Oh man, guess how right I fucking was. Oh man, guess how right I fucking was. Okay, where is it? This is what happens when you reject someone. Chizuru, where does she say it? You've told her about how you feel. She had every chance in the world to stop this. If you two were already together, it's very likely this never would have happened. It's fair to say that Chizuru brought this tragedy on herself. It's really very interesting that Minnie says that. Why? Oh, so why? There's 2 chapters that are absolutely fucking relevant to this. The first chapter, chapter 187, it's almost like Chizuru isn't dumb as shit, and she already knew this. Hey, look, it's almost like Chizuru already went through this exact fucking scenario, and she already knows every single thing Minnie is saying. Yeah, you remember the Ruka incident with the fucking condom horse shit? Huh. It's almost like Chizuru already knew all about this. Wild. Huh. She already knew, and then she tells herself it's only natural. He's a man after all. If he finds himself a cute girlfriend, then that's great, right? Chizuru here realized how fucking wrong she was. Why? Because let's go to the cheating chapter. Let's go to the chapter where they talk about cheating. What does Chizuru say to Kazuya? Which, by the way, Minnie does not know, and Kazuya has conveniently forgotten in his desire to not be hated by Minnie. Both, by the way, chapters that I blatantly told you were relevant to this. I wrote 2 different threads. One of them talked about the cheating chapter, and one of them talked about this. And wouldn't you know it, I was completely fucking right. Chizuru talks about cheating, doesn't know how to define it. Okay? At the end of this chapter, look at what Chizuru tells Kazuya. About what you just talked about, I was happy back then. When I found out that when you told me how you felt after you broke up with Ruka-chan, it made me happy. Thank you for making me feel that you're serious. Huh. It's almost like Chizuru doesn't actually doubt him, and she knows he doesn't have feelings for Ruka, and that was never going to happen. It's almost like Ruka forced this. And yet, it's Chizuru's fault. It's Chizuru's fault, even though Chizuru knows and trusts him and believes he won't ever do anything, and if he tells her, she'll know nothing actually truly happened. It's almost like Minnie's entire perception is warped towards her distrust of Chizuru. That Minnie has a distrust of Chizuru. She does not trust her, and she wants to pin the blame on her. She thinks Chizuru is an idiot. Okay? No. Literally, what this dialogue reads as, Minnie thinks Chizuru is an idiot. And I bet a lot of other readers do too. I bet a lot of readers do too, especially after the rejection. They think Chizuru is some stupid fucking idiot who never thought about this, and she's getting her comeuppance. Chizuru already knew about all of this. She's not stupid. But guess what? Minnie doesn't know this. It's almost like Reiji is intentionally calling back to past chapters and is like, hey, remember those chapters? Remember this shit? Hey, you should really reread. You should really reread, buddy. You know? So Reiji is leveraging the hate for Chizuru through Minnie. Abso-fucking-lutely. He has been since the rejection. Reiji has been leveraging the hatred towards Chizuru through the rejection, through Minnie, this whole fucking time. He has been doing it for a fucking while now. And the fact that Minnie does not know how to articulate what Kazuya just fucking experienced tells me everything I need to know. The fact that she pins the blame on Chizuru and refuses to acknowledge, hey, Ruka fucking assaulted you. She can't see that. Minnie can't fucking tell he was just assaulted. Because most readers can't. Most readers literally can't tell that Kazuya was fucking assaulted. It's literally flew over their head. A cute girl can't possibly assault him. Right? But Minnie keeps pinning the blame on Chizuru. And I think that is a massive tell. I think it's a massive tell that Minnie keeps pinning the blame on Chizuru. Wow. I might be right about Sumi. I might be right about Sumi. Sumi's going to bring negativity. Sumi is the necessary negativity. I might have been right about Sumi. Because all Minnie did was just positivity, positivity, positivity. Just, it's literally toxic positivity. Pin the blame completely on Chizuru, completely absolves Kazuya of guilt, completely absolves Ruka of guilt, and then frames Ruka like something Kazuya needs to like avoid, you know, because of course this was always going to happen, you know. She seemingly isolated him. She told him, don't talk to Chizuru, don't engage with Ruka, seemingly don't talk to anyone but me. Did you notice that? She essentially told him, don't talk to anyone but me. The fuck you mean? Also, this completely threw over my head. Minnie's shirt reads 83. 8 is in Minnie's name. Kazuya lives in room 203. 8 and 3. Me and Kazuya. She's literally being his girlfriend. She's literally being his fucking girlfriend. Kazuya is worried about what Minnie thinks instead of what fucking Chizuru thinks. Why is he over here talking to Minnie? Why the fuck is he talking to Minnie? How will Chizuru know that it was sexual assault and not that he didn't have sex? There's a big difference between Minnie and Chizuru, and this difference tells you all you need to know. Chizuru asks questions and digs deeper. She wants to understand what something is before defining it. What does Minnie do? What does Minnie do? Minnie doesn't do that. What does Minnie ask him? Do you feel like doing it again? Do you feel like doing it again? What? She doesn't ask him, how did that make you feel? Are you okay? She doesn't ask any of that. She just asks, do you feel like doing it again? As if there is a sense of disappointment, as if she's questioning him. Chizuru would just be like, okay, could you specify what actually happened? Has this happened before? Has something like this happened before? I can tell you for a fact, Chizuru will say, has something like this happened before? And Chizuru will see a pattern. And she'll be like, did you notice that she's done this to you multiple times? But it just happened to escalate to sex at this point? Minnie never even considers that. Minnie never even crosses Minnie's mind that Ruka might be the one assaulting him. And not that what's happening between them is natural. Because Ruka has done this. Ruka has wanted sex since like chapter like 30 something. Okay. Chapter 60 something, she stays over at his house, seemingly wants to initiate sex. Kazuya stops her. Kazuya's birthday, Ruka forcefully kisses him. Without consent. He stops her. Kazuya at that time questioned if these events were cheating. Guess what? Many judged him back then too. Remember this chapter? We talked about this when the chapter fucking came out. Have you ever cheated on your partner? Kazuya hesitates. Minnie judges him. Kazuya does not know how to define what happened with Ruka as cheating or not, or if it was assault. Ruka-chan forced herself on me. You're taking too long. It's suspicious. When is it considered cheating? Hey, it's almost like Chizuru said the same thing. Chizuru didn't know when it's considered cheating. It's almost like Kazuya and Chizuru feel the same exact way, whereas Minnie doesn't. And Minnie is actually being incredibly judgmental. And it freaks Kazuya out. And guess what? What does Minnie do? Minnie frames it as though he cheated. Right? She asks him, do you feel like doing it again? As in, like a girlfriend asking her boyfriend, oh, do you feel like, are you going to go cheat again? She's, oh, you're not going to cheat again? Okay, I believe you. Okay, I trust you. right? This is the kind of language that someone who doesn't want to break up with someone or doubt someone or feel like they did something wrong would use. Oh, are you going to cheat again? No? Okay. Good. I trust you. We're back together. She's literally using cheating rhetoric. She's literally using the language of someone who tries to excuse cheating. Who's someone who tries to absolve the partner of the act they just committed. That's literally what she's fucking doing. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. I called it. I called this whole fucking chapter, dude. I called this whole fucking chapter. Are you shitting me, dude? I called this whole chapter. I fucking knew. I knew all these chapters were relevant. I fucking knew it. No, absolved. What the fuck? Did I misspell absolved? Is it absolved? Let's go here. I cannot believe I called this whole fucking chapter. Every single thing I said was connected was in fact connected. How shocking. Absolutely fucking shocking. Everything I said was connected. Turns out it was fucking connected. Both of them are blind. This is toxic positivity. There we go. This is toxic positivity. Oh wow, fits perfectly. Sweet. Okay, let's go to Reddit so I can see if I can download the chapter. Watch everybody on Reddit agree with Minnie. Watch everyone on Reddit agree with Minnie. Bro. Bro. Oh my god. Watch everyone on Reddit agree with Minnie. Christ, dude. I wrote every... Oh my god. Just wants to adjust Jesus Christ. That's so funny. Jesus, man. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? Oh, man. I think Sumi's gonna be the wake-up call. Ruka was the first domino. Umi was the second domino. Minnie, what did Minnie do? Minnie did one simple thing in this chapter. She took Kazuya's possible progress and reset it. Is that or is that not what Minnie did? Kazuya could have had change here if he talked to the right person. Real change could have happened here. If Kazuya had talked to the right person, real change could have happened here. What did Minnie do? She took it and reset it. And now we're back to square one. We're literally back to square. She told him, hide this from your girlfriend. Hide this from your future lover. Hide this from her. Do not tell Chizuru. No. What? Okay, seriously, for anyone reading this, the advice Minnie gave is horrendous. You ever experience this shit, you need to be able to tell your partner. If you tell your partner and they do not understand, and they judge you, and they're angry at you, okay, that's not good. That's not a good sign that you have a good partner. Okay, your partner should fucking understand. Okay, you should be able to talk to your partner about what you just experienced. Okay, not this shit. Not this shit. Okay. Aren't we assuming Kazuya explained himself well? Kazuya did, for the most part, but that's the thing. A victim can only explain himself so well. You can't pin this on the victim. Okay, a victim can only explain things from their own perceptions. It is on you to dig deeper and recognize if what you're talking about is the truth. You have a responsibility to dig deeper and look past your bias. Or you can do what Minnie did. Dig with your own bias. Now, not everybody will do this, but it is not up to you to perfectly explain yourself for someone to fucking listen to you or understand what you just experienced. Not everybody is equipped for that. That's not a thing. That argument is a fallacy. That argument is a fallacy. You cannot say, oh, did Kazuya explain himself well? Because what if because Kazuya doesn't perceive it as rape or sexual assault. So naturally, he's not going to explain it like it is. He doesn't perceive it that way, so he's not going to explain it like it is. There's people on Reddit who are expecting him to literally explain it like that. He's not going to. He never perceived it that way. So he's never going to explain it that way to Minnie. It is on to Minnie or Chizuru or someone else to recognize what he just experienced was assault, because neither him nor Ruka recognize what Ruka just did to him. Neither of them knows this is assault. And so neither of them will label it as such. Minnie can't recognize this as assault either. She doesn't want to see that it's assault. She thinks it's cheating. She thinks it's cheating and that it's not going to happen again. So she's absolving him from guilt. It literally shows Minnie doesn't know how to fucking date. She doesn't know what love is. Like, I was wrong. Minnie doesn't know anything about love. She admires love. She wants love. She doesn't know what love is. She's an inverse of Ruka. Ruka does not fully understand love. Neither does Minnie. Minnie is her flipped inverse. Minnie presents herself as an adult who understands what love is. She doesn't know what it is. She doesn't know what it is because she'll excuse cheating. Right? Minnie will literally fucking excuse cheating. That's how she'll fucking look at it. Except this isn't cheating. You're literally having the wrong conversation. That's the whole point. You're literally having the wrong conversation. And I think a lot of men love to be absolved of guilt. A lot of men feel a lot of guilt. A lot of men maybe do bad things and feel a sense of privilege in that, and they want to be absolved of that guilt. So they love that Minnie absolved Kazuya of guilt. This is why I think a lot of Redditors and a lot of people who are going to read this chapter are going to like it. A lot of people are going to like this chapter. This is not a good chapter. This is a very bad chapter. And I'm not saying like bad as in poorly written. I mean, it's a chapter that frames itself as positive when it's actually very, very negative. That's what I mean. I'm not saying it's poorly written. I actually think this is incredibly well written. This to me shows incredible understanding of the rhetoric and understanding people tend to have of these kinds of discussions that is incredibly blind. It shows Reiji knows this topic. He knows how people look at this shit. He knows how to present this topic in a very particular way that people will look at and agree with, even if they're wrong. He's blatantly telling the audience, you're dead wrong. You're stupid as shit. The fact that he starts the chapter with this conversation happening in a public place where Minnie can just scream this and everyone can just, look, you do not talk about this kind of shit in public. This is not the kind of conversation you have you do not discuss this in a fucking restaurant. This is not something you talk about in a goddamn restaurant. Period. You don't talk about this in a restaurant. The fuck you mean? And the fact that Minnie puts it on blast, right? What is Minnie's immediate reaction? She says you had sex with Ruka when she didn't have the full information. Right? Her immediate assumption is you had sex with Ruka, not Ruka forced herself on you and you didn't actually have sex. Because Kazuya didn't have sex. Now, there was no penetration, but it is still assault. Okay? Kazuya did not have sex with Ruka. Period. He was assaulted. There is a difference. There is a fundamental difference. And yet, Minnie blatantly yells it out in public that he had sex with Ruka. The framing is incredibly intentional. He knows exactly what this is. He has Minnie scream it out in public, defining what it is to the public, to the audience, as in, hey, this is what this is. And it's blatantly wrong. It is blatantly wrong. She defines it to the public, and it's blatantly wrong. Immediate reaction, right? What? Shock, disbelief. You had sex with Ruka? You don't scream that out loud. What the fuck do you mean? And it also shows Minnie doesn't know how to talk about this stuff. She's probably heard it a lot from a whole lot of other people. But the fact that she absolutely absolves Kazuya of guilt, right? And then Kazuya's immediate reaction, we didn't have sex. That's not what happened. What do you mean? That's totally what it just sounded like. Yes, Minnie, what it sounded like. That's what it sounded like. That doesn't mean that's what it is. Something can sound any particular way. Hey, if I say rental girlfriend, you think prostitution, right? It can sound a particular way. It doesn't mean it literally fucking is. You stupid idiot. There's a reason Minnie is shown to be a stupid fucking idiot. She suddenly changed into a swimsuit, came into the room, and I just couldn't leave her there like that. She then, well, started touching me. Before I knew it, it happened in my pants. Okay, he seemingly ignored a few pieces of information. She didn't just start touching him. He happened to ignore the part where he tried to run away, and he froze in fear. Did you notice how Kazuya doesn't mention that? He's explaining it from his own recollection, not from how it actually was. In fact, there's a part where Kazuya says, I don't remember things very clearly. Right? Where's the part where he says that? There it is. I know whatever I say isn't going to be very convincing. I also hardly remember everything that happened. Okay, the biggest thing I want you to recognize about this conversation, the biggest thing I really want you to recognize about this conversation, doesn't it feel like Kazuya is talking to Chizuru? Doesn't it feel like Kazuya is apologizing to Chizuru, not to Minnie? Isn't it look like he's saying sorry to his girlfriend? Isn't this is what this chapter is? This is what this chapter is. It is Kazuya saying sorry to his girlfriend, His girlfriend is in shock. His girlfriend doubts him. She's just like, oh, okay. And then she questions him, and then she pins the blame on someone else so she doesn't have to take any responsibility. And then everything is perfectly fine. Don't these two look like a cute couple? Don't these two look like a cute couple here? It's almost like this entire situation is an inversion of what happened with Ruka. Ruka seemingly has sexual relations with Kazuya. Out of context, that experience looks like someone having a sexual relationship with someone they like. Right? It's not assault. Right? It's not assault. Here, oh look, it looks like Kazuya is with his girlfriend, who is now forgiving him for doing something bad. Out of context, it looks like they're dating. Isn't that weird? It's almost like context is central here. And when you look at this out of context, it sure does look like nice context. Huh. Weird. Isn't that weird? This is the kind of this is why I say Reiji's a master of his fucking craft. Yeah, I get it. People will think I'm stupid as fuck. Literally, everything I just described, literally why I think Reiji's a master of his fucking craft. Dude. This shows immaculate understanding of these kinds of discussions. His understanding is next level. He gets it. He knows exactly what the fuck he's talking about. Let's see. All Minnie does is assume, even when she knows absolutely nothing. Exactly. She's hoping something happens on the train ride home. I'm telling. Okay, no, shut up. No. Minnie is playing the role of the girlfriend. She's not actually hoping anything is gonna happen. No. Minnie will never break her role. She's a coward. She will always play the role. She'll never break it. We know Sumi will meet Kazuya. Hey, Johan, can you send me the... Oh, yeah. Okay, sure, boss. No problem. My God, dude. Nobody will recognize what this chapter is actually doing. Oh my God, that's so funny. This thing reacts. Even this thing reacts. That's so funny. Everybody is having a reaction emoji. That's so funny. Yeah, people are going to... Have you noticed how people have been consistently cheering in these chapters? How many chapters have you read where you just kind of ended up cheering? You're like, hell yeah, I feel good about this. This went well. How many chapters now have you seen that? Where you think something's going to be bad and it turns out to be something good. And then you kind of just fundamentally misunderstand what the fuck just happened. Damn it. No. Okay, no. Stop that. This isn't just about like misunderstandings anymore. This is about choosing to ignore the world around you and choosing to live your life in a very particular way. It's like when you choose to live your life your own way and you don't care about other people, this is kind of what happens. When you're so focused on yourself that you don't notice other people, this is what happens. This is kind of what this is, low key. When you're so focused on yourself and you're just kind of doing what you want, you don't notice how you hurt other people. Do you still think she's unconsciously giving him bad advice because of her own feelings? To me, it just doesn't understand. She just doesn't understand the situation. Oh, okay, bro. Did you miss the part where she pins the whole blame on Chizuru? Did you miss the part where she pins the whole blame on Chizuru? Were we reading the same thing? She pinned the whole blame on Chizuru. Look, it's both. It's both. She both doesn't understand the situation and unconsciously gives him horrible advice. That is absolutely Minnie's whole thing. Hi, how are you? Yes, what you're gonna do is you're gonna want some information from me. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, skip that already. Get out. Come on. God, I've seen this a billion fucking times. I get this ain't my first rodeo, dude. Every time. Morning Fate. How to join the Discord? Oh, I'll just send a link through here. Do people not know how to do it? It should be in the description. Check the description of the stream. It should be there. If you can't join, I can send it from here. Unbelievable, dude. Oh my god. I'm in utter shock and disbelief. But also like saw this coming a mile fucking away. Shock and disbelief, and I saw it coming a mile fucking away. This is literally toxic positivity. This is literally toxic positivity, dude. I'm reading a little bit of what the Japanese fans are saying. Nothing too crazy yet. I'm gonna buy jasmine tea. Kuro. Kura, my goat. Is she a good friend? My goat. My goat. Is she a good friend? Is Minnie actually a good friend? Is Minnie actually a good friend? Oh my god. Okay, I'll just pin the Discord here. I'll just pin the Discord here. Just give me a sec here. Invite to server. Edit link. Never runs out. No limit. Generate a link. Copy. And then I'll post it here and then pin the comment. There you go. Anyone want to join the Discord? There you go. Oh, I guess I'll post it on Twitch too. Pin. There we go. Oh my god. Is Minnie actually a good friend? Dude, she put his dirty laundry on blast. Page 1. I'm sorry. She put his dirty laundry on blast. Page 1. Literally, frame 1. Put it on blast. Is that a good friend? Would you want your friend to put that shit on blast when you're talking to them privately? What if Kibe had done this? I bet people would fucking hate him. What if Mommy had done this? I bet people would fucking hate her. But because it's Minnie, nope. It's not like she announced this to the fucking restaurant. You had sex with a girl. What if I don't want the restaurant to know? What if I don't want the goddamn restaurant to know? Why the fuck are you telling everyone? And then what does Minnie do after doing this? Hey, you should keep this quiet. She announces it to the world and then tells them to keep it quiet from the one person who should know. She tells everyone else but the one person who should fucking know. Can you look me in the eye and tell me this is good advice? Johan, you can make a good video about this title. Is she good? Just saying, if you have time. Is Minnie actually a good friend? Yeah, that's something we can definitely do. It's probably a great idea. I'll make that. Should I make that the reaction title? Because I'm gonna edit the reaction today. Should I make that the reaction title, or should I make that like a stream? I don't know. I don't know if I to make that like a full video or just for this reaction. It just feels weird to me to think she's doing it on purpose. I feel like she doesn't understand love or life in general, and that's why her advice is so bad, not because she's after something. Okay, you're fundamentally misunderstanding my point. I agree with you. But that's the thing. You can do something like that without noticing you're doing it. It's called learned behavior. That is a real thing. I'm not saying Minnie is maliciously after them. I don't know why you're stuck on that idea. I never said that was the case. I've said Minnie unintentionally regularly does this. And Minnie regularly blames Chizuru and pins the blame on her. That is a real thing she is doing. Whether she knows she's doing that on purpose or not is a whole other matter. But she absolutely keeps pinning the blame on Chizuru. Whether that is your intention or not, you are doing it. It is that simple. Like, okay, you tell someone that they're an asshole. Okay, you still told them they're an asshole. Was it your intention not to call them an asshole? You still did it. What does that mean? That's what I'm saying. Okay? That's pretty much what she did here. She blamed everything on Chizuru. Is she trying to blame Chizuru? Is she maliciously trying to destroy their relationship? No. But Minnie doesn't see herself. This is what this cover is. That's actually a great exact way to describe this cover title. Minnie doesn't see herself. That's pretty okay. That's pretty much what this chapter is. Minnie doesn't see herself. That's what this chapter is. Minnie doesn't see herself. Okay, I'm gonna post that really quick because I'm gonna forget it. I'm gonna post that really quick because I'm gonna forget it. Copy image. And go here. And press that. Oh God. Mild concern. Okay, good. I don't want like random like horny AI garbage, horny AI slop to like pop into my fucking feed. Okay, okay. I think I'll correct it. It's about not seeing yourself. And it's Kazuya's misinterpret. Ugh. I think 411 is about not seeing yourself clearly, not clearly looking at what you're doing and how it looking at what you're doing and how it appears. It's in the cover. Minnie screams a misinterpreted her misinterpretation. Okay, I need a synonym. I need a synonym for misinterpretation. Because that's too long. Misinterpretation synonym. Okay, fine. I'll start to write misinterpretation. No. Misinterpretation of a private topic of to the crowd, then tells him to keep quiet from the one person who should know. I think 411 is about not seeing yourself clearly, not clearly looking at what you're doing and how it appears. It's on the cover. Minnie screams her misinterpretation of Kazuya's secret to the crowd, then tells him to keep quiet from the one person who should know. I think that looks good. Blindly tells him to keep quiet. Reddit was filled with dumbasses applauding Minnie. Yeah. I think I'll share my reaction this time on Reddit. I've been like not doing it. I think now I'm actually gonna do it. No, dude, that doesn't make sense. The fuck you mean? No, Kazuya, that doesn't make fucking sense. The fuck you mean, dude? Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, okay, okay. We got to talk about the translations. There's some interesting stuff in the translations. Okay, let's get into this. Let's get into this. Okay. Finally, the confession about Ruka-chan accidental ejaculation case. That's what it says right here. Nothing on the second screenshot. Wait, what? Oh, there's nothing here. Interesting, there's nothing here. That's weird. The title page of the chapter, and it has nothing on it. It's almost like there's nothing more that needs to be said. Okay, a very capable disciple. I've got a feeling I'll be relying on her a lot more. Next time, my one strong point. Next time, there is a color spread. Oh. Okay, next chapter has a color spread. Well, shit, boys and girls and non-binary hoes. Okay. Okay. Next week we got a color spread. My one strong point. Maybe Sumi comes back next chapter. Maybe Sumi comes back next chapter. I can't believe I was right from the start of this. I literally said from the very beginning when I finally like saw past the illusion. This is about both Kazuya and Minnie getting a massive wake-up call. Like an insane reality check. Like, wake the fuck up, you stupid idiots kind of reality check. Interestingly, I'm not going to share too much. Yesterday, Reiji streamed. Or sorry, not streamed. He did a Twitter space, which he hasn't done in like a month or two. The reason he hasn't done it in a while is because he took up a teaching position. I don't know if you guys saw, if you guys remember. He's part of like a thing called Moot, and they took up they set up a thing where already experienced mangakas teach new upcoming artists how to be a mangaka, and they give them advice and help them out. So Reiji's been really busy with that, so that's why he hasn't been streaming, or sorry, doing Twitter Spaces. So that's why that happened. Reiji talked about a few things, nothing too crazy. The big thing is that he's 11 chapters ahead. He is already drafting like chapter 421. He's really far. He's already drafted chapter 421. He's really far. So yeah. Let's see. Maybe we'll get a trailer for the next season and the color spread is here to advertise it. That makes sense. That's a good guess. That makes sense. I could totally see that. Yeah, that makes sense. So next week we'll probably get a trailer for season 2. Or sorry, season 5. Season 5. We'll get a trailer for season 5 next week. That makes a lot of sense. That or we'll get it before and then afterwards it'll be shown. You know, it'll be like, oh, here's footage of season 5, blah 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 blah. So we might get it with that release or we'll get it slightly before. I kind of have a feeling it might be a little bit before. It makes sense for it to be just a little bit before. Because these chapters release at midnight. So like maybe a day before and then we get it, or like a few days before. I think that makes a lot of sense. So, yeah. Let's see. Sorry, just scrolling through Twitter real quick before we go to Reddit and get a fucking headache. Oh, speak of the devil. Hey, look, speak of the fucking devil. This is the thing I was just talking about. Reiji drew this. What'd this person say? It's a different person. But yeah, Reiji is doing seminars and stuff and like trying to help upcoming artists. So that's why he hasn't been doing stuff. But yes, he is 11 chapters ahead. He's already drafting chapter 421. The dude's far. People really underestimate Reiji. People really fucking underestimate this man. He is already far. Now, mind you, he hasn't like finished the chapter, he's drafting it. So like it's not fully drawn yet. He's just drawing the drafts for it. Let's see. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. Yeah, Minnie is a bad girl for bad friend. I was gonna say girlfriend. She's a bad friend. Right, you're with Minnie, you're so distracted by how adorable she is in this chapter. This is cute as shit. This is cute as shit. But you're so distracted by how cute she is, you're not noticing what the fuck she's doing. You don't realize what Minnie is doing. You're so distracted by this. And they're literally both in shadows. I think the fact that they're both in shadows is really effective. This whole thing, like, what are you doing? Right? You're literally trapping him in a loop. Right? That's the whole point. It's like Minnie has him stuck in a loop. Okay. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, what does this person have to say? Right, and Chizuru has told Kazuya in the past, like, hey, tell me. I want to know things, tell me. Minnie, you shouldn't tell her. Okay, how do you expect to have a relationship with someone you can't fucking talk to? No, really. How are you supposed to have a relationship with someone you can't fucking talk to? Minnie, talk to me. Don't tell Chizuru anything. What is your plan here? Are you looking at yourself clearly? Right? I think Minnie just doesn't see herself. She literally does not see herself whatsoever. She does not see herself accurately. Right? She doesn't see... When Minnie removes her mask, she can't look at herself clearly. When Minnie is trying to grab eyes, she kind of sees herself. But even then, you saw glimpses of this in the last chapter. Remember what I said about last chapter? When we were reading last chapter, Minnie can't see herself very clearly. Because she does all this shit, and she doesn't see how it influences Kazuya at all. Minnie does not see her influence on Kazuya whatsoever. She never even considers that, right? She doesn't look at herself clearly. She presents herself in a very particular way and then does the opposite, right? The mask is baiting you in. She is literally the mask keeper. It's fucking oh my god, I'm just referencing Expedition 33 at this point. She's literally the fucking mask keeper. She hides truth with lies. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I gotta read some of the comments. Fuck. Give me a sec. Okay. Let's try again. Okay, read the comments. Oh, I also think the chapter where Mommy helps drunk Kazuya near the vending machine is pretty similar to this one. She was also talking shit about Chizuru. But there's a difference between... I think the biggest tell between Mommy and Minnie is how Minnie makes Kazuya buy her the drink and then bonks him with it. I think that's a massive tell of like how Minnie is. Minnie makes Kazuya think this is what he wants to do. Right? Minnie makes Kazuya think this is what you want to do. At least Mommy like couldn't actually get through to Kazuya. Minnie just makes Kazuya do these things and then makes him think this is his idea. So I do think you're right. There's some similarity, but it's not quite the same. There is some similarity, you know, but it's not quite the same. I think Reiji will flip the thing in the upcoming chapters. That's how wrong Minnie is. So basically what I've seen is that he's been introducing dominoes. So literally, Ruka is a domino, Umi's a domino, Sumi's the next domino, Mommy was her own domino. And I think what it's gonna be is that eventually basically you've already gotten everything for the most part that you need to know to kind of piece it together, but you don't have the full picture. So what Reishi's gonna do is he's gonna keep adding these things on and then just flip the whole script. And just be like, hey, you're a fucking idiot. And I think that's what he's doing. He's slowly like building this mystery, and we're getting really close to that resolution. I feel we're closer than we have ever been. I feel we are closer than we have ever been. And soon it's gonna soon the script is gonna flip. It feels really, really close. You know, like I can't see it happening like in the next 2 chapters, but I can see it happening soon. Like maybe by chapter 420 or 421. Because I already told you, like, I think 420 is like when we might get like some sort of revelation or like a flip of the whole script. So yeah, that's just my theory. I don't know. I could see Chizuru being the cover spread for next week. Makes a lot of sense for it to be Chizuru. Maybe it's everyone, or maybe it's just Chizuru. You have to be dumb as fuck to not see how Minnie is constantly bringing misunderstandings after misunderstanding. Redditors are idiots. Wow, was Reddit really that bad? Wait, was Reddit really that bad? Like I know reading comprehension is a big thing for this series, but was it really that bad? Here, let's go to the Japanese version. Oh, I'm already there. And let's read some of the comments. Have them translated. Minnie-chan is speaking for us. I really recommend her. Playing you. He knows what these readers are thinking. The fact that the first comment is Minnie-chan is speaking for us tells me all I need to know. He knows what the readers are thinking. There is a reason he said Minnie is the voice of the audience. He knows the audience believe the stupid rhetoric Minnie is spouting. Because they're stupid. You're such a good girl, Minnie-chan. I'll take it. Kazuya, how dare you say that you came when you were touched? Oh, okay. I'll definitely be revealed. It'll definitely be revealed later. God, why the fuck is my nose being weird? Okay, love. I thought I was trying to change Ra to Za in my head, and Minnie-chan scolded me. Personally, I think Yamori's advice is wrong. Thank you! I think the right thing to do is be honest with Chizuru and officially break up with Ruka. Chizuru's definition of cheating is if you even have the slightest crush on the other person. If you don't have feelings for Ruka-chan, don't you think you should show it with your actions? It's almost like Kazuya's actions are contradicting his words. If she finds out, saying you don't like Ruka-chan and continuing to date her won't be convincing at all. Yamori's suggestion is based on the assumption that she won't be found out, so you might be in trouble if she is found out. Based. This person gets it. I wonder if there's something wrong with the distance between Kazuya and Iomori. Wouldn't it be better to Kazuya to just date Iomori? Reishi is actively giving you that thought in your head. Hey, aren't they dating? Shouldn't it be better for Kazuya to date Minnie? Even though the only reason this is happening is because Minnie did this? So, look. A lot of people have been saying that for a while. Kazuya and Minnie have better compatibility, right? People love to say Kazuya and Minnie have better compatibility, and they ignore the fact that the reason they seemingly do is that Minnie created this entire environment where she seemingly just constantly gives Kazuya this stupid rhetoric that confirms all of his fears. Minnie essentially thinks like him, but that's the thing. Just because someone thinks like you, it doesn't mean you should be with them. And what I mean that by is that Minnie's thought process is incredibly self-destructive. And while she and Kazuya think similarly, it's actually in the destructive ways that they think similar. Sometimes you need someone who can contrast you a little bit. They fill the parts that you fuck up in, right? I'm not saying that's how you should look for a partner. I'm saying that what Chizuru and Kazuya have is this perfect balance, this perfect healthy balance where they kind of balance each other out. With Minnie, Kazuya doesn't really balance her out. She seemingly controls the entire relationship. Minnie controls the entire relationship. Kazuya doesn't balance her out. Whereas if you go to the date, what does Chizuru want? She wants to balance the relationship. Right? So what Kazuya and Minnie have is that it appears like something really nice because Kazuya can just talk to Minnie, but then you wonder to yourself, okay, why can he just talk to Minnie all willy-nilly and not talk to Chizuru? It's not like Chizuru's been judgmental of him in any way, shape, or form. If anything, she's been very accepting in the past. So why the fuck is Kazuya like this with Minnie? It's almost like what Kazuya and Minnie have is incredibly unhealthy because all Minnie does is give him infinite comfort space and no actual conflict. Dude, a relationship needs conflict. It's never gonna last if you don't have conflict. Minnie introduces no conflict. The only thing she does is literally introduce internal conflict. She makes him internally freak out. And then conditions him he's safe with her. When he's not, she's making everything fucking worse. It's been there since chapter fucking... Bro. Everybody was excusing this chapter when it came out, and I've been telling you since this fucking chapter. I've been telling you fuckers since this fucking chapter. $388. Minnie goes to Kazuya's place. Walks in. Lies to his fucking face about knowing everything. Gets him shit-faced drunk. Hears him say terrible things about women. Doesn't even bat an eye. In fact, she validates his anger towards women. Then, he lies to her. He tells her his own biased perspective. Minnie eventually hears the thing she wanted to hear. She slaps him, tells him, why are you still here? And then makes him stay here and reenact this whole bullshit. And then gets him more drunk and then validates his fears again. It's almost like Minnie is a terrible fucking friend. A girl just kissed him. Instead of just asking him directly, Minnie gets him shit-faced drunk. And then when he can't call her, she says, oh, well, you shouldn't call her. Maybe you should talk to her when you can articulate yourself. Gee, I wonder whose fault that was. She makes him reenact intimacy with Chizuru, with Minnie, in a safe space, and Minnie barged her way into Kazuya's house, which then paves the path for Ruka to ultimately do the same thing, but worse. It's almost like what Minnie did here actually set everything into motion, and she doesn't see herself. I was talking about this in yesterday's stream. How Minnie walking into Kazuya's house and doing the physical intimacy with Kazuya here ultimately paved the path for Ruka to do what she did. The Ruka thing, it happened because of Minnie. In large part because of Minnie. Because of how she abused Kazuya's sense of trust. She made him lose she made him lose his sense of his sense of defense. Yet he literally is too vulnerable. And she let him be too vulnerable. And she never considers that. She got him shit-faced drunk. She gave him terrible fucking advice. And then she started July 11th. She goes and yells at the person who loves him. She never even considers how Chizuru might be feeling. She just goes and yells at Chizuru as if Chizuru did everything wrong. Seriously, did Minnie not do that in chapter 390? She runs into Chizuru, screams at her, "What are you doing? Don't tell me you don't know what I mean. Why haven't you messaged Master yet? I don't even care that you hid it from me, but don't you have any idea what you're putting Master through right now?" What is she putting him through? The fuck you on about? Why are you screaming? I wouldn't say this in front of Master because I have faith as well, but to have come this far and still make him wait is something only a cruel woman would do. She just called Chizuru cruel. He believes in you with every fiber of his being even now, and he's taking everything you've said to heart. He has faith that one day he'll be rewarded. Do you really not care if someone snatches him away from you? She already knows all this. What the fuck you on about? I don't know what kind of guy you like, but I don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does. I know! Look at Minnie and how her eyes are closed, and look at how Chizuru is in shadows, completely unseen. Her face is faded. Minnie doesn't see her. She's just screaming. She pulled her into this room and just started screaming at her. And people think Minnie's right. Bro, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Why are you so involved? Just let them have their relationship. Why are you so involved? Minnie is a criticism of what Ruka and Mommy used to do, but framed as a good thing. There comes a point where you can't be this involved in someone else's relationship. It is not your relationship. Okay? And Minnie is far too involved. She's way too deep into this. That she is blind. She doesn't see the fucking truth. She is blind. She's screaming at Chizuru, and she doesn't see how she just created July 11th. She doesn't see how she created this. And then now, every time you see Minnie, she needs to find some sort of descriptor for what July 11th is. Right? It's the day of your reward. It's the day Chizuru's play ends. It's the day, it's fucking Ramen's day. It's also whatever's birthday. She needs to find some sort of descriptors for it, not realizing Chizuru did this because Minnie cornered her and pushed her. In this moment, Minnie was not Chizuru's friend. Minnie pushed Chizuru into this. Chizuru lied to her. How do we know Chizuru lied here? She never once mentions the kiss. The whole reason for all of this, never once mentions it. It's almost like Chizuru misdirected Minnie away from the kiss. It's almost like Chizuru telling Minnie about July 11th was to get Minnie off her fucking back so she can protect the kiss. It's almost like this didn't need to happen. Minnie scared Chizuru. Oh my god, that's what happened. Chizuru didn't want to be apart from Kazuya. Minnie scared her so much. And that's just a theory. This is just a theory. A possibility is that Minnie scared Chizuru so much that Chizuru wanted to protect the kiss so badly, she said the July 11th stuff. She didn't actually want to be separated. That makes so much sense. She said the July 11th stuff and that she's not going to date a boyfriend or any of that stuff, specifically to get Minnie off her back. Not because she actually wanted distance. That's why she said this. And then she knew it would reach Kazuya, and so she's like, fuck, I gotta stick with this. I gotta double down. They made her feel alone. They made Chizuru feel alone. She lied here. This is a lie. She didn't want this. If my theory is fucking correct, dude, oh my god. Chizuru didn't want the July 11th. She didn't want the no boyfriend thing. She didn't care about any of that. Minnie just freaked her the fuck out. So Chizuru wanted to protect her secret, her very precious and important secret. So she tells Minnie this July 11th bullshit, which is partially true because she is doing a play. However, she didn't actually want to be separated. She just gives Minnie a date so she'll get off her fucking case. Because Minnie won't get off her... She knew... Look, if Chizuru had said anything else, would Minnie have left her alone? Straight up, would Minnie have left her alone if Chizuru did not give Minnie some sort of date? Right? And she doesn't want Kazuya to think she's like lying to him. So she checks with Kazuya if this is what he heard from Minnie. And she's just like, okay, yeah. And then Kazuya is the one who sets up July 11th. If Kazuya had asked sooner, she would have said yes. The only reason Chizuru said all of this was just to get Minnie off her back. She came up with this on the spot. Literally, Chizuru just used the play as a convenience. Chizuru merely used the play as a convenience just to get Minnie off her fucking case. That makes so much more sense. It's so much simpler than you realize. It's so much simpler than you realize. Right? It's so much significantly simpler than you realize. And what do you see here? Chizuru is in shadows, and Chizuru dragged Minnie into those same shadows. And she knew, Chizuru knows, if Chizuru had told Minnie, get off my fucking case, bro, she wouldn't have. We know Minnie. She wouldn't have. Right? So Chizuru is now continuously being framed as the bad person when she literally just wanted some fucking space and understanding. And Minnie just kept pushing. I'm not surprised. Oh, that makes so much more sense. Minnie created July 11th. Minnie created July 11th. It didn't need to exist. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It all fucking comes back around. Oh, we had all these stupid fucking theories about what Chizuru's fucking doing. In reality, this isn't what she wanted to do. Oh, suddenly her description makes a lot of sense now. Oh, remember the description she gives Kazuya in chapter 397? Remember what Chizuru fucking says to him? Oh my God. Remember what Chizuru fucking says to him? She says, I'm sorry. I don't really understand why. I confuse myself sometimes. I said that I didn't want to make you wait any longer, but whenever it's about you, it's like I become a completely different person. Oh, look. It's like she's a completely different person. That's what she's referring to. She acted instinctually to protect this thing that really matters to her. Oh my God, suddenly it makes a lot of sense. Her dialogue literally explains it. That's why she feels bad. She didn't actually want to make July 11th. That's why she feels bad. Oh my God, she literally didn't want to make him wait. Oh my God, she literally didn't want to make him wait. Oh my God, but Minnie freaked her the fuck out. And it made Chizuru hesitate and freak out because it's about Kazuya, and she really wanted to protect the kiss, and it really mattered to her. So she lied to Minnie's fucking face. Dude, was my fucking read on that chapter fucking right? What the fuck? I remember when I first read chapter 390, I'm like, this entire chapter is a fucking lie. And people thought I was crazy. And people thought I was fucking crazy. It turns out I was right. Well, okay, we don't have proof yet. My current theory would make it that so I'm right. But we don't actually have proof yet. Oh my God, what the fuck? Oh my God. Tweet it or you'll forget. Oh my God. Tweet it or you'll forget. Okay, well, let me go and tweet it. I mean, I have it here, so I don't need to forget. You know, I already described it to you guys. I don't need to forget. But sure, I'll write it. Minnie created July 11th. Chizuru didn't actually. Oh my god. Minnie, you stupid fucking idiot. Minnie, you stupid fucking... She wanted July 11th. She wanted July 11th. Oh my fucking god. Minnie wanted... She had D-mail on her shirt. She had D-mail on her shirt. She wanted July 11th to exist. She needed July 11th to exist. Oh my fucking god. Minnie trying to describe... Minnie trying to say what July 11th is all but confirms it. But say what July 11th is in... And all but confirms it. July 11th is just a random date Chizuru picked. Or it's just... Minnie feels... Fine. Happened to pick... Mentioned. It could literally just be when the play ends, yet Minnie feels the need to define it. Something's birthday. It's all nonsense. That does not see the truth. It's nonsense that doesn't see the truth. Jesus Christ. This is next level cooking, dude. This is next level cooking, dude. So it is also explained in Chizuru. Explains this. Chizuru was... going to until Minnie showed up. Ozzy had asked. She would have agreed. Oh my god, there's no, oh my god, there's more, there's more, there's more, there's more, there's more. Give me a sec, give me a sec. Let me post this. Oh my god. Friends. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. Where is it? Why did she think she could hide it? Why did she think she could hide it? Why did Chizuru think she could hide it? 390 Minnie wonders, why did Chizuru think she could hide it, in reference to the kiss? And then, when Minnie confronts her about the kiss, Chizuru never once mentions it. Instead, she gives Minnie July 11th, to which Minnie quickly latches on and goes to tell Kazuya. Chizuru did hide it. In fact, that's what this all... Oh, man, you stupid fuck. Minnie, you stupid fuck. In fact, nothing better tells us this than the very clothes Minnie wore. D-mail. A reference to Steins Gate. Series where you travel to different timelines. Many wanted July 11th. She, like the readers, even if it was fiction. Bro, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Oh my, can these people go the fuck away? I can't hear you. My headphones are broken. Please respond to me in chat. Dude, what the fuck is Twitch? Half of the time I'm just getting bots. Like, this is getting old. Oh, thank you, Faison. How do you say your name? Is it Fizon? Fison? Love the analysis, Fate. Thank you. I got in the fucking zone there a little bit. Oh my god, and Chizuru has the fucking moon thing. Oh my god. Okay, one last thing. The eye sun. Got it. Only appears at night. In the time of precious secrets. What Chizuru wishes to protect. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, no. Minnie's been... Minnie was literally introduced with the idea of sabotage. Literally, from the moment Minnie is introduced, she's sabotaging them. Like literally, that is Minnie's character, bro. Minnie is presented as a character who brings the characters together. What is the first thing Minnie does? What is the... seriously, let's go back to it. I've talked about this before. I'm assuming some of you are a little new, so I will gladly talk about this again. How is Minnie introduced? She's introduced in like chapter 104 or 106. I don't remember. The 106? Yep, 106. Minnie tells them, if you're already flirting this much, why don't you just go out already? She's pushing them together. She's saying what the audience says. Okay. What does this cause? This is the last time they ever talk on the balcony. For 100 chapters, they have spoken on this balcony. It is their space. And they never speak there again. Then, they meet up in Kazuya's place, which then results in an issue with Ruka. This secret, this important secret Kazuya and Chizuru shared that could never get in the way with Ruka, that was perfect for them, that they could share and talk about, Minnie destroys it in her selfishness. And then they don't have a secret way to communicate anymore. They don't have this thing they could share anymore. The balcony was their thing. Right? The balcony was their fucking thing. And she destroyed it because of her selfishness. And she tells Kazuya later, yeah, she put her foot down. She saw that in a YouTube video. The only reason she did this is because she saw that in a YouTube video. Minnie literally destroyed the thing that we've had for 100 chapters in a single page because of her selfishness. So this thing Kazuya and Chizuru had where they could talk to each other through this balcony, through this little wall, where they could share some time with one another, Minnie destroyed that. They don't have that anymore. They never speak on the balcony ever again. It never happens again. This thing that was like a precious time for us, that was something that was really nice, Minnie destroys that. Right? And the only reason Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship perseveres is because they care about each other that much. That's why it perseveres. What does Minnie do after this, by the way? Because of her actions that she caused, like literally the shit she did, Kazuya and Chizuru meet up at Kazuya's place. Ruka catches them, and Minnie does some stupid fucking shit. What does Minnie do? Oh, wait. It's chapter 110. My bad. Ruka catches them, freaks the fuck out, makes a whole scene. Chizuru brings Ruka in and tries to explain to calm her the fuck down. And once they go in, you see a phone. Minnie filmed them. To which she later says this is for insurance. Fucking what? She uses that to her advantage to get something out of Kazuya. It's almost like blackmail. Huh. How did Ruka and Kazuya's relationship start again? It's almost like it was blackmail. Wow. It's almost like Ruka and Minnie are inversions of each other. Wild. Crazy, shocking concept. It's almost like Minnie does not see her own actions and doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. And doesn't see how she's actually pushing them apart from the very fucking beginning. It's almost like Minnie's character has actually been incredibly fucking consistent. She just looks like she hasn't. She says certain things, but she's always done this. Here, you don't believe me? Oh, look at Chizuru does something identical to what she did recently with Minnie in chapter 166. After the cheer update, Kazuya does not tell Minnie about the cheer update and what happened. He just tells her he helped Chizuru. And Minnie thinks you should go on a date. Right? Minnie doesn't have all the details. She doesn't know how vulnerable Chizuru was with him. They're way past the dating point. They shouldn't just be dating. They should be like sitting down and talking, which Chizuru does. Chizuru takes the initiative with that. Minnie sees Chizuru. She pretty much wants to interrogate her. And she's going to start. Chizuru knows Minnie is on his side. And she leaves. She doesn't give Minnie the chance to go and interrogate her. In contrast, what did Minnie do with Kazuya in the previous chapter? Minnie barged into Kazuya's house and sat right next to him. Didn't even knock or anything. It's funny. It's absolutely fucking hilarious. It is absolutely fucking hilarious. It is still invasive. The door was open, so I just walked in. Could you not? Could you not? So what ended up happening with Mizuhara? Well, I did ask her for advice on this. Oh, I see. So you used a rental date to treat her. It shows you know your place. Good call. What does Kazuya not tell her? There's no way I can tell her about that. I'm sure Mizuhara doesn't want to talk about it either. Kazuya does the smart thing. He doesn't just tell Minnie about this. This is not something he should be telling Minnie about. It is none of Minnie's fucking business. He did the right thing here. So, did you cheer her up? Maybe. She seemed like she enjoyed the date. Oh, that's major progress, right? A real date. It's time to ask her out. You see how she's just following steps? Right? Kazuya could ask Chizuru out, but it could be a little weird. She doesn't have the full context. Right? Kazuya doesn't want Chizuru to feel like a certain way. So what does Chizuru do? Chizuru asks him out on a date. And then when Kazuya gets the opportunity, then he does. Minnie does give decent advice. Look, like, unless a guy is being like super pushy about inviting you, no girl is going to be creeped out over someone asking them to dinner. She's somewhat correct, but there's a contextual issue here. What is this contextual issue? The nature of their relationship. Right? In fact, I think you're overthinking it. Actually, no, he's not. She doesn't consider how Chizuru might be overthinking it, and we see that later. Right? Kazuya asks her out on a date. He doesn't, when they go on this date, Kazuya has to clarify still. You know, he has to still clarify. He has to talk about this stuff. He has to, like, figure out their feelings. They have the whole Ruka situation. There's a lot going on that Minnie's not considering. She's just like, okay, you two should just date. Right? She's just like, you two should just date. Technically, she's right. Right? At this point, it seems like they should date. But there's clearly an issue of a lot of complicated stuff that they're not talking about. She doesn't know Chizuru hugged Kazuya and Kazuya didn't hug her. Right? There's a lot of layers Minnie does not know about, and she's just kind of saying, oh yeah, you should just do this. And her eyes are closed because she's kind of being a ditz, you know? And she doesn't consider how Kazuya, oh shit, what if I'm being super pushy? Right? In fact, maybe Kazuya being pushy might actually help a little bit. right? Kazuya being more direct with Chizuru and telling her how he feels might have actually been a little bit better than any of that stuff. And Kazuya and Chizuru are like way past the point. They've already kind of dated, seemingly. See what I mean? So there's like a lot of contextual issues Minnie's not seeing. This scene is framed as positive, but there's like that contextual issue of just like, okay, there's a lot Minnie's not seeing. Her eyes are closed, right? She's just happy for them. She's just happy her Oshis are together. She's not really getting the full context. I'm telling you, Master, there's no way your stock didn't shoot up after this. Stock? What are you talking about? She already felt a deep feeling for him. There's a reason she hugged him. There's a reason she ran into his fucking arms and broke into tears. She's acting like Kazuya didn't already have something going on with Chizuru. See the issue? She's saying something changed when there was already a lot of stuff going on between them. This is the perfect chance to get a feel for what she thinks of you. Strike while the iron's hot. Get a feel for what she thinks of you. Bro, she cried in your fucking arms. Get a feel for what she thinks of you? What are you talking about? It's almost like Minnie's advice was always idiotic from the start. It's like Minnie's advice was always idiotic from the start. Shocking fucking concept. It's like instead of asking her out on a date, she should have been telling him, hey, why don't you talk to her and just figure out what you two feel instead of just asking her out on a date, because you've been on a lot of fucking dates. So what does Chizuru do? Chizuru asks him out on a date. Chizuru sits down with him to talk to him. Chizuru tries to figure out his feelings. Kazuya never considers this because Minnie tells him you should go ask her out on a date. The problem is not a date. The problem is sit down and talk about your feelings. You've already been on a fuckload of dates. Minnie's advice from this exact moment was incorrect. Chizuru was always going to say yes to the date. So Minnie's advice here is literally wrong. Right? Unless a guy's being super pushy and inviting you, no girl's going to be creeped out over someone asking them to dinner. Okay. But Chizuru was never creeped out from Kazuya. So Minnie gets it into Kazuya's head. Chizuru's going to get creeped out. What happens? When Kazuya asks Chizuru out, what happens? Kazuya asks Chizuru out. Wait, it's chapter 172. Sorry. Kazuya asks Chizuru out. He starts getting scared. Because Chizuru just says, oh, she's surprised. What the hell did I just say? This is all wrong, right? He gets worried Chizuru's going to get creeped out from him. It's almost like because Minnie said she might get creeped out. It's almost like because Minnie said that, it actually got in his head and made him worried that she's going to get creeped out from him. Swastika? Bro, why is your name Swastika? Or swastik biswas? Why are we calling him? Why are we fucking calling Kazuya mid? Kazuya's peak as fuck. Whatever, man. Whatever. You have a slight red flag over you right now. Just because your name is a little suspicious. It doesn't look like a swastika, but it's like has most of the writing for a swastika. So I'm like, ooh. Imagine opening up the guy and breaking down the next day he asks you out, making your update seem exploitive. Great work, Minnie. Yeah, big dummy. Yeah, pretty much. It wouldn't what Minnie swastik? I don't know what that is. I don't know. Wouldn't like literally if Kazuya did what Minnie said, wouldn't that be exploitive? Right? Wouldn't that be somewhat exploitive? Minnie doesn't consider that. Right? She's just off in happy La La Land. This is great. You should just fucking do that. It's an Indian name. Sorry. There you go. I'm uncultured. Sorry. I'm uncultured. There you go. I apologize. I'm an uncultured swine. I don't know anything about India. I do apologize. Swastik? Is it swastik? Swastik. Kazuya needs to talk to Chizuru a bit more than other girls. That's not the... So look, that's a simplification of the issue. That's a deep simplification of the issue. It's not simply about talking. If anything, I think Kazuya talking to the other girls is kind of a good thing. Why? It raises the issues to his fucking face and makes him realize what the actual problems are. Because Kazuya doesn't actually talk to Chizuru, nor does he actually want to. But he goes and talks to Minnie a whole lot. So I think Sumi is gonna call Kazuya the fuck out on his shit. So yeah, literally Minnie's advice is terrible. Right? Minnie's advice is fucking terrible. It's just framed like a good thing because you want Kazuya and Chizuru to go out. Right? It's framed as a good thing because you don't want Chizuru and Kazuya to go out. Except Minnie's advice is bad. Ultimately, it is fucking terrible. It was there from the start. It was there even at the point where you thought Minnie was peak as fuck. Minnie was always terrible advice because she is an out of context character. She does not have context for any of the shit she's fucking talking about. It was bad from the fucking start, dude. Imagine, okay, where did this? Minnie deals with it like a dating sim. Exactly. The advice Minnie gives Mizuhara sounds like advice to herself, hence she's catching feelings. What advice? Wait, what advice? Yeah, and guess what? Even in this date, when Chizuru talks about Kazuya having feelings for her, guess what? Minnie was a part of it. Minnie was a part of this confusion. Where is it? She mentions Minnie. There it is. Not to mention, Yamori-san mentioned to me that you like me as a woman. I know you two are close, so if you said that to her, Minnie, you fucking idiot. Minnie, you fucking idiot. Right? It's got Chizuru all confused. The last time I asked you, you said no, but I have to consider my other clients' expectations and Ruka-chan too, so I'm going to ask you one more time straight out. Do you have feelings for me? It's almost like she's saying, I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna quit if you tell me you love me. That's literally what she's hinting here. I have to consider all that stuff because I'm gonna leave all that behind if you tell me. Straight up what she's saying here. So, what I'm trying to highlight is Minnie got into Chizuru's head a little bit. Minnie freaked Chizuru the fuck out too. I'm not the best in this relationship type thing. Okay, to be fair, relationships are generally very complicated. There's a reason people do not know how to engage with romance stories in general. It doesn't matter whether it's romance manga, anime, or TV shows or movies. Relationships are complicated. What I'm describing to you is actually like kind of the structure of relationships and the explorations of that. To you, it's confusing, and I think it's a part of it's probably because you're a little new to this. But it's actually a very good exploration of relationships that I think not many romance anime can do this well. A lot of the sad thing is a lot of the romance anime and manga feel very basic in comparison to this. The sheer level of exploration and understanding of relationships that Reiji has is so deep that it's like next level. And I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm just saying you're inexperienced. I'm just saying you just don't have enough experience with this kind of stuff. You're just kind of a little bit new. But this stuff is very, very, very accurate to real relationships. That like Minnie and just being herself got into Chizuru's head, got Chizuru a little freaked out, right? And that shows right here. Not to mention, Iomori-san mentioned to me that you like me as a woman. I know you two are close, so if you said that to her, right? Okay, well, right. So that seemingly is like Chizuru's looking for confirmation for this thing, right? And Minnie is an instigator for it. Minnie was always an instigator for it, right? It freaked Chizuru out from the start. I have literally zero experience, so chill. I didn't say anything. I wasn't insulting you, dude. I'm just saying. You know, If it helps, I only dated like once. Okay. I've had a lot of relationships with women, and I've had a lot of relationships in general, but I only ever dated one person. I haven't really dated since, so don't really feel bad. You know, it's chill. I've had a lot of relationships with women, not like sexual, just like relationships, friendships, other things. Some almost became relationships, stuff like that. But just don't feel like you don't know what you're talking about. Like I'm a lot more relaxed now about relationships. I'm enjoying your explanations. Continue, man. Sounds good. Okay. Fuck, dude. Mini, dude. Fucking mini, dude. Okay, I gotta take off my shirt. It's a little hot. Give me a sec. Correction, not my shirt, my hoodie. I was wearing Chizuru's hoodie. And it was getting a little hot, Jesus Christ. Okay, I gotta adjust this too. Okay, the sun is like all over my eyes. I got my water. Water. Peak. All right. So let's see. Okay, let's finally go to Reddit. Okay, wait. Before we go to Reddit, before the shit show starts, I'm gonna see if there's anything else from Japanese fans. Is there anything else from the Japanese fans? What do you gotta say? What do you gotta tell me? Scolded by Mini-chan. Wait, what? Is mommy coming back? What the heck? Hold on. I think there might be like some leaks or something. Or this might be from the magazine. I think mommy's coming back next chapter. What does this say? I'm gonna ask this Japanese fan where this is from. What is this from? Okay, so it sounds like mommy's coming back, which makes some sense. Man, Sumi is taking her sweet fucking time. It's on the spoilers too, mommy coming back. Really? Wait, but where is this from? Is this from the magazine? But I wasn't trusting it. I'm just curious if this is like from the magazine or something, or if it's like something else. I thought Minnie would either get worked up or burst out laughing when she heard the story, but she was incredibly calm. After listening properly, she said, "That's no good. What's this girl? She's just so wonderful. And in this world, I want Minnie-chan to be the happiest of all." Man, Reishi got you guys a hook, line, and fucking sinker, dude. Reishi got these dudes a hook, line, and fucking sinker, dude. Good God. Okay, what's this say? Let's see. Next week is the mommy arc, so I couldn't predict the plot. Kazuya always runs into Mommy-chan, huh? Coincidence or something like that? She timidly asks. Mommy-chan's eyes widen as she's playing along, saying it's her schedule, and it ends in that hook. I feel so it's like so Sumi's being saved up, right? Sumi gets brought back briefly. Oh my god, is it going to be the same thing as Ruka? Where mommy shows up Kazuya briefly interacts with Mami. And there's some sort of build up to the Mami. So, okay. I think I get what Reiji's doing with his structure with Mami. So the way Reiji's handling Mami is that she's going to get introduced very briefly, and there's going to be this build up that Kazuya is not seeing with Mami. There's these signs that Kazuya is not seeing with Mami, that there's this build up happening. Mami is like getting her hopes up and shit. And it's weird, but at the same time, it's contrasting the reality of what Mami did. And I think that's the parallel Reiji is intentionally striking. There's a parallel between Mami and Ruka. Kazuya quite literally does not see the heinous actions Mami took in Hawaiians, right? He interacts with Mami first. Mami looks all lovey-dovey, doesn't she? Right? Mami looks cute as shit in these chapters, right? Look at fucking Mami, dude. Look at this cutie fucking patootie. Look at how adorable she looks. Cutie goddamn fucking patootie. Adorable little shit. This is disguising what she fucking did in Hawaiians. Ruka is the same exact way. Ruka, we can't fully see what she did and how heinous it was because cutie fucking patootie. You know, she's a cute girl. It's not Kazuya's fault. She's a cute fucking girl. So, Mami coming back, and then maybe Sumi seeing them this time would be really interesting. And in particular, like I think that's the setup. So, Mami was introduced initially as a contrast to Ruka. So Mami looking cute here and adorable leads you into a false sense of security. Okay? This perfectly matches with Ruka, right? Ruka leads you into a false sense of security because she's a cute girl, she's not gonna fucking do anything. Boom, she does something. So Mami and Ruka's events parallel one another, where because Mami appears cute and like she's not gonna do anything, and then ultimately she kind of does something and then backs off, it's the same thing with Ruka. Ruka appears cute when she shows up in Kazuya's house, and then it immediately escalates far too quickly. Okay? Same exact thing. Now, what I can see happening with Mami is that Mami comes back, Kazuya meets her at school, Kazuya meets her somewhere, and they kind of hang out a little more. Right? I could see Kazuya hanging out with Mami a little longer. Again, a very stupid Kazuya moment. Maybe Mami asks him to hang out with her or something. Do you want to go grab a bite or something? And Kazuya doesn't see what that means because Kazuya is blind as shit. And what happens? Sumi sees them. And that would be interesting as a reversal. Sumi sees them. And that could be how Sumi gets brought back. Just a theory. I could completely be wrong. But the setup of like Sumi coming back after Mami makes a lot of sense. Because that's literally how Chizuru's birthday played out. Chizuru's birthday, Mami shows up, talks to Kazuya. Kazuya doesn't understand what the fuck just happened. They go to a literal cafe. Afterwards, we see Sumi. Then it's Chizuru's birthday, and Sumi shows up at Chizuru's house. Wouldn't that be interesting? So maybe this is set up for, maybe Chizuru could see them. Maybe Chizuru could see them and she goes to Sumi for advice. That was set up, you know? That was very much set up. And I think Mami being the advice Chizuru is seeking makes a lot of sense. Because Chizuru wants to talk about Mami and she doesn't know how. Chizuru really wants to talk to Kazuya about Mami and she does not know how. She's really scared about that. And I think Sumi could be the right push. You know, I think Sumi could be the right push to talk about Mami. Be like, hey, it's okay. I think you should tell him. Like, I think you should just be honest with him and tell him how you feel and what happened with Mami. Which would be very interesting as a contrast to Kazuya being told by Minnie to not talk to Chizuru about Ruka. That could be kind of interesting. So yeah. Shit. So what did the spoilers say? They just said mommy's coming back. Mommy spills the Ruka things to Chizuru. Why would Kazuya tell mommy about that? I don't see how. I don't see how Kazuya would ever tell mommy about this. Doesn't really add up. What an interesting parallel. Chizuru won't tell Kazuya about mommy, and Kazuya won't tell Chizuru about Ruka. Obviously different reasons for the two, but still. Yeah, I mean they're inversions. They're kind of like inversions. Because he's a nice guy. He would tell her because he's a nice guy? Hey, mommy, so I had sexual relationships with another girl. What's your goal here? Why would you share that? He can barely tell Minnie. You think Kazuya could tell mommy of all people, his fucking ex-girlfriend? What? Spoilers say next cover is mommy in driving school, and one translator interprets that my strength comment is being said by mommy. I don't get that. It could be relevant to mommy, absolutely. But it's not simply my strength, it's my one strong point. It's Kazuya, it's a single strong point. Not just my strength. It's one thing they're good at. Their single strength, which makes a lot more sense for Kazuya because Kazuya's single strength is his persistence. No, it's mommy can't get it out of him, not the same way. And mommy isn't really pushy like Sumi is. Mommy doesn't have it in her like she used to. She's not the same person. It's not the same. The next issue will include a cover of mommy's driving school lessons, where she talks about her strengths. From the spoilers, I found that has no credibility. Yeah, that doesn't really make much sense. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. A color cover of mommy driving school lessons. Okay, completely fair. That makes a lot of sense. Where she talks about her strengths. The talks about her strengths part is weird. It's like, what's the goal here? But why? See what I mean? I just don't get it. He could barely tell Minnie. He's never telling mommy. Fate said as soon as I was typing it, lol. Let's see. Did the Japanese fan respond? Negative. No response. Been streaming about 2 hours and 30 minutes. Translator must have assumed things. I mean, that's very common. But you know, I'm waiting for Crumpy to say something just so we can see for sure. Yeah, nobody's saying anything. So like the Japanese fan who read this is not saying that, but they're saying mommy is gonna show up. So that seems to be true. Yeah, and other people seem to have the idea that the preview is gonna drop next week too. So that makes some sense. Let's see. Adobe is discontinuing Animate. What the fuck even? Probably because of AI. Every fucking time. They're like, oh yeah, well, we're gonna discontinue this service everybody's used for fucking ages because AI. Because AI, bro. Yeah, bro. AI is great, bro. I fucking hate AI. I hate AI so fucking much. Okay. Japanese fan. What have they written today? Yosh. Okay. We got something written from Japanese fans. Great. Deep L. Alrighty. This is from this Japanese fan. Let's translate what they wrote. Maybe Sumi will sneak into next chapter. You know, it'll start with Mommy, and then plot twist, Sumi shows up. I could see that. That'd be kind of cool. Gape-mouthed, screaming, before I knew it, ball or roast. So I end up wanting to persuasiveness, filled with guilt, the act of rejection, the tragedy it invited. Mizuhara isn't at fault. While being careful, ramen day can't be wiped away. So grateful. Gotta work on manliness, thud, no way, scolding. Okay, so let's get rid of these. Whoop, delete. I guess I'll make faces like that too. Don't scream. Making me explain in detail is pretty tough. My paranoid mind makes Yamori's backpack look like a face. If that makes me lose interest, it'd be the worst. Well, Chizuru is to blame. She's the reason Kazuya and Ruka started dating, and she's the root cause of Ruka's extreme actions. If Kazuya and Chizuru got together, they could at least maintain appearances and sort things out a bit more. But it's stalled because Chizuru hasn't figured it out. Basically, Chizuru is to blame. And Kazuya is the guy who absolutely supports Chizuru no matter what. Well, in a way, he's become a Chizuru believer, so while there are factors at play, you can't exactly say Kazuya is entirely at fault either. He just can't deliver the decisive blow, but he does try to do it what he can. The fact that Chizuru's investigation issues still haven't been resolved is largely because Kazuya's total acceptance makes her take advantage of it. I've heard this so much from Japanese fans. It is driving me up the fucking wall. They are insistent that Chizuru is taking advantage of Kazuya being so supportive of Chizuru. They are insistent that Chizuru is taking advantage of Kazuya's kindness when she is actively shown she's not doing that. And she's actively regretful and does not want to do that. Reiji knows this when writing Minnie. He has had Minnie say this multiple times. He has conditioned the readers and made them believe this because so many people already do. Fuck. They really need to find answers sooner, but Kazi keeps waiting forever, keeps holding on to his feelings forever, so that just creates more time for her to think. And Chizuru, well, she's just wandering aimlessly for all that time. The relationship somehow works like that, but the people around them aren't going to wait forever. That's why problems like Ruka-chan and Umi-kun pop up. The Umi-kun situation seems to have been settled down for now, but Ruka-chan's problems run much deeper. It seems to be like a fundamental solution would be tough without some kind of pretense or facade. Okay, they're somewhat correct about that. I'll give them credit where credit is due. Yeah, Chizuru is definitely at fault here. Stop! Well, personally, I welcome her brooding alone while she can't find an answer. What's done is done. What matters is what we do from here. If it really happened, that's bad news. That part's basically just damage control now. Right? Oh my god, damage control. Minnie's literally doing what YouTubers do. It's just damage control. This is literally what... oh my god, she's being a YouTuber. Speaking of ramen, Chizuru was craving it after the Tiger's Den incident, wasn't she? Looks like I'll be carrying the guilt right up until the day itself. Hopefully the events of that day can wash it away. Just like when I was a wreck, if Hiyamori hadn't been there, Kazuya would have been done for ages ago. She gave him a new mask to wear. That's what Minnie did. She gave him a new mask to wear. Another mask to hide his guilt. Another mask to run from. She absolved him of his guilt so he doesn't have to feel bad. One last scolding, the expression is great. Will the ramen day thing get resolved? I'd completely forgotten, but technically I'm still his disciple. My strengths. This is definitely the resume thing. Kazuya's strengths for... Oh! Oh, for a resume. I didn't think of that. That's interesting. I didn't even think of that. That could be it. That could be it. My one strong point. Oh, yeah! Because when you say it a certain way, it sounds like when you're talking to an interviewer, they'll ask you, what are your strengths? That didn't even cross my mind. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so it's in relevance. It's in relevance to getting a job. That makes a lot of sense. What's Kazuya's list? Let's pull up Kazuya's list again. Okay. Work on my body. Do everything I can to find a job. We're literally going through the list. We're literally following the list. Holy shit. We saw him work on his body. Now he's going to do everything he can to find a job. If possible, get an early job offer in my dreams. So what's the next thing to do? Work on his resume. Work on his strengths that they're going to ask him about. What's your single strongest strength? Think up a perfect confession. That's probably next. Ask Mizuhara out on another date. He already did that. So all that's left is think up a perfect confession, get my license. He's ultra focused on the list of guilt. Exactly. Kazuya's strengths, for Chizuru's sake, is if he puts his mind to it, he can perform beyond his abilities. I guess the fact that it's Chizuru only is really tough. Other strengths related to work strengths, huh? That's the thing at Hibari Garden, but you need qualifications for that anyway. Oh yeah, that he's good with kids. I guess I could write about the movie making thing, though honestly, his college club activities feel irrelevant. So, Kazuya confesses to Yamori. She's shocked, of course, but then we confirm where he stands. All that was brought up on by Chizuru, but for Kazuya, it's about future plans. Will self-improvement go smoothly? Can I actually write a proper resume? Worrying about that, I'll push through another week. Yep, everybody's gonna keep blaming Chizuru because that's everything everyone knows. Just blame Chizuru. All of your problems are because of Chizuru. It's nobody else's fault. It's always Chizuru's fucking fault. Right? All of it is Chizuru's fault. It's no one else's fault. It can't possibly be your own fault, right? It can't possibly be your own fault. It has to be Chizuru's fault, right? I wonder who pushed Chizuru to not start a fucking relationship with Kazuya. I wonder who fucking cornered her and scared her and pushed her off. Gee, I fucking wonder. It's almost like Kazuya didn't fucking text Chizuru when she was worried and he had a perfect opportunity to start a fucking relationship with her and didn't fucking do that. Gee, I wonder how that's Chizuru's fucking fault. Wow. It's almost like you could have talked about Ruka sooner, right? Because Chizuru has tried talking about Ruka, didn't she? Throughout the entire day, she's constantly asking about Ruka. It's almost like Chizuru actually wanted to talk about Ruka and wait, Kazuya didn't engage. Gee, I wonder, is that really Chizuru's fault? Right? She wanted to talk about Ruka. She actively asked about Ruka. She wants to know what's going on between Kazuya and Ruka, and who never tells her? It must totally be Chizuru's fault, right? She didn't talk about Ruka. She ignored Ruka. She should have seen this coming. She fucking deserved it. I want to slap some motherfuckers. Are you shitting me? She literally actively asked about it. She actively wants to know what's going on. She wants to see if she can help him somehow. It's Chizuru's fault the housing market sucks. I just hope everything's settled on July 11th and Chizuru accepts her feelings. Kazuya just has to keep from messing things up until then. Things not changing, but Ruka doesn't inspire trust. Okay, first off, July 11th is bullshit. It's not happening. Second, it's not about Chizuru accepting her feelings. That's not the issue. That is not the issue. Chizuru already accepted her feelings. For the most part, she's accepted. She is at that point of love and she is ready to start a relationship with him. That is not the issue. It's Kazuya who needs to fucking accept his feelings. Chizuru is not the one having a hard time accepting her feelings. Chizuru just doesn't understand them. That's the issue. She just doesn't understand her fucking feelings. Okay? And Kazuya just needs to fucking talk to her. Kazuya is the one who's not accepting his feelings. Right? And Kazuya just has to keep from messing things up until then. What are you talking about? Dude, it's already a shit show. It's already exploded. We're just essentially trying to do damage control. It's already blown the fuck up. There's no not messing this up anymore in the future. The way you're describing this is not solving anything. The way you're describing this is not solving anything. Not even a little bit. No. You want to solve this issue? You have to have some serious self-reflection. Kazuya needs a massive reality check. That's how you solve this issue. He gets a wake-up call. Like an insane fucking reality check. Because he is off in La La Land. Minnie is telling him, put on this other mask and go off into fucking La La Land. No, everything's already blown the fuck up. July 11th will not resolve this. Let's play this out. Let's say we get to July 11th. Kazuya is going to feel so much fucking guilt. Let's say nothing happens and they get to July 11th. Kazuya is going to feel so much guilt. He's going to feel so fucking bad. Because he did all this work and it didn't matter. It's going to feel like it didn't matter. Right? He's going to done all this work. Maybe he doesn't even get any of the stuff. Like, let's say Kazuya gets to July 11th and he doesn't succeed on anything on his list. He's going to feel terrible. And then the guilt's going to come back. The guilt's not going away. Oh, no, it's going to keep haunting him. Whether he knows it or not, it is going to keep haunting him. It's not going to just go away just because Minnie absolved him of guilt. Right? Because what Kazuya is going to do now is not address Ruka. Minnie has seemingly told him to do that. Do not address Ruka, just wall her out. Ruka, who is in an incredibly malleable state right now, who will probably get really fucking pissed that he's going to wall her out. Like, what does Minnie say? Literally, your advice is not going to work. You're essentially saying we need to go back to normal. There is no more normal. Normal went out the fucking window. Where is it? If this happened 2 or 3 times, then things would have been different. The same thing. Let her in your room anymore. If this happened 2 to 3 times, then things would have been different. It did happen 3 times. Ruka kissed him on Kazuya's birthday. Ruka kissed him again in his own home before Hawaiians. And now Ruka nearly had sexual relations with him. And by sexual relations, I mean she assaulted him. It did happen 3 times. Huh. Weird little tidbit you guys didn't catch there. That it did happen 3 times. You need to be extra careful with Ruka-chan down the line now. Yeah, that's true. You have no choice but to make a concrete plan against Ruka-chan. Don't let Chizuru find out. And while being careful of these things, continue to better yourself as a man. What do you mean, don't let Chizuru find out? What do you mean, make a concrete plan against Ruka? What's your fucking goal here? What are you going to do? What exactly do you plan to do? You need to fucking sit down and talk to her. The fuck are you on about? And while being careful of these things, continue to better yourself as a man. Minnie, shut the fuck up. Minnie, shut the fuck up. This is plain idiocy. Oh my God. Man, she's so calm. By the way, July 11th is Ramen's Day. Guess what? Watch Ramen's Day be completely irrelevant to this. Right? And yes, I also thought of Chizuru saying she wanted ramen after the Tiger's Den. Right? But it'd be really funny if Ramen's Day is like completely irrelevant to this. That'd be hilarious, right? Chizuru just picked a day, right? Chizuru just picked a fucking day. That'd be so funny. Oh, look. Hey, look, it's almost I was right. I don't feel any less guilty. It's like Minnie didn't do shit. It's like Minnie didn't absolve Kazuya of any guilt whatsoever. Right? It's like she gave him the facade of absolving his guilt. She told him his guilt is absolved. It didn't actually fucking get rid of it. I don't feel any less guilty. It's because you didn't talk to Chizuru. You didn't figure this out. You're not actually understanding any of what you just experienced. You let someone else tell you what it means. I know Yomori-san said all that, but Mizuhara is trying to take me seriously and let this happen now of all times. And God, Minnie's face here. Oh my God, Minnie's face here. Minnie's face here, dude. Oh. She looks like a stupid smiley face. Ugh. It'll be fine. Now you can be more prepared when Chizuru's-san's turn. This exact dialogue Minnie says here, it's the same thing Ruka says. When Ruka first kisses Kazuya on his birthday, she's like, oh, well, now you can kiss again in the future. Not realizing what she just did. Ha 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 ha, she's teasing me. Still, I'm so surprised about Iamori-san. She didn't get mad. I thought for sure she'd be sick of me. I'm so grateful, but she's still supporting me even after what happened. He's so stuck in this need to be validated by other people. He's so trapped in that. He cares so much that Iamori will keep supporting him. And what's interesting about that is that he understands how Chizuru feels. That she's really scared Kazuya is gonna hate her. For the things that happened in Hawaiians. For what she did in the 3-month time skip. She's really fucking scared of that. Never even thinks about it. Now he's being made to feel exactly as she felt. And she tried to make it into something positive. Except what Kazuya is experiencing with Minnie is bullshit. If I look at it that way, it's just like she says, I can't keep dwelling on the past. No matter how much of a dumb idiot I am, I can't give up on Mizuhara. And I think a huge part of this is Kazuya calling her Mizuhara. That's gonna get resolved. That by the end of this arc, I think that's gonna get resolved. Kazuya continuing to call her Mizuhara is the big part of this. It is literally the face of the mask. He is still calling her by her fucking rental name. He still is not calling her Chizuru. Yes, I've defended that in the past, but now I've come to the realization, oh, okay, it's literally the face of the problem. I understand now. I defended it in the past. It is absolutely the face of the problem now. Right? Maybe before it wasn't necessarily. Now it absolutely fucking is. Maybe before it wasn't. Now it absolutely fucking is. I just have to keep trying to be a better man. You don't know what that means. You don't even know what that means. Besides, I'm kind of thirsty after all that salty food. But we have, buy me something to drink. Why me? Right? Buy me something to drink. Get me something. As if you owe me. Hey, Kazuya, you owe me something. For what I just did for you. Oh, look, a vending machine is right there. Fine, I guess. I'll have the jasmine tea. Sure. Here. Thank you. Bonks him on the head. Bad boy. So she acknowledges what he did was... She absolves him of guilt, tells him it's not his fault, and then bonks him in the head saying he did something wrong with something he bought her. He bought her the thing to bonk him on the head with. I'm a little off, but one word, Minnie is not bad. That is not one word. That is 3 words that you strung together and put a hashtag over. And no, you're wrong. Minnie is pretty fucking terrible. She's being a horrible friend. She's being a horrible friend. She bought him, she literally has him buy her a drink and then bonks him on the head for it and tells him bad boy, when earlier she was saying he wasn't a bad person and he didn't do anything wrong. She's framing it like he cheated and she's absolving him of guilt. This is not a good thing. This is cute. It is not a good thing. Yes, this is adorable. Do not get me wrong. It is cute. It is not a good thing. No. Mm-mm. There's a little deeper meaning to this. I can't quite put it on my head. Like, I can't fully explain why her making him buy a drink and then bonking him with the drink and then calling him bad boy for that is important. Because I feel like it's a good analogy for the issues that they're currently going through, or for what Minnie has done. I feel like it's a good analogy for what Minnie has done, where she unintentionally put him in this exact situation in what she did. He goes to her for help. She makes him buy something and then hits him with it as if it was his fault, when she's the one who made him buy the thing in the first place. Minnie makes him buy the thing. She makes him do this thing first so she can hit him with it. Literally like Ruka. Literally like Ruka. God, I feel like damn it, I still feel like I'm off a little bit. And now I'm hungry. I'm getting irritated. Okay, plot twist. Minnie was just thirsty and did what she did to get the drink. No, she did that specifically to bonk him on the head, because you see her toss it later. She's not drinking it. Yeah, she specifically did that to bonk him on the head. That was why she did that. The last chapters are screaming that Kazuya is terrified of being hated, right? So maybe this new plan to keep Ruka in check will actually be the thing that ends up making her hate him somehow. Yeah, it's possible. Ruka won't ever hate him, but she'll be very upset. Are you talking about Chizuru hating him? So the biggest thing is I could absolutely see Kazuya getting slapped by the end of this. I could absolutely see, like, whenever a confrontation ultimately happens, I could absolutely see Kazuya getting fucking slapped after this. Kazuya's getting slapped, okay? Kazuya's absolutely getting his shit fucking rocked soon. I don't know when, but he is absolutely going to get slapped. Probably by Chizuru or by Ruka. I don't know which. Let's see. The fact that Kazuya still calls Chizuru Mizuhara is kind of weird, and he knows it's weird. But it's hard for him to break a habit. The thing, though, is that before it was just kind of a habit, now it's more emblematic of the problem, right? Initially, it was just kind of a habit. It wasn't like too massive of a deal. Now it's like actually genuinely emblematic of the issue. He loves Ichinose, but for some reason he's trying to appeal to Mizuhara. No, it's just my observation. No, not quite accurate. Not quite accurate. So this is the issue. He doesn't love Ichinose. He loves Chizuru. Ichinose and Mizuhara are both parts of Chizuru. You're misunderstanding who Mizuhara is. Mizuhara is merely Chizuru's mask. She is merely the mask and her window. Kazuya learned about Ichinose through Mizuhara. Therefore, Mizuhara is just as much part of her as Ichinose is. This is the fundamental issue, and this is, by the way, where did that dialogue come from? Speaking of which, where did that dialogue come from? Before anyone else responds, where did that dialogue come from? Dang it, where is it? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Manga, Kanojo, Okarishimasu. Whoop. You should have shouted, I love Chizuru Ichinose, your very soul. Minnie said that. That wouldn't have worked. You want to know why that wouldn't have worked? Chizuru asks him, maybe you love Chizuru Mizuhara. Kazuya says, I love Chizuru Ichinose. Okay. Who's Chizuru Ichinose? Kazuya describes a part of Chizuru he believes to be Ichinose. Well, that's not the full me. I've only shown you parts of me. It's almost like, can you for sure say you know who Ichinose is? Do you want to know why that wouldn't work? When Chizuru was telling Kazuya this, she was losing her character. She didn't know who she was. She couldn't differentiate between Mizuhara and Ichinose. What Chizuru came to realize later is that Mizuhara is just as much a part of her as Ichinose is. They are one and the same. Your mistake, your misunderstanding is that you think these are two separate entities that Kazuya is in love with Chizunose, but he's appealing to Mizuhara. But Mizuhara is still Chizuru. In fact, Mizuhara was as great as ever today. She may be off work, but her smile, her look, her laughter, they all feel as cute as ever. It's almost as if there's no one in this world who could hate this girl. Minnie, bet. Mommy, bet. I see now. I was wrong back then. She's actually closer to when she's a rental. She's never affects a personality. A gentleness that's always crops up no matter who she's talking to, a brightness that never lets the mood turn sour, and a strong heart which does not easily get carried with the flow. Even now, I wonder if she isn't playing the role of the perfect girlfriend. But weirdly, I feel certain. This is her true nature. This is the real Mizuhara. If I think back, that's how she's always been. She's always been straightforward from the very start. She's always said what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. But she'd never push things on me or bring up things from the past. She was always thoughtful, modest, respectful of other people, always hard on herself and kind to others. She was never putting on an act. She has always been this way. But it's not like I've shown you the real me all the way through. There are still parts of me that are make-believe. I love you. I love you so goddamn much. What that was telling you, okay, the misunderstanding of what Mizuhara is that you think Mizuhara is a mirror. What do I mean by that? When someone puts up an act, when someone presents themselves a certain way, they are essentially presenting you a mirror, a reflection of yourself through this act. They're essentially showing you what you want to see. What people fundamentally misunderstand about great art, good art, and that of course absolutely applies to acting, is that, and I think that's applicable to anything really. I think any art, so not even just good art, any art, it doesn't matter. Any art, whether you realize it or not, any acting, whether you realize it or not, is not merely a mirror. It is a window. Case in point, Minnie. Minnie is purely just a mirror right now. But in purely being just a mirror, you can understand so much more about her character. That is Chizuru too. But Chizuru is more real. What do I mean by this? Chizuru is not merely a mirror, she's showing her real self in Mizuhara. You've always known who she is. She's always shown you who she is. You always knew who she was. Yes, Kazuya is closer to her than other people. She's shown him things she hasn't shown other people, and that explains and is defined by Mizuhara. Mizuhara is just as much a part of Chizuru as Ichinose. And how do I say Ichinose does not define Chizuru? Simple. Are you defined by your birth? Are you defined by who your family is? Are you? Or are you your own person? There's 2 more pieces of evidence I'd like to show to prove my point. But for now, let me pull up. Chapter 346. Kazuya realizes he's been calling her Mizuhara the whole time. He freaks out, gets worried, and he remembers something. What should I call her? Ichinose-san, Chizuru-san, maybe the honorifics make it too formal. She did say that friends from her play call her Chi-chan. Chizuru-chan. Damn it, I want to call her Chizuru-chan too. He doesn't want to call her Ichinose. He doesn't want to call her anything else. He wants to call her Chizuru-chan. What does he do? He chooses Ichinose because it's safer. It's easier to call her Ichinose. He can't do it, and he says Mizuhara. Okay? Now there's another point. Chizuru's job. When people judge Chizuru for her job, they judge her, they're not judging her for who she is, they're judging her for how they perceive the job. So it's just the possibility that the job could have these negative elements that you don't like. It has nothing to do with the person. In reality, you must see the true nature of the job, as well as recognize that the job is not necessarily always defined by what it is, but by the person who is working it. You cannot go and say, just because this person works this particular job, that they are pure evil, or they're doing this, or they're doing that. That is not how it works. And I wrote a thing for that. Let me pull it up. I've been writing in the background. I wrote like a pretty good thing. After this, I'm gonna take a small break. I need to use the restroom and eat something. Rent a Girlfriend is a story about learning how to love in a time where love is commoditized and treated like an act, amidst a society that has become diluted by the internet and social media and forgotten how to connect to others. People look at Rent a Girlfriend and see tropes. Things they have seen many times before, things that they think they understand. You know, the no communication that drags the story out till they confess and the romance manga ends. Or the super dense character that can't tell the obvious in front of them. How about the second girl in the story who we all know isn't going to win? Or how about the big harem anime where all the girls like the guy that the viewers find boring? Well, that's the thing. These tropes merely lure you into a false sense of security. And unfortunately, with many manga these days, people see tropes and cling to them. Because the trope exists, the story is mediocre, and that's all that's going to happen. You become sure that's what's going on. Seriously, watch any of the hate videos around this series and see how they are dead sure they are right, and the trope that they are familiar with confirms that for them. This is one of the reasons the infamous Hawaiians arc is so hated, because it's seemingly filled to the brim with all this stuff, and people just get mad. And the nature of the romance genre and how the internet has become so reactionarily merely fuels the intense visceral distaste people feel. But for those exact reasons, we are blind to this story. How you understand romance manga and anime is blinding you, because all you're seeing is everything you have seen before. Even if you haven't seen romance anime, you'll latch onto certain perceptions. For example, how Kazuya acts will appear like cuck behavior. You think he's a pathetic loser who has no redeeming qualities. Many people judge Mami as purely evil due to her actions, and a crazy amount of people perceive Chizuru as a gold digger simply for the job that she works. Heck, speaking of that, The title alone makes people think of prostitutes and invokes judgment upon Kazuya for renting Chizuru, and Chizuru for even working the job, only to introduce their double standards and be like, "Oh, I don't hate Chizuru for working that job, but Kazuya is stupid for wasting his money on her." It's a passive-aggressive judgment where they say they don't judge Chizuru's job, yet they actually do by judging Kazuya for even participating in it. As if there is something wrong with as if there's something wrong with a man paying a woman for a service, specifically because that service does not match what they understand as service. It's a very common hypocrisy people do not recognize because they do not see the correlation. They think you spend your money they think that you should spend your money on better things. But that's only because you perceive that as better and that you think you know what is better for you. But if a person knows what they want, who are you to judge? So in reality, they think it's better not because it actually is. You can spend money on a game console, but what if you don't like games? You could get a car, but what if you don't? You could get a car, but what if you don't live in the United States and don't really need one since you have access to trains or rental cars? In a sense, these exact suggestions are just as much of a waste of money as you perceiving that paying someone to talk with you and hang out with you is, all because you perceive it as fake, because they are acting. But that's the thing. People think when someone is acting, it is merely a mirror. That there is no person there, that there is no person there that you're actually talking to, merely because money was introduced into the picture, and they aren't being their real self. It's a similar argument that people make about VTubers when they've never interacted with them. Like the VTuber is nothing without their avatar. But that's not true. Acting is both a mirror and a window, just as art is. The VTuber of the avatar is only what it is because the VTuber is who they are. And using the possible negative results to justify your hatred of something is not a good way to go about judging its quality. This is true of anything, even people. When people see rental as purely an act and not real, they don't get it. If you read the story even a little bit, you'd notice how Kazuya sees the real Chizuru merely because of what she chooses to do while acting. You can even, like in chapter 1. Later in the series, you realize Chizuru is a literal actress and that rental not only helps her practice. Later in the series, you realize Chizuru is Later in the series, you realize Chizuru is a literal actress and that rental not only helps her practice, makes her money, but also lets her help people. You see Chizuru do a kids play where she plays a rental ranger. You see Chizuru do a kids play where she plays a rental ranger. And what's interesting about that is how the enemies she is fighting have the sign for yen and the dollar on their head, the currency of Japan and the United States respectively. As if money is the enemy of a rental girlfriend. Like money can corrupt and stop people from truly connecting. It is the real enemy of love, and rental tries to fight despite money being a core part It is the real enemy of love that rental tries to fight despite money being a core part of their service. It is an intentional paradox to help people find love and support without dropping lots of money, but rather help them heal and find love, even if all they can offer is nothing more than a band-aid. Which were Chizuru's exact words when she went on a rental date with Kazuya's friend, who started distrusting women. She helped him, and she told him the best she can do is give a band-aid, but at least she's just trying to help. Ironically, because of a rental girlfriend who betrayed him, and ironically, this all happened to Kazuya's friend Kuri because of a rental girlfriend who betrayed his feelings and trust in her selfishness. Chizuru helped him not give up. It spoke to who Chizuru is and what she is always trying to do. Help people walk on their own 2 feet. Whether that represents rental girlfriends or not is just a whole other matter. It is the individual, not the job. In judging someone purely on the job, you have let your bias and ignorance blind you, and that's the point of that play, to represent what rental tries to be, but also its paradox, and rather to show how Chizuru the true meaning of it is to show who Chizuru really is. That this is about her, not rental. In fact, this was the point of that scene. Kazuya wanted to know what to get Chizuru for her birthday, and Sumi, a rental girlfriend, took him to a kids show to show him who Chizuru really is, to inspire him. The play doesn't merely represent rental, but what rental means to Chizuru, what the act means to both her and Sumi, what she tries to do to inspire others to and what she tries to do and what she tries to inspire others to do. It represents both her feelings as well as Sumi's. While at the same time, judging the job for merely existing is not as different from judging a person simply for working a job. It goes both ways. We can't simply say the job is bad. It exists for a reason, both positive and maybe even negative. But if we purely judge it on the possibility that a negative might occur, then we are no better than judging a person for simply making a bad choice. This is why Rental Rangers fights the money goons. It is an infinite struggle. Money is a core part of rental, just as rental is a core part of money. Both coexist, but cannot be purely defined by one or the other. Similar to a relationship. Money is fundamental to a relationship, but you cannot define a relationship with money, nor can you define money with a relationship. The Rangers need an enemy to fight, just as rental needs money, but must fight it in its but just as rental needs money, but must fight its influence. That entire play is a representation of love as well as who Chizuru is. It represents what rental means. Rental, in some ways, perfectly represents love. Why? Because rental is just like love. When it is influenced by money, it is no longer about what it's intended to be. When it's just purely about rental and not about money anymore, it doesn't work anymore, you know? It's not really rental anymore. It doesn't do the job anymore. Love is the same way. When love is purely just about money, it doesn't work anymore. When love removes money from the picture, a necessary aspect to make love work, especially in our modern society, it no longer works. It is yin and yang. And guess what? Guess what? Okay, we're going to go back one. Kazuya and Chizuru. Go to a hot pot place, specifically Chinese hot pot, which looks like yin and yang. And what is Chizuru trying to do? Trying to find the difference between real love and rental. And what is the way she tries to do that? She tries to remove money from the picture. In removing money from the picture, it is no longer rental. Because it is no longer rental, she can see it for what it is. In disrupting the balance, you find the true balance. I can see Kazuya calling Chizuru in her last name of the manga. I love you, Chizuru Ichinose. I kind of don't want that to be the ending. I kind of don't want that to be the ending. Like, I can understand why you would think that, but I feel like that should happen sooner. Let's see. It'd be interesting if Sumi slapped him. I don't think she would. That would be interesting, too. That would be interesting, too. Sumi who can see past the mask. Damn, you wrote a whole lot. That is... Let me see how many pages that was. That is 2 pages out of 15. 2 pages out of 15. A whole lot doesn't even begin to cover it, buddy. I write a lot, okay? I write a lot. I have a lot of feelings. I wrote that when I was really in the zone. I wrote that when I was incredibly in the zone, and I wanted to lay out my feelings really, really well, you know? And I think that is incredibly relevant here. You know, I think that's incredibly relevant here. That's why I read it for you guys. Um, let's see. Why is everything go? Why is everything he does go to Mini now? Is that what you were asking? Let's see. Okay, I see it now. It's more complex than just that one's a mask and that one's the real one. Yeah, the mask is a part of who you are. Sayuri describes it perfectly. We were remember the thing we were reading yesterday. Sayuri describes it perfectly. Every single person wears a mask, but if you can pass on one precious truth, that's what I believe acting is. That is the truth of acting, the single precious truth. Life is the same way. All right, I wrote a thing for that. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, let's see. Japanese fan responded. This is the preview for next week's magazine. Did Crumpy say anything? Okay, Kazuya is currently trying to get his driver's license. So this is from that. This is from this. However, when he goes to the driving school, he found mommy. What are mommy's true motives? Wait, is this the preview for next chapter? Are you sure they are? These sound like the chapter 400. Wait, this seems like the description for chapter 400. Why are people saying it's for next week? This is literally the description for chapter 400. Kazuya is currently trying to get his driver's license. However, when he goes to the driving school, he found mommy. What are mommy's true motives? This doesn't sound like the description for this chapter. That's weird. Isn't that a description for the new volume? I don't know where it's from. People were saying one sec. Do I still have it? I don't know if I still have it. Damn it. Shit. I don't pay for the magazine anymore. So I can't like pull it up. I used to pay for the magazine so I could like just look at that, but I don't know where this is from. It does sound like the description for the volume, which makes a little more sense. Okay. Where is it? Okay, I'll just go to my profile first. I'm gonna just read one quick part. where Kazuya and Minnie bastardize what acting is to Chizuru. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. This whole scene is fun. So when Minnie is acting with Kazuya, this whole scene is fundamentally antithetical to who Chizuru is. Someone who is taught the importance of the precious truths. Someone who is taught the importance of precious truths and how acting is not just about lying, but rather about passing on one truth among the 99 lies we tell. Not to lie for a living, but live our single truth. Okay, not to lie for a living, but live our single truth. That is Chizuru in a nutshell. I feel like Kazuya will call Chizuru by her name when they are doing the deed, but he says it in his head instead of out loud. I feel like he would actually start saying Chizuru by that point. Like actually out loud. He wouldn't just say it in his head. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with the Japanese thing. Let's go to this. I'm gonna move that to the side for now. Or actually, wait, I can just leave that, go here. Okay. I like how we've just been avoiding Reddit this whole fucking time. I like how we've just been avoiding Reddit this whole fucking time. It's a plague. I don't want to be near it, bro. The evils of Reddit. Let's see. What do we have here? This week is as reliably scummy as ever. It's not I'm seriously hating on virgins. Don't go blaming virgins for it. It's your fault, dude. You're getting all red-faced after getting chewed out by Yamori-san. Huh? You got any intention of reflecting on this at all? At this point, it's turned into manga where we just enjoy the protagonist's scummy antics, lol. I want an ending like prison school. What the fuck? I feel like their need to like have some sort of like validation that the character's addressing these emotions is completely like overshadowed by their frustration that and fueled by it that they're just like fuck this manga. I want this like fucking prison school. It's so bad it's funny. It's so bad it's funny. It's so genuinely bad. It's fucking hilarious. I love it. And they don't see how Minnie is like part of the problem. You know, they don't see how Minnie's part of the fucking problem. That's really, really funny, actually. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab me some food, use the bathroom, all that fun stuff, and then I'll come back. We'll read through Reddit. And then I think I might call it after so I can edit this video down and make it into a video. Speaking of which, thank you for the people who donated. You make my life a little easier. I appreciate it. You guys give me the fuel and the drive to do what needs to be done. Ugh, I need to. Okay. Wait. Before we do that, Kodansha. Before we do that, it's something I gotta check. Okay. Do you have Shonen Magazine's cover? Okay, manga. Okay, Shonen Magazine 1. Okay. What does it say for the Chizuru portion? So what I found was the cover for Shonen Magazine, which is what this is published on. And I sent it to Crumpy to hopefully see what it says. I used to read Hajime no Ippo. Actually, no, I used to watch Hajime no Ippo. I both like really liked it and thought it was really fucking stupid. Everybody loves to tout Hajime no Ippo as like the best fucking shonen ever, and I'm just like, bro, every fucking fight the dude destroys his body. What do you mean? What do you mean? Every fucking fight the dude like breaks his arm, shatters his fist, like gets a fucking concussion. I was just like, okay, you're making boxing seem really fucking stupid. Because boxing is about not doing that. And not pushing past your stupid limits where you shatter your fucking hand and can't ever use it again. Whereas, like, that's how Hajime no Ippo feels. Like, literally half the time it's just like, break your fucking arm harder, punch him so hard that he fucking dies. I'm just like, what the fuck? And understand, I watched, like, all of Hajime no Ippo. Like, I watched, like, all the seasons. It is very fun to watch. In my opinion, it is not handled well. As a boxing anime, I'm just like, bro, what the fuck? What the fuck? I feel like it absolutely romanticizes like the fucked up part of boxing, or like the shit they do with like Dragon Ball or like Naruto, where the character's like fucking dying and they're like, no, push past my limit, go above and beyond. It's like, no, we can't do that with real life boxing. Because that's not what it's supposed to be. That's why I like. That's why. Oh my, Haikyuu is okay for someone. Someone was asking me like what my favorite anime is. I think Haikyuu is up there. I think Haikyuu is like up there as one of my favorite animes because of the lessons that fucking manga teaches, which is like, no, take care of your body so that when you're actually in the matches, you can break your limits comfortably. So that you can push yourself, so you can reach those limits you want to reach comfortably. Not so you fucking kill yourself to do it. So you can never play again. Why would you do that? Why would you not want to do the sport again just to fucking win? That's stupid as hell. That's why Haikyuu's peak. I forgot. I can't believe I forgot all about Haikyuu. Haikyuu is peak as fuck. Honestly, I don't understand how people miss these details about Minnie separating Kazuya and Chizuru, but they agree with Minnie in blaming Chizuru for all these recent things. Because they believe it. Because they believe it. It is bias and ignorance. It is literally bias and ignorance. You want someone to blame. Just the other day, I was on Reddit and I saw someone blame Chizuru. Here, I'll pull it up. Just the other day, I responded to someone blaming Chizuru. Is it all Chizuru's fault? I know that Kazuya always apologizes to Chizuru for dragging it all out, and it's his fault, right? He's already pinning blame on Kazuya. But now that I think about it, in season 1, he did confess to Nagomi that they broke up, and it would have been over if but Chizuru walked in with a hot pot. So it's kind of Chizuru's fault that it all came this far, right? What is Kazuya apologizing so much? I responded, no, not really. From chapter 2, you are shown that when placed in the same position, Chizuru would make the same choices as Kazuya. Yes, Chizuru couldn't stick to her guns, but neither could Kazuya, because they both deeply loved and cared for their loved ones and their happiness. The description you're making loses the point. It's not about pinning blame, for they both continue things many times in the past when they should have ended. And that's the thematic point. That is love. To continue to make a choice again and again, not one you make once. For love is an active choice, even if it's a choice that someone else may view as wrong. Chizuru has made mistakes, but so has Kazuya. Many people cannot see right now. I was trying to say many people can't see Kazuya's mistakes right now. I'm not sure how far you are, so I won't assume, but both characters fuck up but try their best. Kazuya absolutely drags it out too, but also seeks to resolve things, exactly like Chizuru. They are parallels in different circumstances. So yeah, like again, everybody's like looking for blame and who to blame and whose fault it fucking is. And I think that's kind of missing the point, except for me, where I'm blaming Minnie because it totally is her fucking fault. I think maybe more accurately, people don't know how to direct the blame. You know, I think people just don't know how to direct their blame or how to address the mistakes people are making. I think when we focus on that kind of stuff, we tend to tunnel vision because everybody wants to blame Chizuru when Kazuya and Minnie are very much kind of low-key doing this to themselves. You know, like it's their fucking fault. Why is Kazuya not dating Chizuru? It's his fucking fault. He's the one who's like not addressing himself and his feelings. Minnie is at fault but doesn't realize it. Yeah, kind of. That's pretty much the issue. It's like Chizuru has seemingly resolved any of the mistakes she's done. She's taken responsibility for seemingly every single thing she's done. None of this is her fault. None of this is her. You can't blame Chizuru. You can't blame Ruka's actions on Chizuru. How is that in any way, shape, or form Chizuru's fucking fault? What Ruka chooses to do is not on Chizuru. Okay? You can't say, oh, if you were in a relationship, this wouldn't have happened. No, it would have. Yes, it fucking would have. That's an idiotic take to have. Yes, it fucking would have. Kazuya and Chizuru being in a relationship would not dissuade Ruka from doing things. Rather, if they were in a relationship and they talked it through and they figured it out, and Kazuya was honest with Chizuru about what was going on with Ruka, then maybe they could have somewhat resolved it. But Kazuya has not told Chizuru the full truth about Ruka. He thought Ruka would just magically go away if Kazuya and Chizuru started dating. She wouldn't. There's a very deep-seated trauma when it comes to Ruka. She wouldn't just magically go the fuck away just because you started dating Chizuru. That's not how it would work, right? Eventually, that issue would have come out. So it turns out Minnie is the one who is mistrust of men. I wonder what happens in her past. No, Minnie does not have a mistrust of men, nor does she have a mistrust of women. You know what Minnie has a mistrust of? And a slight one at that. Love. Why? Because Chizuru, who is actually in love, Minnie cannot see and distrusts. Kazuya, who's losing track of his love and is falling apart, Minnie trusts blindly and views as perfect. Minnie has a slight mistrust of love because when she doesn't understand things, she projects. With Kazuya, it's not even so much about love as it is admiration. She admires him a lot. She's a big admirer of Kazuya, and it blinds her. Minnie, you're told a lot of why Minnie does what she does without some deep backstory. There is something to her past, absolutely. But you're actually already somewhat explained a lot of Minnie's character just through what she does. She's a cosplayer, she's a YouTuber, literally shapeshifter. Minnie's entire thing is built around not showing her real self. So in turn, she cannot properly see others. Okay. Is it just me, or Kazuya is the one catching feelings for her? He knows she's good, reliable girl, and is on his side, and now this. It would be a flex if she is the final boss of Chizuru at the end. Minnie isn't the final boss. Minnie is the antagonist of this arc. Why is it everyone's fault but Ruka? Am I missing something? Oh, I love it. That's so good. I mean, yeah, but Chizuru let this happen. Was she in the room? Was she in the room? How could Chizuru have possibly... Chizuru does not know Ruka's been doing this shit. She had no fucking clue. She had no clue Ruka was doing this shit. And she was scared about that exact thing. Oh my God. Immaculate example. Give me a second. I have an immaculate example. I have a godlike example. pulled it up earlier, but it highlights my point perfectly. Chizuru in Hawaiians was terrified Kazuya and Ruka did something together. She was utterly scared of it. Okay? Hawaiians. She asks Kazuya, did you do it? He tells her no. Okay. Ruka and Kazuya have been dating for like a year or something at this point. And nothing has happened. And Kazuya has told Chizuru nothing has happened every single time. She trusts him. She doesn't think something happened. Kazuya has not shared with Chizuru that Ruka has kissed him. That Ruka has tried to initiate physical intimacy with him when he didn't want to. So how the fuck could Chizuru possibly know this was going to happen? How? How could she possibly know? Was she in the room? Right? It's Chizuru let this happen. Was she in the fucking room? How could she have possibly fucking known? Kazuya doesn't tell her shit. She asks about Ruka regularly. He doesn't tell her shit. It's almost like the issue is Kazuya doesn't tell Chizuru anything. It's not that Chizuru doesn't ask. She does. But he doesn't tell her anything. How can someone possibly know what you're going through and what you're thinking if you don't tell them? How? If you don't say anything, how could someone possibly fucking understand? You think they're goddamn mind readers? It's like Kazuya doesn't trust Chizuru. Gee, who could have seen that one coming? It's like Kazuya doesn't trust Chizuru. That is true. He doesn't trust her. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yes, Kazuya does not trust Chizuru. No. There's clear evidence of that. We've talked about this many times in the past. There is clear evidence Kazuya does not trust Chizuru. That is the truth. Chizuru trusts Kazuya. Kazuya doesn't trust her. Yeah. No, it's so fucking obvious that's the issue. Faye, I joined late, so I'm not sure. You already discussed this, but what are your thoughts on Minnie taking the Ruka news so calmly? Minnie is framed. Minnie is framed as though she is under control. She's taking this calmly. As though the reason she's framed as though she's taking this calmly is because it's meant to give you the idea that Minnie is under control. Is she actually taking this calmly? I ask you, is Minnie actually taking this calmly? Is Minnie taking this calmly? She fucking screamed this in the goddamn restaurant. Is Minnie actually taking this calmly? Or is that merely just a mask? Is she merely just putting on a mask of calm when she's not even a little bit calm? She's actually freaking the fuck out. It's like Minnie's actually freaking the fuck out. Oh, look. It's like Minnie's actually freaking the fuck out, and she's not actually calm. Rather, she gives Kazuya the impression that she's calm. She tells herself she's thinking about it, right? In reality, Minnie's not calm. Minnie's actually frustrated. And what does Minnie do when she's frustrated? She wants to pin the blame on someone. So who does she blame? The one person Kazuya doesn't want to blame. The person she's gotten very comfortable blaming. Chizuru. Minnie's not calm. Minnie is not calm. She merely looks calm. She's not calm. It clearly bothers her. Case in point. Right? Oh, Minnie's handling this really well. She still feels the need to bonk him on the head and tell him bad boy. So clearly, she's not taking it so well. She's not actually that calm.
She just convinced herself she's calm. She tricked herself into thinking she's calm. She's not calm. She's freaking the fuck out. This uproots everything she understands. Right? And she feels the need to blame someone for this, so she blames Chizuru. Because Chizuru is an easy target. Chizuru has looked bad for a while now. She's an easy target. It's so easy to blame Chizuru for things. Heck, go to any YouTuber. Heck, some of you in here were blaming Chizuru for a while. Chizuru is an easy target, right? And she's intentionally being framed as an easy target, specifically because of how people like Chizuru work a job that people stigmatize as prostitution and people hate sex work. So what do? They'll blame the sex workers for all their problems, right? It's our favorite fucking technique. Blame the sex worker for all their fucking problems, right? It must be the sex worker's fault, right? It's not like they're just working to get some fucking money, you know? It's not like every sex worker is the same fucking person, right? Let's just blame the sex worker just because they happen to work this fucking job. So Reiji intentionally playing into that by knowing people look at rental and they think prostitution, and then Chizuru being intentionally framed as an easy target despite being a very innocent and honest character, and then constantly Minnie keeps blaming her for things as a mirror to how Mommy used to blame Chizuru for everything. It's almost like Reiji's criticizing the audience's bias towards Chizuru and towards women working jobs you don't like. Shocking. Minnie has a good point, though. Mommy said the same thing. Kazuya's sexual issues are in part cause of Chizuru's inability to act. No. He has to voice his feelings. No, he has to voice his feelings. He has to tell her he feels these sexual desires. If he doesn't tell her, how could she possibly know? Chizuru blames herself for this exact thing. Chizuru thinks it's her fault Kazuya can't do anything. When it's not. If he just told her he feels the same sexual desire she does, they'd probably be fucking, they'd already literally be fucking already. I think it's not about her job. It's about the bullshit she's putting on until this point. No, it is about her job. It 100% is about her job. It has always been about her job. From the start. The bullshit that you're describing is merely a guise for that. It's merely a guise for the judgment people wish to pass on. Rather, there's a correlation between people judging others for their jobs and a correlation for someone being an easy target. Guess what? When you work a certain job people don't like, you become an easy target for stigma. It's almost like Chizuru is an easy target for Minnie. And it's easier to Minnie to blame Chizuru for this than to recognize how she had a part to play in this, how Ruka fucked up, how it had nothing to do with Chizuru, and how Chizuru stepped up the whole fucking time. It's almost like it's not Chizuru's fault. But she's intentionally being framed like it's her fault. Because she's an easy target. It's much easier to hit an easy target than it is to actually admit to something a lot harder. It is not Chizuru's fault. Chizuru has not done bullshit. Roman, you've been stuck on this shit for a while. I've been proving you wrong for the past God knows how many streams, and you always come back to this and you always double down to this, bro. We've been through this song and dance like 5 fucking times. You're looping like Minnie's looping. Kazuya is afraid Chizuru will turn into another mommy. Except, he's looking at mommy, he's not looking at Chizuru. If it's Chizuru's fault, why is Kazuya a bad boy? Hey, someone noticed something, right? If it's Chizuru's fault, why is Kazuya the bad boy? Isn't that weird? If it's Chizuru's fault, why bad boy to Kazuya? That's a little weird. Irony is Chizuru's the only one who doesn't judge Kazuya, and Kazuya admits it. Oh look, Kazuya literally admits it too. Hey, remember this chapter I was reading for you 2 fucking seconds ago? She'd never push things on other people. She'd never push things on me or bring up things from the past. She never judges me for the past. She never pushes anything on me. She doesn't blame me or judge me for anything. She was always thoughtful, modest, respectful of other people. Huh. Chizuru never blames Kazuya for fucking anything. Always hard on herself and kind to others. kind to even someone like Mommy, who's shown to herself to be kind of really shitty at times. She's even kind to that. She's even kind to that kind of person. And you fuckers want to blame her for shit. Reishi is ready to call the audience the fuck out for their horse shit. He is building this so he can kick you in the shin. He is literally building this so this man can kick you in the fucking shin. Minis is like Clayton. Looks easy to deal with, but shoots random shots that do a lot of damage sometimes. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Well, I shared the link on Discord. At the bottom of the page, there's what should be the preview for the next magazine. Okay, let me look at that. Did this person fucking post that? Okay, I'm banning this person. What the fuck? Okay, we're ban this person. Get the fuck out. Get out. And then ban. Okay, so they've been banned, and I'm gonna kick them. And then delete the message. Unfucking believable. Okay, where did you? Oh, you sent it to me personally. Where do I go? The bottom of the page? Oh. Translate page. Shonen Magazine issue 11 is scheduled to be released on Tuesday, February 10th. Okay, so this is the preview for. Okay. So this is the preview for it. All right. So I guess wait. Hold on. Hold on. Is this the preview for the mag? This might be for the volume. Something's weird. Hold on. Finally, the confession to Yamori about the incident between Kazi and Ruka. What will Yamori's reaction be? Okay. Image. Is this promoting the volume? Volume or the next chapter? Isn't 10th Tuesday? So understand Japan is ahead of us by a day. Japan is ahead of us by a day. So to them it's 10th, to us it might be the 9th. Let me see. Yeah. So it'd be yeah, so 10th Tuesday. 10th is Tuesday for us, yes. But for them it's a Wednesday. Remember, they're ahead of us by a day. It looks like it's coming out on Monday, not Tuesday like usual. Wait, what? Wait, what? So, Tuesday, February 10th. Wait, are we getting the chapter Monday? Wait. Are we getting the chapter fucking Monday? Wait, what the fuck? We better not get the chapter Monday. I swear to God, we better not get the chapter Monday. That is gonna fuck up my whole schedule. That will fuck up my whole schedule. Fuck. If we actually get it Monday, I might need to like call work or something. Oh jeez. What a mess. Oh, crap baskets. Are we sure it's coming out Monday? Like, I can totally see it. I'm not blind. I know it looks like it's coming out Monday. I'm just not sure. You know. Ugh. Crap baskets. Man, the fuck am I supposed to do? Maybe I can swap with someone. It is a Monday, so that I could just ask someone to take my shift. I'll see. Yeah, that could work. I could maybe make it work. Okay, I'm gonna go use the restroom and get some food and stuff. Well, let's figure out, like, while I'm away, can you guys like figure out if it's coming out Monday or if it's coming out Tuesday? I'll be back.
Okay, sorry for the wait. I went and ate something, used the restroom, changed my shirt. It's a nice, comfortable break. And I also came to the realization. I think what I think what this means is betrayal. Didn't I say that that Minnie would betray Kazuya in this chapter? You see her in a small, more minuscule way betray Kazuya's feelings. She gets him to buy her something, and she bunks him with it. In that sense, couldn't you, in simple terms, in a friendly way, describe this as betrayal? Am I or am I not right? Right? So is this right here not betrayal? This is a microcosm of the entire chapter and its bigger issue. That's what this is. This is a microcosm for the entire chapter because what did Minnie do? Minnie pushed Kazuya to open up to him. Minnie pushed Kazuya to open up to her. And then when he gave her what she wanted, she bonks his head with it. Like it's his fault. Literally, exactly like this thing, right? She made it worse. This is just a microcosm of the entire chapter. This little action is a microcosm of the entire chapter. It appears friendly, and yet it disguises a bigger issue. It appears friendly, like she's his girlfriend. It disguises a significantly bigger issue. That this isn't actually friendly. That this is a fucking problem. So guess what? Last chapter, when I was saying Minnie was going to betray Kazuya's feelings, guess what? She literally fucking did. Because what did Minnie do? Minnie told him to double down. Minnie asked him if he'd do it again, like he cheated or something. She shouted his feelings out to everyone around him. Is this or is this not betrayal? But the chapter frames it like she's on his side. That she didn't betray him. That she sided with him and listened to him and understood him. Suddenly it makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it? Isn't that weird? Okay, so let's see. Did we get any information through K-Manga? The 11th is a national holiday in Japan, so that's likely the reason. Okay. So it is probably releasing on the 10th. Okay, so it's probably releasing on the 10th. Shit. Okay. Well, I better make sure to ask for the day off. Shouldn't be so bad. I should ask for it. Is it wrong for me to think that Minnie ultimately controls Kazuya's actions now, becoming a better man, making him feel less guilty? She's the cover of the volume. No, you're absolutely fucking correct. She controls everything. She is literally the mask keeper. She literally decides Kazuya's actions for him. She decides whether he feels what he does, when he should do. He just follows her blindly. Literally, she just tells him, do these 3 things. This is what you have to do. And Kazuya's like, man, she's so calm. And he just follows her blindly. What are you seeing right here? Straight up, what is happening right here? Who's following who? And Minnie feels the need to take a jab at Kazuya. Right? Well, it'll be fine. Now you can be more prepared with Chizuru when Chizuru's son's turn. And she just laughs. Ha ha ha. I feel like this is an intentional jab. I wonder if this is an intentional jab. She's just throwing a jab at Kazuya. She's not aware of what she's saying, so she's throwing a jab at him. Because you see her smile here. And she just laughs it off, and she's teasing him, but she doesn't realize how this teasing is actually really hurtful. Right? That's pretty much Minnie in a nutshell. She's teasing him, and she doesn't see how this teasing is very hurtful.
Because it absolutely fucking is. Right? Because it's just teasing and she made him feel worse, and it's the same thing here. Right? What did Minnie do this entire chapter? Reinforce his guilt. She told him it was Chizuru's fault, then bonks him on the head and says, bad boy. She jokes about how he can do it when it's Chizuru's turn now, as if he already did something bad prior. Right? She deflects all the blame away from him, but then she asks him, are you going to do it again? As if Kazuya did Kazuya... This is actually the perfect issue with this. Do you feel like doing it again? As in, you're the one who took the action, not Ruka. Right? She's framing it as if Kazuya is the one who took the action. The entire chapter is framed around that. Even when she says it here, you had sex with Ruka-chan, as in he took the action. You had sex with Ruka-chan. Do you feel like doing it again? You need to do this. You can't tell Chizuru. Next time it happens, now you can be more prepared with Chizuru. And then finally, she bonks him on the head and she says, bad boy. Each of those pieces line up perfectly to show what Minnie is doing. She says it's not his fault. She pins the blame on Chizuru. And yet her actions to actively convey she believes it is his fault. Do you see the problem? She pins it on Chizuru, she doesn't pin it on Ruka, and yet she actively conveys it is Kazuya's fault. In so doing, what did Minnie do? As Kazuya says right here, I don't feel any less guilty. Right as he says, I don't feel any less guilty. Oh, well, here's the upside. When you have the thing happen to you, you can just, you're more prepared now. Thanks. That really helped me with my guilt. Minnie never considers how guilty he feels. Right? And does he mention that to her? I feel like he does. I felt so much guilt towards Mizuhara. And when he feels guilty towards Chizuru, she blames Chizuru. Oh, don't feel guilty towards Chizuru. It's Chizuru's fault. And Kazuya doesn't agree with her. What good is blaming Chizuru going to do for Kazuya's feelings? Right? What good is it? Oh my God, that's what she did. Minnie tries to absolve Kazuya of his guilt by blaming Chizuru. That's what she did. She tries to absolve Chizuru of her. She tries to absolve Kazuya of his guilt by blaming Chizuru. Instead of just addressing, hey, you don't need to feel guilty. Instead of recognizing how Ruka may have caused this, she instead goes and blames Chizuru, the person Kazuya feels guilty about. Which, what does it do? It adds more to his guilt because he thinks it's his fault. Right? What does Kazuya say in response? Mizuhara was just thinking really hard about it. It's not her fault. He's right. He's absolutely fucking right. She was just taking it really, really seriously. She was just taking it incredibly seriously. What Kazuya is conveying to her here, and what he doesn't tell her, by the way, she doesn't know about Umi. She doesn't know about Umi. Right? So what is Minnie's response when he says it's not Chizuru's fault? She gets bothered. Almost like she's jealous. It's almost like she's a little jealous. We're going in circles regarding this. It's getting us nowhere. Didn't they exchange contact info, right? Everything Minnie does is just purely damage control instead of actually addressing the issue. She's doing exactly what YouTubers do. What do YouTubers do? They don't acknowledge what they did, right? When you see a YouTuber do an apology video, do they apologize for what they did? Do they take any fucking responsibility for what they did? Do their actions convey any form of, this is my responsibility, I'm going to step up, I'm going to fix this? Most YouTubers don't, right? It's rare you get YouTubers with like real character, right? So what does she do? She literally just goes, okay, we're just gonna, well, Minnie is exactly, that's my point. Minnie is a YouTuber, exactly, that's my point. It's literally, yes, I know, I'm aware. That's my point, she's a YouTuber. No, what I'm trying to highlight to you is, what does Minnie do? She goes into damage control. She doesn't actually address the issue, right? Kazuya vents to her about his guilt and how much this guilt is eating away at him. Minnie just blames Chizuru for the guilt. And look at Kazuya's reaction. What? She's not mad at me, Yamori-san? That's all his takeaway is from this. Because Kazuya doesn't want to be blamed. Kazuya doesn't want to be blamed, so when Minnie deflects the blame away from him, he's like, she's not mad at me. That's all he takes away from it, because that's how victims act. That is literally how a victim feels. They're like, oh, are they mad at me? Do they hate me? I feel so guilty. The moment they realize the person is not feeling guilty about them, that's their whole takeaway. Oh, thank God they're not mad at me. But then she keeps blaming Chizuru, and Kazuya doesn't like it. He doesn't agree. Because it's not true. Why the fuck is it Chizuru's fault? Right? So what Regi's highlighting to you is Minnie is actually blaming him, and then also blaming Chizuru. Which, in reality, I think what this is actually showing, is that Minnie reflects the frustrations the readers feel with Kazuya and Chizuru. That's, I think, what Minnie reflects. A lot of readers are both frustrated with Kazuya and with Chizuru. And with Kazuya, Minnie vents out her frustration passively. Right? With Kazuya, because she feels bad for Kazuya. He's been through so much. He's been so hurt. Oh, poor baby Kazuya. He's such a beautiful child. So what does Minnie do? Minnie passively criticizes him. Passively criticizes him. Chizuru very actively criticizes her. Why is Ruka not getting the blame? Because Ruka doesn't matter in the picture. Ruka is just the side girl. Yeah, do you see the problem? Ruka does not matter to Minnie's picture. She's irrelevant. Her feelings are irrelevant. She doesn't matter. She's just the side character. Don't most readers think like this? Ruka is just the side character. Just get the fuck out. Get out of here. This isn't your story. So Ruka does not matter, both in blame and both in the story, and how Minnie acknowledges her. Who's going to inform Kazuya about Minnie? I don't think anybody really will, but I think Kazuya is going to need his own awakening, and then once he has like his awakening moment, he's going to interact with Minnie and realize how all of it is gibberish. I think that feels a little more fitting, but I could be wrong. That's just my interpretation. But literally, like what's happening here, you don't recognize what Minnie's doing. Because her mask is so good. She's framing her... Minnie is intentionally framed like a positive support in this chapter. She's intentionally framed this way. But that's the thing. People rarely acknowledge when a writer intentionally frames something a certain way to misdirect your attention from what it actually is. He's intentionally framing it this way but then also intentionally highlighting to you, hey, this doesn't add up. Like one of the tells for me is this. And this is what happens when you reject someone. So it's on fucking Chizuru, man. And Kazuya's just like, what? Like, look at Kazuya's face. What? What the fuck? But Chizuru knows what Minnie is doing. Not completely. No. She just knows Minnie is noisy. Chizuru doesn't know what Minnie is doing. Chizuru just knows Minnie is very noisy. She's very snooping. She snoops a lot. She's very invasive. But Chizuru doesn't know Minnie's saying this horrible shit about her. Like, because Chizuru believes some of the things Minnie was saying. Chizuru thinks she's the bad person in this picture. You know? And Chizuru, like, seemingly embraces that role to get Minnie off of her. Let's see. Sumi's going to save the day and get Kazuya to speak to Chizuru about Ruka. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the build-up. That's seemingly the build-up. It seems like, so according to Crumpy, it seems to be the next chapter because the upper right says preview for the next issue. So it seems like this might be for next chapter. Mommy might come back. And it feels fitting to bring Mommy back first because Mommy is unaddressed issues. Like, literally, the entirety of Mommy's character has singled down to a very specific point. Mommy represents Kazuya's unaddressed issues. So Mommy coming back, only to be followed as a reminder to Kazuya that he's not addressing issues, right? only to be followed by Sumi, the addresser of actual fucking problems, feels incredibly fitting. Many seemingly absolved Kazuya of his issues, but they're still there. You know, he's just more frustrated now, so he's gonna try to focus on improving himself, right? Then Mami's gonna be a reminder to him of his unaddressed issues, which will then trigger Sumi, and Sumi is gonna seemingly get into that. Another illusion created by Minnie for Kazuya instead of showing him a clear path. The issue with Minnie is that she's trying to pave a path for him. You can't pave a path for anyone but yourself. That's not how it works. Look, even I've said this before, even with therapy, in a sense just teaches you how to pave your own path. When a friend gives you advice, they're not paving the path for you. They're just giving you advice on how to do it yourself. No one can pave your path for you. Not a single human being can do that. Even the stupid rich people who run our world will try to pave the path for you. Those people, they try to take your path away from you. I think that's a little different. They're literally robbing you of autonomy. Rich people literally rob us of autonomy. That's different. But Minnie is literally paving Kazuya's path for him. And it's not working. You can't pave someone else's path. It doesn't work. Eventually, it's just going to crash. Anyways. Minnie is the master from the beginning of the story because Minnie always gives advice to Kazuya, and it doesn't matter what advice is wrong or right because Kazuya never thinks about it. Kazuya used to think about it. He doesn't anymore. But yes, Minnie is the master. She calls him master, but she is the master. Kazuya is not a disciple, he is a slave. There's a difference. Kazuya is not Minnie's disciple, he is her slave. Because Minnie does not know how to lead and help others. She is not a master of anything because Minnie has never had a relationship, whereas Kazuya has. If anything, he should be the master, and yet he acts as the slave. Sorry, my glasses are kind of dirty. It's bugging me. What the hell? Seems better. Okay. I saw a comment on Reddit about Minnie being the final boss, and I couldn't agree more. Chizuru, instead of worrying about Ruka or more other girls, should worry about Minnie, the girl that is the real threat here. Minnie is the one who actually can snatch him from her. No, it's not about stealing. It's not about stealing. I think you've misinterpreted this. It's not about stealing. It's about sabotage. In particular, it's not about Minnie stealing Kazuya away. It's the fact that Minnie is presenting herself as their friend when she is their enemy. And she doesn't even know it. And yes, Minnie is trying to go after Kazuya, but it would never work. The only way it could work is if somehow she makes Chizuru not work out. She destroys their relationship. Which is in some ways where we are heading, but not in the way that you imagine. Because Kazuya and Chizuru's bond is stronger than all the lies that they have told. It is their precious truth. And so it will persevere. This is what Reiji has written from the start. Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship, even when they lose themselves, even when they don't know who the fuck they are, even when they become slaves to others, their relationship is stronger than that. And it will persevere. That what Reiji is writing is love. What Reiji is writing is love. Minnie can't steal him away. Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship is much stronger than that. It will persevere. It will get through it, no matter fucking what. Because they've built a real bond. Yeah, Kazuya lost who he is. Abso-fucking-lutely. He lost who he is. But the relationship, what they built, is not gone. And it won't be gone. And it won't disappear. And that connection, that's what's going to persevere. That's what's going to get them through this. The connection they've built that have reached and connected to other people. Again, this is a story about real bonds and real connections, not just diluted ones like Minnie. Because Minnie's bond with Kazuya is fictional and diluted, it won't hold against something that's real. Thematically, that's incredibly in line with what Wonder Girlfriend has been. Thematically, that's incredibly in line with Sumi's return, a character who works a fictional job but represents something real. It's almost as though she's running away from her own feelings, and doing so, it's sabotaging Kazuya at every single turn. Exactly. My question, Johan, why Minnie helping Kazuya? She already knows she doesn't get anything in return. Who is he for her? Who is he for her? Friend, master, or so-called future boyfriend? What is her intentions? Kazuya represents a dream. To Minnie, Kazuya represents a dream. The problem with Minnie is the same exact problem Kibe had. Kibe couldn't get something for himself, so he put that dream on Kazuya. Kazuya needs to succeed, because if Kazuya succeeds, it means Kibe's dreams can come true. Kibe learned the hard way that that's not how this fucking works. That he was pinning so much on his friend and idolizing him, and in his admiration, he actually also sabotaged him. In some ways, Minnie is a criticism of that. Minnie, unlike Kibe, is not very critical of Kazuya. She's actually framed as very supportive, very helpful, a good friend. Except, what she's doing is arguably worse than Kibe. Because in her blind admiration of him, she is actively sabotaging him. She's admired him so much, she supported his efforts so much, that she's lost what their relationship is even supposed to be. Your confusion perfectly captures this issue. We don't know what Kazuya is to Minnie because she doesn't. She doesn't know what Kazuya is to her. Is he her friend, her master, her future boyfriend? When she's talking about Chizuru, I heard that Chizuru-san was the one who told you to date Ruka-chan. She let you be lovers with an incredibly beautiful girl for almost 2 years. There's no way she didn't know this kind of thing could happen. You've told her about how you feel. She said she's had every chance to stop this. Stuff like this. If you two were already together, it very likely would have happened. It's fair to say that Chizuru-san brought this tragedy to herself. I mean, she left a good man like you on the loose. What is Minnie saying here? She's echoing her exact words that she told Chizuru when she was yelling at her. She frames Kazuya like a good man, like he's a worthy man, like she can date him herself. She should be a little worried. She wants Chizuru to be worried because to Minnie, Chizuru appears like she's not worried at all. She doesn't like she doesn't like this skip. She doesn't like this time skip because she thinks Chizuru isn't worried. She's taking this for granted. She absolutely fucking isn't. She's not stupid. She's not taking this for granted. But Minnie is sure this is what's going on. So she gets annoyed at Chizuru and wants Chizuru to get scared. She wants to scare Chizuru. Huh. That's pretty superficial. Why do you want to scare Chizuru? You want to reward Kazuya? Do you have feelings for Kazuya? Is it because Kazuya is your friend and Chizuru isn't? Which is it? You don't know. Because Minnie refuses to define it. She doesn't want to define it. It is easier not to. It is significantly easier not to define it. And so the ambiguity continues. This brings Minnie's other side of the picture. Minnie is what you think Chizuru is. For the longest part of the story, a lot of people are very convinced Chizuru kept her relationship with Kazuya ambiguous on purpose because it's easier to not define it. This is a long-running trend of rhetoric that people genuinely believe about Chizuru. It's not true. It is not true. It is bullshit. Chizuru has tried many times to define the relationship. She's hesitated, absolutely. She's definitely hesitated in the past. Fucking absolutely. Totally true. But she's also tried to define it as well, just as Kazuya has. They've both hesitated, they've both had their moments, but they've both tried to define it. Who tried to stop them from defining it? Mami. Ruka. And now Minnie is paralleling what you believe Chizuru looks like. She doesn't define the relationship. It's easier not to. It's almost like Minnie floats between a friend and a girlfriend. And you don't know which is which. And that flotation between gets in your head. It always leaves just that little bit of doubt. Oh, Kazuya was hanging out with Minnie in Joypolis before Chizuru. Well, Minnie's just a friend. Why should I feel why should I feel that insecure about it? Right? Why should I feel insecure about that? I'm so stupid for feeling this way. Right? I'm so fucking stupid for feeling this way. Have you seen Minnie-chan? She didn't come home last night. She's probably at a friend's place. That's what she said yesterday. Yesterday? Yeah, we ate together yesterday. I stayed at night at a friend's place. Sorry about the charger. You look like you had fun. I heard that you ate with him yesterday. Do you guys talk about anything? This is so stupid. I shouldn't be jealous of that. What's wrong with me for being jealous of a friend? You've been here before, right? With Ruka-chan. What? I won't get mad about that. I know it was my job, but I've been here many times with other guys. It's only natural considering you were kind of a couple in Tokyo for a year and a half. What? No. Hiding it only makes it more suspicious, you know. Wait a second. Does this make me some douche who used his temporary girlfriend to rehearse the real date? I've just got to tell her. No, I actually came here to rehearse last week. I just said you didn't have to lie. No, that's the truth. I had Yamori-san with me, and you can ask her if you want. Yamori-san was with him. Besides, it's not the same. Yours was because of your job. Oh. I see. Sorry. Sorry. She believed me so easily. That's a big difference from before. Chizuru used to doubt him a little bit back then. But are you really okay? Are you okay? Of course I intend to quit being a rental girlfriend, but you always say stuff like that. I won't be able to stand it if you're the one to take the brunt of it. But you know what I think? If you can imagine your partner being with the opposite sex and not feel anything, then that's not really love. So if you don't like it, I want you to tell me. As if she's indicating to him, I actually don't like you being with Minnie. It bothers me. But I can't tell you outright because she's a friend. But if you can tell me, then I can tell you too. Oh, I mean, if we start dating. I have no right to say it right now. I have no right to tell you how I feel right now. I can only mention it. We're not dating. I don't have a right to tell you. Why should I get to tell you how you feel, what you think, or what you want to experience? What about Minnie? You should feel this way. You should act this way. This is what you should feel. This is what you should think. She already acts like she's his girlfriend. It's like Minnie already has claim to his feelings. Minnie's literally already acting like his girlfriend, like he's her fucking pet. Like she's dating him. Chizuru refuses to label it as that. She refuses to say, I have a claim to that. She just tells him, tell me if you feel anything, so I can tell you too when we start dating. Because I can't do that right now. I want to, but I can't because we're not dating. I don't have a right to that. Minnie framing herself as a friend or as a disciple or as someone who's supporting Kazuya disguises the fact that she has feelings for him, but doesn't clarify that. So she appears like a girlfriend, but then she appears like a friend, and then she appears like a disciple, and you're like, what the fuck are you? And that ambiguity is the point. Chizuru wants clarity. Chizuru does not want ambiguity. She wishes for clarity. She wants to know. She wants to define what she feels. She wants to define their relationship. She does not want ambiguity. Minnie wants ambiguity. Minnie is content with ambiguity. It is significantly easier to be ambiguous and to not be clear about what it is. Because if you're not clear about it, what it is, every option is open to you. That's what YouTubers do. That's what YouTubers love to do. Keep it ambiguous. You have all the options open to you. When you don't define something, it sure is easier to make it whatever you want it to be. Are you seeing the problem? Let's see. Sorry, I got a lot of comments I got to go through. Let's see. Why doesn't Kazuya talk with Curry about this issue? Because Minnie has made him isolate from everyone around him. Curry can't help because of his relations with Ruka that could turn out not so good to not approach properly. Yeah, and like Kazuya has never explained his relationship with Ruka to Curry in fear that Curry may judge him and hate him. Right? He doesn't trust his friend. Right? Kazuya doesn't trust his friend. He thinks Curry's going to turn against him just like Kibe turned against him. And Kibe unintentionally threatens Kazuya about turning against him. You know, Kazuya is afraid all these people around him are going to turn against him and hate him because of how they acted in Hawaiians. In some ways, they have a responsibility to help Kazuya realize they're never going to turn against him. You know, they have a responsibility as family and friends to show Kazuya they're not going to fucking turn against him. Okay? And because they haven't done that, it's actually in some ways, his family and friends have in some ways made him isolate. You know? And it's also led to Chizuru. It's also led to Kazuya in turn leading Chizuru to isolate too. You know, so both Kazuya and Chizuru are like isolating, and they need their family back. A big part of this is you need your support system back. You can't do anything alone. Minnie is not a support system. Minnie is actually making Kazuya isolate more while framing herself as a support system. People have a crutch, and Minnie is the crutch to make him not think for himself. Yes, Kazuya has Minnie is his crutch. Abso-fucking-lutely. Minnie is his crutch. What is it? Yeah, Minnie frames herself as the mentor, but she's making everything worse. Minnie is the unforeseen variable in like Shane and Rick and The Walking Dead. I don't quite see it, but all right. Even if it takes 600 chapters, oh my god. She holds him back from being the better man she says to be, because she doesn't know what being a better man even is. Minnie is more upset with Kazuya over Ruka because she herself feels jealous. She has started to dress more attractive around him. Yeah, absolutely. Right? How has Minnie dressed around Kazuya lately? She's not really dressing like she used to. She's dressing in very attractive clothing. Right? Minnie is regularly dressed in attractive clothing. And regularly like showing skin and touching him and shit. She keeps them separated instead of saying to contact her like a normal, healthy relationship. Exactly. Many ifs are also closed when Minnie's eyes are also closed when she says she left a good man like she doesn't see the full picture. Well, yeah, we'll get into the whole eyes closed thing. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of eyes closed thing in this chapter. It's full of that. Chizuru has taken Mommy's path for so long and used her trauma as an excuse. It's time for her love to overcome her fear and prove Minnie wrong, because right now she is the most loved by the fans by far. Chizuru has not let her trauma be an excuse. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Chizuru has not let her trauma be a fucking excuse. Kazuya has. Kazuya let trauma be an excuse. Chizuru actively fought her trauma. Consistently fought her trauma. Regularly. All Chizuru has done is fight her trauma. Every single thing she's done has been to fight her fucking trauma. Chizuru is the one who contacted Kazuya. Not Kazuya Chizuru. Minnie gave Kazuya the same fucking pep talk and didn't do shit. Chizuru goes and contacts Kazuya. Chizuru meets Kazuya. Chizuru apologizes to Kazuya. Chizuru goes and meets him of her own time and volition. She knocks on his door. She hangs out with him. She goes into his house. She invites him into her house. Then she invites him to live with her. Then she agrees to a date. She asks him out to multiple different dates. She asks him out to go shopping with her. She goes with him to cosplay events. She does all of these things. She goes out of her way to be with him. No, Chizuru is actively fighting her trauma. It is Kazuya who is giving into his trauma. It is Kazuya who is defining himself by trauma. Who you're defining as has taken the mommy path is Kazuya. Mommy is his mirror. I've described this before. Mommy is Kazuya's mirror, just as Minnie is Kazuya's mirror. Because Mommy, what is she doing? She's sitting at home doing fucking nothing. Kazuya's inaction as a mirror to Mommy's own inaction led to them having a collision course. That is the point. She is his mirror. In fact, let me fucking prove it to you. Here's Reiji intentionally striking a parallel between Kazuya and Mommy. Mommy gets home. She thinks about Chizuru. She lies to herself about the fact that she did something wrong to Chizuru. And then she says they're already dating. Puts a pillow over her head, says, Kazuya goes to Nagomi, tries to get her to give him answers. Nagomi refuses to give him answers, says, figure it out yourself. He says, In the Japanese, their scream is fucking identical. They are parallels of one another, both trapped in their own heads, in their own little worlds, unable to take action. Difference is, Kazuya has Minnie and Chizuru to inspire him to do things. Because despite Minnie's stupidity, she actually can live when she fucking tries. Because guess what? When Minnie doesn't try to get in the way, when Minnie just kind of does her own shit, and the characters are in control of their lives, they inspire him. Kazuya watching them inspires him. And it gives him the courage to try and move forward. They lift him up. However, Minnie is too invasive. She's too much of a kid. So she naturally pushes him back on the path of reclusion, of fear. Because guess what? Kazuya looks at Chizuru. Minnie acknowledges him, says, you scared me, Master. Why do you shout all of a sudden? And then Minnie starts wanting to find out. Hey, what's Master? What's going on? What's going on? Tell me what's happening. Chizuru doesn't say anything. She just waits. Patience is a virtue. Minnie's not patient. Minnie just runs. Hey, tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. So no, Kazuya is the one who's taken the mommy path. There is a reason they parallel one another. Hell, chapter 400. Oh, look. Oh, look. It's like they parallel. Oh, look. It's like Kazuya is a prisoner of his own mind just as Mommy is. Who sent Kazuya to this place to get his license? His dad. Huh. What if Mommy's dad sent her here? Both characters were sent to a place that should theoretically give them autonomy and agency over their lives, and yet, what if both of them are trapped as well? Right? What if both of them are secretly actually trapped? They're not actually making this choice of their own volition. They're doing this for fictional things. Speaking of fictional, look at how Kazuya looks at a TV screen and imagines Chizuru, who is literally not here, as Mommy finally turns to look at him. Both trapped in their own respective illusions, they are mirrors of each other, literal reflections of the other person. Both trapped and not really making any choices. My Mommy asked this question because she desires change, just as Kazuya desires change. What does she do in the next chapter, mind you? What does she choose to do in the next chapter? That's right. When Kazuya stands silently and does not say anything, she says, actually, never mind. That looks good on you. Your hair. She leaves, does not explain anything. As a literal mirror of him and how he chooses to not take initiative and run away. He thinks everyone around him is confusing and they don't make sense when it is really actually him. Huh. I think Minnie is afraid she might love Kazuya and doesn't want to explore it further, as it is a true realization she'll be doing harm. She actively denies and soaks in with blind air. Yeah, she doesn't want to. No. Minnie just doesn't want to acknowledge her feelings because love is painful and lonely and hard. So she doesn't want to tell herself, "I have feelings for him." She doesn't want to tell herself, "I have feelings for him." It's easier not to. She's lying to him and to herself. Let's see. We already saw 4 other girls' POV: Ruka, Sumi, Chizuru, and Mami. They are in love with Kazuya, but we don't see any POV of Minnie. She is in love with Kazuya because she is the only one left? No, Minnie is in love with Kazuya because of her... Okay, even Minnie's love is fiction. What do I mean? The basis for the reason that Minnie loves Kazuya is his love for Chizuru. That mirrors Ruka. The problem is, Ruka takes the time to develop her own real feelings for Kazuya, right? They do date. So Ruka's feelings are real, she just doesn't fully comprehend what love is and doesn't realize how what she's doing is antithetical to love. Ruka is real, Minnie is fiction. Why? Minnie acts out a relationship with Kazuya. She doesn't actually have one with him that is like definitive of what it is. So even the nature of her feelings is fictional because she refuses to define what she is feeling. She merely keeps telling herself it's admiration, right? But she reacts, she feels emotional when he says certain things. She feels certain things. What Minnie represents, in contrast to the other characters, is a diluted love built on social media and the internet, not a real bond. Their bond is not actually good or healthy or properly built. It is built on taking and giving, right? So what I mean by that, as in like it's built on Minnie constantly giving Kazuya things and Kazuya feeling like he owes her, which is not really how a relationship should work. It's not about owing someone something. Kazuya literally says, "I feel like I owe her. Like she, I betrayed her feelings and shit. I should tell her the truth." The pump on the head is Minnie practically telling Kazuya she hated what he had done. More and more, it seems she has feelings. Yeah, it is Minnie conveying to Kazuya, "I did not like what you did. It was bad. You did something bad." He didn't do anything bad. He was fucking assaulted. Kazuya hasn't been assured of the fine line as disapproving your actions and disapproving with you as a whole. I could see that too. He hasn't been assured of the fine line as disapproving your actions and disapproving with you as a whole. And Minnie doesn't clarify what she's unhappy about. So she actually makes him feel worse. Because his guilt only got worse. He still feels the need to improve. She tells him something is wrong with you and you have to fix that. That's what it means to be a better man. Something is wrong with you and you have to fix that. Instead of saying nothing is wrong with you, you didn't fuck up, you don't have to keep atoning and trying to be better and do all this extra bullshit. See what I mean? The very nature of what Minnie is telling him is bad. Speaking of The Walking Dead, Kazuya's recent behavior reminds me of Negan's quote, "Not making a decision is a big decision." Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not making a decision is a decision. People love to say it isn't. It fucking is. It's the same as watching, like, someone committed a crime and just being like, "Oh, yep, not gonna do anything about that." Minnie is like a parrot. They repeat what they say. Minnie grew to love Kazuya because of how many times he's tried while only seeing what he does and not seeing how much Chizuru has also tried. Yeah, the biggest defining aspect of Minnie's character is how she doesn't see what Chizuru does. So Kazuya has to atone? No. The point is that the reason Kazuya thinks he needs to become a better man is because of his deep self-hatred. It is disguising, the better man thing is disguising the fact that Kazuya feels this need to atone for something he did wrong. which is exactly what Minnie reinforces to him, that he is in the wrong, right? He fucked up. It is his fault, right? And this is supposed to parallel a particular scene in, where is it? In the Tiger's Den. But the difference is, in the Tiger's Den, Chizuru doesn't blame him for anything. Kazuya asks Chizuru, and they have a real conversation. Do you not want a relationship? She says, I think it'd be nice, to have a relationship. Having someone there by your side supporting you, what could ever top that? And besides, I suppose when you fall in love with someone, you want to be with them, to always have them by your side, to stay with them forever. It's starting to get chilly. Let's go. Huh. The nighttime gets so chilly. Isn't interesting? The cold is approaching, and when it is cold, you want to be with someone who warms you up. So what does Chizuru say? I could go for some ramen or something. Do you know why this is relevant? Minnie desires the comfort of someone near her, someone who can warm her in the night, so she doesn't feel alone. The warmth of another makes her feel better. This is disguised as a real relationship, right? Minnie says that July 11th is Ramen's Day, aka, what does ramen do? Ramen warms you up. It makes you feel comfy inside, right? Doesn't ramen warm you the fuck up? Oh, you feel good, dude, when you eat some ramen. Chizuru talking about how important it is to have someone in her life, how they warm her night, how if she loves someone, she would want to be with them forever. So when she references the ramen here, she's talking. It's a nod to that element of warmth, right? It's the night is cold. Don't you want to hug the person that you love so you can warm each other, make each other feel comfortable? This is alluding to that here, except it's fictional. The relationship Kazuya has with Minnie is not the relationship Kazuya has with Chizuru. And there is a parallel again. Look at how he walks with Chizuru, and look at how he walks with Minnie. With Minnie, his head is down, he sighs, he feels powerless. With Chizuru, his head is up, he walks straight, and he feels a real sense of conviction. The light in front of him is illuminated. He is surrounded by darkness, but he can see things clearly. Here, he follows Minnie, who nonchalantly tosses the bottle by which she hit his head with, as his head is down and he feels a sense of disappointment in himself. She does not empower him. Chizuru does. Chizuru gives him strength. She empowers him. This taking place at night is all the more fitting, as the night is cold. Chizuru doesn't make Kazuya buy her anything. She just speaks to him, listens to him. In fact, what does Chizuru do in this chapter? She runs into Umi, and she just goes to Kazuya and then leaves. Let's go together. Let's leave together. Right? When Kazuya asks, she's direct with him. She tells him how she feels. And when she does, and she is honest with him and tells him exactly how she feels, what is Kazuya's response? What a fool I've been. A complete fool. For a rental girlfriend, it's all just an act. The client plays the boyfriend and they act out a relationship. How many hundreds of thousands of times has she been wooed? How many hundreds of thousands of dates has she been on? And yet inside, Chizuru Mizuhara is a girl who faces every new day head on. And now that I know that you're a lonely girl who longs for love, I won't just give you up to someone else. I can't do it. I can't. The loneliness matches ramen, because ramen warms you up. The thing that you're missing, the comfort of someone who warms you up, you can get it through that food. Minnie nodding to ramen, Minnie alluding to ramen like that, about how July 11th is Ramen's Day, right, is supposed to be a nod to that. But in reality, what it's disguising is that The ramen is what Minnie wants. It has nothing to do with Chizuru. It's a disguise of what she believes Chizuru is. Rather, it's about Minnie herself and how Minnie wants that warmth and comfort herself. How Minnie wants that kind of relationship herself. Because Minnie is more similar to Chizuru than she realizes. And yet, Minnie lies. Minnie would rather have a relationship where she keeps the person close and doesn't let them run off, rather than hope that she finds true love and truly has someone she can share it with. She makes Kazuya feel alone and powerless, walking off without a care in the world. Whereas Chizuru empowers him and makes him feel strong to tell her how he feels. And in the next chapter, what does Kazuya do? Tries to break up with Ruka. And then goes to confess to Chizuru. Chizuru empowers Kazuya. Minnie makes him feel weak. Let's see. Turning point of the whole narrative. Let's see. Also, with what Umi told him that he was rejected for him, you will think that Kazuya would have realized she already is in love with who he is. Yeah, but it's never going to cross his mind. He's never going to think about that. Because Kazuya doesn't like himself. You think Minnie has tamed him like a dog with a leash? Kind of, low-key. I had high expectations, but the chapter was meh. I think Minnie handled the situation decently enough, but I'm really disappointed she didn't get angry at Ruka, calling her out her sexual harassment. I know she lacks context, but still, at least she's rightfully put the blame on Chizuru. Because how Minnie views it, and how Minnie is choosing to look at it. Oh my god, he said that she put the rightful blame on Chizuru. It's not Chizuru's fucking fault, you're also stupid! I also disagree with Minnie. Kazuya should tell what happened to Chizuru, as Minnie pointed it's partially her fault things got out of hand, so she should share it with Byrd as well. Yeah, I mean, if you say it's partially Chizuru's fault, okay, sure. It's partially her fault. If you say it's totally her fault, I disagree with you. If it's partially her fault, just a little bit, yeah, okay, sure. I mean, it's their relationship. They created it together. It is not one or the other's fault. You share the blame. That's how love works, bro. Still, I'm happy this plot point wasn't solved yet because of something very serious. So, yeah, mess chapter for me. I think the problem is you were expecting Minnie to actually be a solution to this thing that she's clearly under prepared for. And what does Minnie do? Minnie frames it like he betrayed her. Not that he betrayed Chizuru or any of that. Or she doesn't see it as sexual assault. She doesn't see what Ruka did as sexual assault. She sees it as Kazuya cheating. Right? This is how she frames it. She frames it as Kazuya's actions. She pins the blame solely on him. And this connects perfectly to something Chizuru said. Right? This connects perfectly to something Chizuru said. Right? Oh, wow. I think I get it now. Minnie directs blame at Chizuru because Chizuru is in the position she wants to be in. Right? Minnie wants what Chizuru has. Minnie wants Chizuru's love for herself. Okay? She doesn't direct the blame at Ruka because Kazuya is not in love with Ruka. So she doesn't care. Right? So she's acting like Kazuya cheated on her. She's directing the blame on Kazuya as if he cheated on her, which directly connects to something Chizuru described during the date when discussing relationships. Again, Ruka comes up when Kazuya calls Chizuru cute. Chizuru says, everyone looks to the boyfriend to shower his girlfriend with compliments all the time, as if nothing else matters as long as the girl is loved. That's what society seems to think, but I hate that. Don't you think so? Someone is loved because someone is there to love them. If love is something meant to be built, then it's not fair unless both sides work on it together, right? I don't know what love is, but the only people who have the right to be loved are those capable of giving love themselves. I'd rather be someone who can give lots of love than someone who takes all of it. Okay, that should define to you the issue right now. She doesn't like being apart from him and taking up more of his time. How does Minnie view it, though? Chizuru is just taking all of Kazuya's love. It is Chizuru's fucking fault. Minnie directs her frustration at Chizuru because she's jealous of what Chizuru has and wants it for herself, but she's not being honest to who she is, right? She's not honest about those feelings, so she blames Chizuru. Because it's easier to blame Chizuru, right? It's easier than to recognize, like, what you're fucking doing, which is exactly what Minnie does, right? She doesn't see how Chizuru doesn't want to do this, and she pushed her into this. Minnie is presented as a solution to a temporary problem. In reality, she is a half-baked temporary solution to a major problem. She's not even she's not even a solution. No. Your initial assessment's correct. Minnie is presented as a solution to a problem, right? She's presented as a solution to a problem. In reality, she's not a solution to the problem. She is fuel. She is fire to the problem. She is the problem. She's presented as the solution when she is the cause of the problem. Remember what I wrote? Do you guys remember the thing I wrote the other day? I was writing about this the other day. Right? Literally what I was describing before. Do you remember what I wrote? Yeah, like for the people who weren't here. Let's see. What this does is frame Ruka as negative while Minnie is framed as positive. Ruka caused this whole issue, and Kazuya wonders why it all happened now. Minnie walks in as if she is the magic solution, except Minnie is actually the problem, for she is in large part why it happened. I wrote a whole description, and we get back to Minnie. Let's go back to the part where I say that. So when Kazuya asks, why did this have to happen now? As Minnie walks in, it is not to signal that Minnie is the solution to the problem, but rather the cause of it. For she is a trickster fox with many masks, the mask keeper who hides her feelings behind a facade of smiles. This is immediately shown right after. Minnie changes into gym clothes, signaling that she is going to work out, saying she joined the gym. Her clothes are perfect, catching eyes and being very stylish, specifically highlighting her assets. Minnie's clothes are part of the act. Minnie's face does not give away her intent. In fact, we think Minnie is going to work out. Yet what does she do? Minnie takes a selfie, talks about how all the cosplayers wear makeup and take selfies at the gym, then tries to leave. In a single page, she showed how good a liar she actually is. In 402, the events with Minnie are specifically referenced, literally telling us how Minnie using Kazuya's vulnerability with physical intimacy resulted in Ruka abusing that vulnerability later. Because Minnie doesn't recognize that what she did was abuse of physical intimacy with Kazuya when she was in his house. This is abuse of physical intimacy. She fucking tricked him into this. Because she doesn't see herself, she doesn't see what Ruka did as wrong. She doesn't see how she paved the path for what Ruka did herself. Escalating situations Kazuya was able to stop in the past is something he can't anymore. Minnie is a vexen. Can we not? No. Stop that. Not cool. We're not throwing labels and names. We're not throwing labels and names. I don't like that kind of shit. What I'm trying to highlight here is that Minnie is the cause of the problem and she doesn't even realize it. Now, do you think if something happens accidentally on the train ride? No, we're not going to see the train ride. We're not going to see the train ride. It's not happening. No. Reiji's going to skip past that. We're going to skip to like the next day. This whole Minnie thing is over. We're going to skip to the next day. Nothing is happening with Minnie next chapter. We're skipping to the next day. I know Reiji's writing style by now. We're skipping to the next day. Nothing's happened on the ride home. He doesn't signal to us that anything is going to happen on the ride home. We're skipping to the next day. Also, we don't call characters things, okay? Please and thank you. Poor Minnie. Cry me a river. Minnie seems sad to learn that her secret love has been touched by a girl different from the one she knows he loves. Interesting. Okay, Minnie is in love with Kazuya, or at least we're meant to believe that she's in love with Kazuya. The chapter was interesting, at least for that reason. Other than that, we thought, Minnie telling him not to say anything to Chizuru, and it's not Chizuru's fault. Basically, the reader speaking, right? Kazuya dealing with his inner conflicts and having to keep trying to become a better man. Maybe someone should tell him at some point that it's not going to be at the gym and getting his driver's license. That'll make him someone worthy of Chizuru, but he'll probably have to deal in July 11th. It's not about everybody is worthy. It's not about worth. That shit's stupid. Every single person is worthy, okay? First impressions. The chapter title is The Boyfriend and His Guilt 2. This means, as I speculated last week, the chapter title of the last chapter was changed after the chapter was finished to be a part of this arc. Huh. Yeah, I'm still not sure about that. They changed the chapter title here when Reiji marketed it. So here, let's go to. I'll move this to the side just for a sec, so I don't like pull up anything. Or wait, I can look it up. Never mind. Actually, never mind. Reiji. Okay. Okay. When Reiji marketed the chapter, he named it The Boyfriend and His Pecs. The way the chapter markets it is literally around Kazuya's pecs. So I don't know, like, but then when the chapter comes out, it's called The Boyfriend and His Guilt, and then this one is literally named Part 2. So it feels like, yeah, like maybe Reiji corrected it after, right? Maybe that is the intended name. They corrected it after, but then it's not changed here, and I don't get why. Like, why don't you change that? I don't know. I think it's both. I think The Boyfriend and His Pecs and The Boyfriend and His Guilt are like both the title. We can go with both. There you go. Let's just say it's both. It's both. Okay. Minnie is not even subtle anymore. She straight up blames Chizuru for this. Not Ruka, not Kazuya, Chizuru. I knew she would. She always has. She knows nothing, but she makes a whole lot of assumptions. Look at how incredibly shallow she is when she also accuses Chizuru in her typical non-accusatory way of being full of herself because she is good looking. Oh my gosh, she did say that, didn't she? Oh, she did say that, didn't she? Oh, he's right. Oh my god, I remember reading that. Actually, let me check. I heard that Chizuru-san was the one who told you that Ruka-chan, she let you be lovers with an incredibly beautiful girl for almost 2 years. There's no way she didn't know this kind of thing would happen. She is to blame for making you wait. You've told her about how you feel. She had every chance in the world to stop this. If you two were already together, it's very likely this never would have happened. It's fair to say that Chizuru brought this tragedy upon herself. Good-looking people let it go to their heads. Good-looking people let it go to their heads. She's so shallow. She's jealous of her. She's so jealous of her. She's projecting onto Chizuru what she sees in other beautiful people. She's literally the opposite of Umi. Right? Umi doesn't see how Chizuru doesn't fall in line with the other women he interacts with. Minnie projects onto Chizuru the fakeness she sees in other people. And this is something she tells to Chizuru earlier, kind of. When they're in the bath together. If a man or I know the answer comes down to you. Let's see. I'm always around a ton of cute people, cosplayers mostly, but to tell you the truth, none of them are like you, and most cute people tend to do things for attention, but you're never like that. But you sure as hell seem to think she is. Isn't that interesting? You're not like that, but I'm projecting a whole lot onto you, which is really fascinating because on Chizuru's birthday, Chizuru projected onto Minnie a little bit, even though Minnie was kind of somewhat proving her right. Right? So on Chizuru's birthday, there's a part where Chizuru kind of projects onto Minnie a little bit, right? She looks at the cake, and she turns to Minnie, and she's just like, isn't this cake from a famous place? It was a beautiful one, too, so I was just wondering if you want to take a picture or something, but it was smushed. Well, it was just a little bit smushed. If you take it from the top, you wouldn't know at all. Right? Chizuru projected onto Minnie a little bit, but the moment she learned, she stopped doing it. Minnie doesn't stop, right? Minnie slowly goes down the dark path, right? But Chizuru, the moment she like sees the real Minnie, she stops doubting her, right? But she knows Minnie is also invasive. So literally, you're seeing how Minnie is jealous of Chizuru, and Chizuru is somewhat jealous of Minnie. But Minnie refuses to address herself in the picture because Minnie is kind of the cause, right? God damn Minnie. She blames all of it on Chizuru, and it literally stems from her insecurities. Look at how incredibly shallow she is when she accuses Chizuru in her typical non-accusatory way of being full of herself because she's good looking. Good on Kazuya that he disagrees, but honestly, Minnie just showed more doubt. I'll keep telling you that she has been doing this the whole time. And then, also as I expected, Minnie suggests that Chizuru would not accept it if Kazuya told her about what happened. He'd better not let Chizuru find out about this, not that he could prevent it, but now that he will be even more afraid that Chizuru will find out. It's solid advice not to give Ruka a chance to do this again. She could pressure him through. She could pressure him though by threatening to tell Chizuru. Kazuya is afraid of her finding out after all, but Minnie makes it look like, oh my god, Minnie paved the path for Ruka to do more because she implied to Kazuya Chizuru would not be understanding. Therefore, if Ruka so much as threatens Kazuya with telling Chizuru, Kazuya may freak and try to stop her, in turn giving Ruka more power. So what did Minnie just do? Fuel the power dynamic Kazuya and Ruka have, in fueling her own power dynamic with Kazuya. What the fuck? Kazuya is afraid of her finding out after all, but Minnie makes it all look like Kazuya was the one who messed up here. He should be better from now on. Means what he did wasn't good. So she isn't entirely wrong though. He could have taken measures to prevent Ruka from having a chance. For example, by not allowing her to visit him at home. And yet, why did Kazuya let Ruka into his home in the first place? That's right, because Minnie came into his home. Minnie told Kazuya it's cool to let a girl who might have feelings for you into your home. A girl who might touch you and interact with you because nothing's going to happen. And what happened, right? Minnie abused Kazuya's vulnerability, which in turn resulted in Ruka abusing it more. She isn't entirely... Okay. And what did I say? Kazuya doesn't feel any less guilty now. He feels like he messed up and that Chizuru finding out about this is going to be bad. Minnie teasing and her playful bad boy also doesn't really help, I don't think. It's a microcosm of the issue. Typical Minnie, as far as I'm concerned. Teaser for next time, my own strengths. Let's see if there's anything else. Reddit doesn't seem that bad. You guys were telling me Reddit was terrible. It doesn't seem that bad. Seems pretty chill, honestly. There's some dumb takes, mind you. Why the hell Minnie asked Kazuya if he wants to do that again after she went down? Is she imagining something or planning to do in the future? No, it's accusatory because it's literally the cheating language. It's the language you use with someone who cheated. She's blaming him without realizing it. She's blaming him. It's the language someone uses when they're saying they're accusing you of cheating. She asked that on the surface just to make sure that what Kazuya did really was an accident and it won't happen again. Later, she insists the idea that if it happens more than once, it won't be the same issue anymore. What I mostly get from it is jealousy. No, it's literally the language of someone who's saying you're cheating. But she doesn't understand the full picture, nor does she actually want to. The moment when Minnie swings her feet and looks down after learning what he did with Ruka almost feels like she's sulking. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. So what he's referring to is this, right? She swings her feet. She's sulking. She's clearly not happy about this, right? She's clearly not happy about this, right? That she's not okay with what happened. And that's partly because of her, for herself, not so much the relationship when it comes to Chizuru. You know, she doesn't want to get the full truth. Like, you know, what you would do here is try to get the full truth, except part of her already blames Kazuya because a part of her is dating Kazuya. She's dating him. So she's already mentally there. So she's checking as if she was his girlfriend. She's jealous. She's sulking. And she uses the language of cheating to essentially dissuade Kazuya from doing it again. It's manipulation. Whether she knows she's doing it or not, it is manipulation. And logically, what comes next is, okay, you're allowed one small mistake, bad boy, but don't do it again or I'll get very jealous, so you won't do it again, right? It's manipulative. If you focus on Minnie, it kind of feels like a boyfriend confessing a mistake he made to his girlfriend. Literally what we described. Literally, good catch. This is literally what we described. I was thinking she looked rather hurt about the whole thing. He did confess, good for him, and it shows his trust in her. But at the same time, talking about your sex life with your best buddy, who happens to be Minnie, a beautiful girl in her own right, and who seems to harbor feelings for him, seems like a dangerous move. She knows how vulnerable he is when it comes to getting intimate with a girl. What would Chizuru think about? And again, where does Minnie's thing come from? Where she says right here, Chizuru might not think the same thing as me. It comes from this. Oh man, this shit. It comes from this stupid fucking take. So, okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay. This chapter, which is called The Girlfriend and Her Dad, I think my theory is that I think when Reiji initially wrote chapter 410, he wanted the title to be The Boyfriend and His Pecs, because it was supposed to be a parallel to The Girlfriend and Her Dad. Why? Because this chapter is actually called The Boyfriend this chapter is called The Girlfriend and Her Mom. Right? The title isn't about what you think it is, right? Or you could say it's The Boyfriend and His Mom or something, right? The title is a misdirect. It's incorrect. The title is essentially misleading you into the wrong impression because it's making you think about, oh, it's about Chizuru's dad. Chizuru's dad is literally not fucking mentioned, right? Chizuru's dad is literally not fucking mentioned. The title would be closer to something to The Girlfriend and Her Mom, which is more of a fuel for what's going on. But instead, Minnie makes it about Chizuru's dad. This chapter has nothing to do with Chizuru's dad. In turn, I think this chapter initially, in Reiji's initial plan for this chapter was to be called The Boyfriend and the Pecs, because the real title of it is The Girlfriend and the Boobs, because that's actually more of the real name. Oh, actually, no, never mind. The Boyfriend and the Mom makes a lot of sense, actually. The Boyfriend and the Mom actually makes a lot of sense, because this chapter is all about Kazuya and Chizuru's mom. Okay, that title makes a lot more sense now. The Boyfriend and Her Mom. That makes a lot more sense. This is about Chizuru's mom, not about Chizuru's dad, right? And the chapter fully focuses on Kazuya. So it's actually about Kazuya. It's the boyfriend. So the chapter's real name is The Boyfriend and Her Mom. This chapter's title is, the real title of it, if we're going by this title, not the guilt and the boyfriend, the real title of the chapter would be The Girlfriend and Her Boobs, because it's about Minnie's boobs. You don't ever see Kazuya's pecs. Reiji was trying to do a parallel with that. He was trying to do a similar parallel in these instances, but I guess the real name he was going to go with this one is The Boyfriend and His Guilt, which, you know, I'm considering this chapter title both. As I said, I think both are accurate titles, where The Boyfriend and His Pecs is an accurate title to this chapter, but The Boyfriend and His Guilt is also an accurate title to this chapter. Both work. I think both are the title. Right? Technically, this is the more canonical title. This is the accurate title, but this title still works. Absolutely. Okay. So sorry, we were reading. I was thinking she looked rather hurt about the whole thing. He did confess. Okay, oh yeah. So okay. I was going here. I was showing 392 for a very simple reason. When Minnie tells Kazuya that Chizuru may not feel the same way as her, it's because Minnie thinks at the root of everything, Chizuru's son gives off a hint of a distrust towards men, which is horseshit. It is absolute fucking horseshit. That's actually Minnie, right? If anything, at the root of everything, Minnie gives off a hint of a distrust towards women, but in reality, it's a distrust of love. In reality, it's a distrust of love. I think Minnie in reality distrusts love, not men, and it's only a hint. only a hint. She distrusts love, not men or women. Rather, the idea of men and women being different is just a disguise for the issue. It's just a disguise for the real problem. So I think that's why Minnie says that to Kazuya. She doesn't outright tell him that's what she thinks, but she gives him a hint. Hey, this is what I think, and that hint is informed by what we just read. I thought the same. Like Minnie was asking, "Do that again with me." The face is no, not again, not with me. She's saying, "Don't cheat on me." No. When Minnie says what she says here, she's essentially saying, "Don't cheat on me again. Are you gonna cheat on me again?" It's that kind of language. That's what this is. It's that kind of language. Are you gonna cheat on me again? Doesn't she look like a disappointed girlfriend? Doesn't she look like a disappointed girlfriend? Are you gonna cheat on me again? Are you? Right? She's blaming him. And this is important. Why? In the chapter where they talk about cheating, what did Minnie do? Right? What did Minnie do? When Kazuya takes too long to answer when it comes to the cheating question, Minnie judges him and says, "You're the worst." What? Have you cheated? She screams it out loud. Almost identical to how she screams it out loud here. And Kazuya doesn't know if it's cheating. Minnie just wants to label it as cheating. She doesn't care, right? Oh, you kissed another girl, that's cheating. She doesn't care who initiated, who did it, what was their reasoning. You cheated, right? What if he was fucking assaulted? Greetings. If Minnie is also having a hint of distrust towards love, do you think she's starting to have parallels with Mami as her arc is about distrusting love? So Minnie's whole character is a parallel between, is basically a character trapped between Chizuru and Mami. Minnie tends to lean towards Mami. There's a reason she runs into Mami in Joypolis. So literally the chapter after this one, she runs into Mami in Joypolis, or like, sorry, 2 chapters after that one. Look at where Minnie stands and look at where Mami stands. Look at Kazuya's clothes and look at this dude's clothes. They're inversions. Black, black, white, white. Mami asks, is she your girlfriend? Or Kazuya asks, is he a friend? Or no. Mami asks, is she a friend? Kazuya asks, is he your boyfriend? That was the questions, right? And look at them. They're literally inversions of each other. Minnie's issue is that she somewhat leans towards Mami's spectrum. The difference between Minnie and Mami is that Minnie believes in love. Mami doesn't. But Minnie, despite believing in love, doesn't fully trust that it's real, or that she can have it, or that she's fit for it, right? Mami's entire thing is that she just doesn't fucking trust love. She doesn't think it's real. She thinks it's just a whole bunch of bullshit, even though she's fallen in love. Minnie, in contrast, is just very apprehensive of love. She gets to live out love through Kazuya. It's easier. That's why she leans a little towards Mami. She doesn't have the courage and the willpower to face love honestly. She's a coward. Minnie is a coward. She doesn't have the guts to face love honestly. She runs and she's okay with getting half measures, not the full thing. Anywho, when Minnie judges Kazuya here, listen to what she says. Don't freak out. I'm not going to judge you. However, I will post it on my socials. You've got pretty girls all around you. A guy does it once or twice, saying it's my senior year in college. Very judgmental, right? Very assuming. And what does Minnie do after? She hides her answer for a different question. What did I tell you guys last week? when we were doing our analysis. Minnie's going to judge Kazuya about what happened, and then she's going to tell him to hide it. Was I not spot on? I literally told you, Minnie is going to judge Kazuya for what happened, which she fucking did, and then she told him to hide it from Chizuru. Just as she hides her own answers when the question asks her, do you value your lover more than your friends? And she hides the answer saying she values her lover more. Yeah, we know you cooked. Hey, man, I'm proud of myself. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I know I've said this a few times, but goddamn, when you catch yourself and you're like, shit, I cooked really hard, I'm going to repeat it. Yeah, we know you cooked. Shut up. Shut up. Let me be proud of it. Okay. We see Kazuya's thoughts and Minnie's words, the average reader, and both are wrong. They're so wrong. And that's exactly why it's so boring to read right now, because we know it's bullshit. Still can't believe, well, that's not, no. It's interesting because it's bullshit. Because what Reiji's exploring is why we turn to bullshit. You know, Reiji's exploring why we turn to horse shit. Why it's easier for us to turn to fiction. It's boring to you because you're not getting what you want. You keep getting fiction. I understand. Absolutely. But it's interesting because what Reiji's exploring is why do people turn to fiction instead of getting something real? And I think it's so easy to look at a character like Kazuya and Minnie and think to yourself, this is just stupid. Why are you doing this? But if you place yourself in a similar position, if you've ever been in a point like this, you would kind of understand. And I have, so I get it. At one point in my life, I too turned to fiction. It was so much easier to escape, to delude yourself, to believe certain things, to escape your problems and not face the truth. It is so much easier to escape your problems, and eventually you will get like a kind of rude awakening. And when you get the rude awakening, you won't always snap out of it even when you have help. This is the series that's kind of somewhat helped me like see things more clearly, right? But most people, what Reishi is exploring is the idea of diluted relationships because of social media and the internet. And Minnie representing the internet and the readers is the point. It's not trying to be boring. Reishi is engaging you in a different way to make it more interesting, especially the language he uses, what he talks about, the way Minnie uses the blame game with not only with Chizuru, but how she passively blames Kazuya, the way she essentially removes Ruka from any form of blame, like Ruka didn't do anything wrong, whereas she directs all of her blame onto Chizuru to reflect how the readers feel. It's genuinely really interesting writing that is disguised behind something that can appear boring depending on how you engage with it. I still can't believe that people actually think like Minnie. Like, are they really people who think it's Chizuru's fault that Ruka did that? That's crazy. For Minnie's feelings, what are they trying to show us here is that Minnie's being jealous in love and flirty. No. There's an undefined nature in what Minnie is doing. The lack of definity of what Minnie's relationship is with Kazuya is fundamentally key here. In the end, she does take a bit of hit with Kazuya's reveal the truth about Ruka and literally just said that in another comment. But when I focus on Minnie, I really feel like she's behaving like Kazuya's girlfriend. I agree completely. She's behaving like his girlfriend, then she's behaving like his friend, then she's behaving like his fucking master, like he's a goddamn pet, which is like, yikes. The vending machine scene to me sits halfway between I want to show him that I'm cute, like in the previous chapter of the gym, and I'm acting as if we were my boyfriend, Kazuya. But also, right? I want to show him I'm cute. I'm acting like he's my boyfriend, and I'm acting like he's my pet. Like I have ownership over him. Right? But also, you could interpret it as friendly. Right? You could just interpret that as friendly. She's just being a friendly homie. She's bunking you on the head. She's helping you out. Notice how you could literally fit it in all three. She could be she could be a girlfriend. She could be a helping disciple. And she could be just a friend. Minnie fits into all categories. Why? Because the relationship is not defined. You don't know who she is because she is the mask keeper. You cannot see who she is because she hides behind the facade of smiles. Minnie hides the truth behind lies. If you go with this assumption, the fact that she insists so much on Kazuya having... Yeah, and then last chapter being all about masks. Like, this is... Okay, okay. So bear with me. I'm gonna be a bit of a douche here. Or not a douche, just a pretentious prick. I'm gonna be a pretentious prick. I think the title for this chapter, being The Boyfriend and the Pecs, is a better title than The Boyfriend and His Guild. That's my opinion. Why? Because the entire theme of this chapter is masks. The whole theme of this chapter is masks. It is all about masks. It is all about illusions and masks. The very opening page is a mask. The title itself is a mask. This whole chapter is one big fucking lie. Right? It's a nod to how chapter 390 is all just a big lie, right? That Minnie is living in fiction and choosing fiction. The next chapter builds on that idea. Minnie wears many different masks. You see the mask seemingly slip here, right? This is like the Freudian slip. I think that's how you say it. Freud is Freudian because his name is Freud, Sigmund Freud, right? It's the slip. You know the slip. That's kind of literally what this is. This is the slip where you show your real self. The mask slipped off, right? The mask slipped off here. You saw the real Minnie here. The mask slipped off. So this is what this chapter is. This is the mask slipping off. This is if last chapter was Kazuya's mask slipping off, right? If last chapter was Kazuya's mask slipping off, this chapter is Minnie's mask slipping off, right? She had a mask and the mask slips. And suddenly she's kind of a total mess and she's freaking the fuck out. And then eventually calms down, puts a mask on. However, this mask is still cracked. You can still see past it. It's that thing I showed you guys with Ruka before, right? It's that thing I showed you with Ruka before where was it? Girl, cracked mask, art. Yeah, this thing. Where the mask is literally cracked and you're seeing behind it, right? Here's a good one with Oshinoko, right? You have this mask and it's cracking and you're seeing what's behind it. That's pretty much Ruka as well as Minnie right now. The mask is cracked. You can see behind it. You saw Minnie freak the fuck out in the beginning of the chapter. So now you can see her clearly. You can see what this is. This is jealousy, right? This is jealousy. She's framing herself as his girlfriend, as if he cheated on her, right? She talks about Chizuru in a blaming kind of way, and saying it's all Chizuru's fault, which disguises her own jealousy. Right? It's very clear who Minnie is in this chapter. You can see behind her mask, but only if you choose to. If you don't notice that there's a mask at all, you're not going to notice, right? So last chapter is Kazuya's mask slipping, his face giving it away. This chapter is Minnie's face giving it away, right? There's nothing for us to figure out about Kazuya. We already figured it all out. This chapter is Minnie reacting Kazuya and her mask slipping. And you get constant clues and hints, like these jabs. Look at this jab. No, she's frustrated with him. She's absolutely frustrated with him, and she's blaming him. That's what this chapter is. Let me look it up. It's like the Freudian slip. Is that how you say it? Freudian slip. Freudian slip. Yeah. I think that's how you... Let me hear how they say it. Yeah, I was right. I was saying it right. Freudian slip. Is Kazuya the only character who is not wearing a mask? Kazuya is wearing a mask. The fuck you on about? I literally told you chapter 410 is about Kazuya's mask and how it's slipping. Kazuya is absolutely... Every single character in this story wears a mask. Every single person you interact with in real life wears a mask. There's not a human being that does not wear a mask. That is not a thing. Every single character, every single human wears a mask. Kazuya is absolutely wearing a mask. Even now, you're still looking at a mask. Because you're not seeing the real him. This mask is disguising who he is. What mask is Kazuya wearing right now? The mask of guilt. I used to think Minnie was the MBT. Now I cannot see it anymore. I broke it. I broke the mask. No. Kazuya is literally wearing the mask of the guilty. Right? He views himself as guilty. That's all he'll perceive himself as. In reality, he doesn't realize what he's actually done wrong because he's so focused on his guilt. He doesn't see what he's actually done wrong, where he is. He doesn't see how he's essentially just a pet on a leash for her at this point. Kazuya is absolutely wearing a mask. He's disguising his actual feelings and his actual experiences. Everybody wears a mask. Last chapter, Kazuya was wearing a mask, but the mask was slipping, right? What do you see here? Perfect mask, mask slips. Last chapter, Minnie was wearing the perfect mask, whereas Kazuya's mask slipped. This chapter, Minnie's mask slips, right? First thing you see, Minnie's mask falling apart. Instantly. Absolute fucking shock. Minnie's mask completely falls apart. This chapter, the two chapters are literally their respective masks, right? The first chapter was when someone who wears a mask and their mask slips. This chapter is about a master illusionist losing their mask, right? What happens when a person who's so good at lying drops their mask, right? You start to see it everywhere. All the pieces are laid out for you. What happens when the master illusionist drops her mask, right? With Kazuya, he's an inexperienced mask wearer. He doesn't know how to hide himself nearly as well as Minnie. So when he drops it, his mask is easier to tell, right? When you look at Kazuya, it's easier to notice the mask because Kazuya is a walking emoji. Minnie, it's harder to notice the mask. Hi, everyone wears a mask. So much parental statements reminds me of school time. I mean, even Sayuri said it. Let's see. So there's a girl who can talk to about anything and always has your back. She's so close to you that the two of you can go to lunch together, dinner together, and even drink all night together. Not awkward or anything because she's literally your best friend. You also find her extremely attractive and she thinks the world of you. IRL, this is the girl that ends up being your perfect match. Minnie is really going to be the final boss and not just a cosplay video game away. Minnie has given you this illusion. She's the best friend. She listens. She understands. She's literally a better pick than Chizuru, isn't she? And yet, if you truly pay attention to all of the little details, that's not actually how it is. In fact, Minnie is actually blaming you. And she's not understanding. And she's actually not your friend. There's a mid-storyline when they start, but has written so well it's going insane for everyone involved. No, I think the Ruka thing is actually quite interesting. I think if anyone correctly pins the blame on Ruka, it will be Chizuru, though she'll probably blame herself too. Oh yeah, I've said this since the start. I literally said Chizuru is the one who's going to pin the blame on Ruka and be like, bro, you got fucking assaulted. Right? I think Sumi is another possibility. I think Sumi is absolutely another possibility that could do that. Mommy could, but Kazuya is not going to tell Mommy. You know? Mommy could, absolutely. I feel like out of everyone, she would understand too. But Kazuya wouldn't tell her. Yeah, Minnie did at least correctly put the blame on Chizuru for the situation getting out of hand, but no. It's not on Chizuru. The situation getting out of hand is not on Chizuru. Absolutely fucking not. Chizuru was not in the room and let this shit escalate. Hell no. It's not on Chizuru that Ruka did what she did. That's stupid. That's ridiculous. I honestly feel Reiji is slowly stopping using Minnie as a mouthpiece, which is good, so I don't take everything she says as a story correct. Oh no, Minnie has always said incorrect shit from the fucking start. Minnie really just said everyone's been thinking to Kazuya. Also happy to see Kazuya has been 100% honest with Minnie and God Buddha's humor seems to rescue Kazuya. Oh man, y'all fell for this shit, hook, line, sinker. From what I understand, this is pretty in line with Japanese culture thoughts about sexual assault on men. I don't like it, but I'm not Japanese, so I don't feel comfortable of critiquing it. If the same exchange were from an American story, I'd call Minnie-chan out for victim blaming and not taking it seriously. That's what Reiji's doing. Minnie is victim blaming, abso-fucking-lutely. But Reiji is framing it through the lens of Japanese people, specifically because this is how they looked at it. This is their biased view, and Reiji is criticizing that. So, what is the best way to criticize someone? If you outright criticize someone, this is what writers love to do, by the way. If you outright criticize someone, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. You know, when you're just like blatantly looking at someone and dead in the eye and telling them you're fucking stupid, it's not going to work. However, play their game. Okay, let's roll with your idea. Play their game. Go through the steps. Show them what they're all too comfortable with. Right? Right? You're right. You're right. Play with the idea that, okay, maybe you're right. And slowly but surely unravel it. Slowly but surely take the pieces apart. And start making them dislike their own picture. Right? This is your picture. This is what you like. Take it apart. Show it to them piece by piece. And then suddenly, they don't like this picture anymore. Because they see what the picture actually means. And it's not what they had hoped or understood or wanted. That's what Reiji's doing. He's like, okay, I will play by your game. I will do it the way you understand it. I will literally go with how Japanese culture understands this kind of stuff. And he spells it out for you. Like, literally, he tells it to you, as I read before. Like, I swear to God, you can't be more direct than what Chizuru told Kazuya. Everyone looks to the boyfriend to shower his girlfriend with compliments all the time, as if nothing else matters as long as the girlfriend is loved. That's what society seems to think, but I hate that. This is literally Reiji being like, ayo, this shit's stupid as fuck. It's hella annoying. And Chizuru agrees with him because Chizuru is often the character who looks at what she believes to be right and wrong and tries to understand it. You know, she tries to look at things in a way where she understands what is truly right and what is truly wrong. Whereas other people just want to label things. Here's Reiji literally spelling out for you like, hey, this shit about Japanese culture is stupid as fuck. He already told you he's going to criticize that from this date. If anything, think of the date, think of the Odaiba date as a prelude to every single problem that has been building up in the background. It is a prelude to all of these issues. There's a reason Ruka continuously gets mentioned in relation to cheating and Kazuya being there with Ruka and not with Minnie. Whereas Minnie is the one who's actually the problem. Reiji is 100% criticizing this, right? It is social commentary and criticism. Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay? If the same exchange were... she's right about needing to set firmer and more clear boundaries with Ruka so that doesn't happen again, though. If I were to guess, I'd expect Chizuru to also feel guilty about this. She's the one who set him up with Ruka in the first place. And Chizuru already knows this. She's not fucking stupid. And Kazuya clearly didn't want this to happen and feels awful about it. But Chizuru didn't know Ruka was capable of this. That's the problem. Chizuru doesn't know Ruka was capable of this. She didn't know how far Ruka would go. How could she? She's never seen it. All we've seen is Ruka holding Kazuya. Whereas Kazuya always like pushed her away or seemingly didn't care. She doesn't even know they kissed. She has no clue. Right? When you don't know what a person is capable of, and you don't know what Kazuya was doing, like what Kazuya seemingly indicated to Chizuru, nothing ever fucking happened. Right? So Chizuru had no idea Ruka would ever go this far. Because to Chizuru, Ruka's a good kid. But what if the good kid doesn't understand what the fuck she's doing? It's not Chizuru's fault that she didn't know this was going to happen. It's not. Because she thought Kazuya might have handled it better. She didn't know Kazuya wouldn't handle this. The way Kazuya acts with Chizuru is not the same way Kazuya acts with Ruka. So Chizuru had no way of knowing this would happen, right? The way Kazuya is very, very passive with Chizuru. What if he's incredibly passive with Ruka too? He doesn't do anything. Never crosses our mind, right? You don't think about that because you're just like, oh, wow, okay. Like, Kazuya probably won't do anything with Ruka. You think that because you have faith in him. And he doesn't do anything with Ruka, but you don't know what Ruka's going to do, right? Now, Chizuru did have some possible evidence for this, in particular with Mami, that Mami used Kazuya's goodwill. But the thing is, the way Chizuru looks at Mami and the way Chizuru looks at Ruka is not the same way. That's the difference. Mami, Chizuru would not trust Kazuya with Mami for at all. Not even a little bit. With Ruka, she would trust him a little bit because she thinks Ruka loves him. She thinks Ruka loves him, so she thinks Ruka's not gonna abuse his feelings. So she had no way of knowing Ruka would abuse his fucking feelings. Because she knows she loves him. Right? The concept of trial girlfriend is stupid to begin with. Oh, it's because it's not a trial girlfriend. He's actually dating her. No. So, okay, you kind of misunderstood the whole Ruka point thing. So what makes Ruka's plotline so interesting is that Kazuya loves to call it as a trial girlfriend thing. They're actually dating. Like, straight up. They are. What Kazuya loves to describe it as a trial girlfriend thing to mirror the disguise of rental. Right? He loves to call it a trial girlfriend thing to disguise the issue that, no, this is fucking real. Right? No, they are absolutely dating. While at the same time, technically not dating. It's literally like rental. It's a mirror to rental. Trial dating with Ruka is a mirror to rental. Except he's actually fucking dating her. And that's the problem. Right? The difference between trial dating and rental dating lies in the element of money. Because there's no money exchange, it leans significantly harder towards the dating element, but it's not real. Whereas rental, the experience Kazuya has with Chizuru, which has money in it, ironically ends up being the thing where he forms a real relationship. So those two things act as a parallel. It becomes incredibly fascinating. A relationship that is called trial but is dating in all but word somehow doesn't form the same kind of bond that Kazuya forms with Chizuru, even though he's seemingly paying Chizuru for a lot of their instances. That raises the question, just because money happens to be relevant in the relationship, does that mean you don't form a real bond with someone? Kazuya doesn't have money in the Ruka relationship, and yet his bond with her is significantly weaker, and it's not real, it's not as serious. Whereas Kazuya's bond with Chizuru is significantly deeper despite the fact that money is relevant in the picture. It's almost like money is not necessarily the issue in this picture. That there's other factors to this, right? Because the relationship between Kazuya and Ruka is unbalanced. Ruka doesn't know how to have a relationship. Chizuru actually kind of does. Therefore, Kazuya and Chizuru do build a real relationship. Because they balance out their private life and their professional life. Whereas Ruka and Kazuya have no balance. It is all over the fucking place. It is completely unbalanced. Let's see. If I were to guess, I'd expect Chizuru to feel good. Chizuru also has a tendency to blame herself for everything. Hopefully they can go to a point where they can talk candidly to each other about stuff like this and support each other. I think there's still a possibility of Chizuru going to Sumi for help. That is definitely on the table because she mentioned to Sumi, like, I'll come for you for help. Min doesn't really express her personal, well-thought-out opinions. She merely repeating the general consensus. Exactly. Well said. It is a reoccurring pattern with her, but I strongly feel that there is still something left unsaid on her part. This exchange didn't satisfy Kazuya, and I don't think it satisfied Minnie either. I get more the impression that she was trying to rationalize and distance herself from what she was saying. She appears calm on the surface, but I think she's just as lost as Kazuya after this revelation. She just doesn't show it. Literally what I was saying. You see her freak the fuck out in the very beginning. She screams out loud. She's freaking the fuck out. Her mask slip. So literally the entire chapter is just a big Freudian slip. That's literally the whole thing. It's literally Minnie slipping the whole fucking time. You're seeing the real her in between her actions. And yes, Chizuru will most likely feel guilty. She'll remember those words Minnie said during their last meeting and she's going to feel bad. And guess what? Whose fault would that be? Whose fault would that be? That's fucking right. It would be Minnie's fault because Minnie put those words in her head. Minnie didn't get presented with assault story, so she doesn't react to one. But she never checks either. She never digs into it. Like, let's read carefully what Kazuya says to Minnie. Let's read carefully what Kazuya says to Minnie. She suddenly changed into a swimsuit and came into my room, and I just couldn't leave her there like that. And she started touching me. There's an indicator right there. She started touching me. Wait, she touched you? Did you touch her? And before I knew it, it happened in my pants. Did you notice the dialogue? Did she touch you? Did you touch her? It happened in my pants? What? His dialogue is vague. What he's saying is vague at best. You don't have the full story. It's really vague. It reminds me of okay, slight spoilers for Kingdom Hearts. But this shit's really interesting. So in Kingdom Hearts, they do this story where it's a super duper prequel. It's like this super duper prequel way back in the day. This guy who is like the master of these 5 disciples of his, gives them a book, tells them this book tells the future, and then gives one of them a page and in the page it says there's a traitor. He acts on everything this page says, and then when everything falls the fuck apart, he realizes the writing in that page is vague at best. There's literally nothing to work with. And you later realize the master was literally sowing chaos on purpose. He was intentionally putting people in specific roles that would play directly into their insecurities, and he gave that person that role with the task of finding the traitor, specifically with vague instructions, so that they would do all of this. In contrast, when you flip it onto the victim side, so that's how the manipulator does it. When you flip it onto the victim side, when the victim is talking to you and they're vague about what they're saying, Birth by Sleep, no, this is from Union Cross. This is the mobile game. They did a movie for it called Unchained. They did a movie for it called Union Cross Back Cover. It's really good. It's actually some of the best writing I've seen in Kingdom Hearts in a very long time. Like, actually peak as fuck. Really well localized too. Anyways, we'll come back to this later. When you flip it back to Kazuya, what's interesting about Kazuya is that his language is vague. You don't have enough information to piece it together. Minnie even says, "What happened in your pants? Can't you tell? What do you mean?" Okay. So, like, if I heard what Kazuya said, I'm like, oh, wait. Backtrack a little bit. You said she touched you. Did you touch her? Did you try to leave? What happened? See, I'm asking questions. Does Minnie ever do that? No. Kazuya sits with his own thoughts in silence for a while, and Minnie doesn't say anything. She didn't get the full story. She got half the fucking story and just rolled with it. Instead of just checking, okay, is this the full truth? No. What does Minnie do? Minnie falls back on her trap, her consistent trap she always falls in. Minnie is content with a happy lie, or in this case, a half-truth, instead of digging for the full truth. She takes Kazuya's words at face value. She doesn't dig any deeper, even though the words are already indicating to you something doesn't add up. What do you mean you just not in your pants? What the fuck are you talking about? What? It makes no sense. What he's saying doesn't make any fucking sense. But Minnie doesn't dig any deeper. She never tries to understand what the fuck he's saying, right? Like, he's trying to indicate to her what happened. He's clearly having a hard time talking about this. But that's the thing. Minnie doesn't know how to talk about this either. And you see that in her response. Her first response is, do you feel like doing it again? Who does this remind you of? This should remind you of someone. Do you think that you'd want to have sex with Chizuru's son right now? Do you feel like doing it again? It's childish language. Minnie has no idea what the fuck she's talking about. She's absolutely out of her depth. She is a mirror to Ruka because they're both children. This is what happens when you're an adult and you let a kid tell you what to do. It's the same issue. It's literally the same fucking issue. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. Minnie has no fuck. She's a kid. She's literally framed like Kazuya and Chizuru's daughter. She's literally a kid stuck between them trying to bring them closer, and she's seemingly getting frustrated with her parents. That's kind of what it's like. And now she's catching feelings for... I'm not going to call Kazuya her dad because that's fucking weird. She's catching feelings for Kazuya, who is not her dad. There we go. He's not the dad. Right? Because she's so involved in their relationship. But in reality, Minnie is like a kid. Right? In reality, Minnie is like a kid stuck between her parents, and she doesn't know what the fuck she's saying or doing. Right? Like, you don't open up to a kid about these serious topics and who clearly doesn't know how to fucking discuss this. Minnie frames herself like an adult. She has no idea what the fuck she's talking about. She's just as lost as he is, if not more. She's more lost than he is. Specifically because of what she asks and how she acts and what she talks about. She doesn't know what the fuck she's saying. So she doesn't react to one. You can't blame the writing in Japanese culture for that. No, it's there. It's there. No. No, it's no. It is absolutely a criticism of Japanese culture and how Minnie reacts to it. These three panels sum up the whole Mizuhara situation for the last 150 chat. Minnie has the same reaction to us. No. The cycle here, I know what they're talking about. You're going in circles regarding this. We're going in circles because it's Minnie. The circle merely exists because of Minnie. Kazuya is correct. Minnie is the one who views it as a circle. Kazuya is correct. When Kazuya tells Minnie here, it's not Chizuru's fault. Mizuhara was just thinking really hard about it. He's right. No. Minnie does not have context. Kazuya is correct. Minnie is wrong. Kazuya is correct. She's saying we're going in circles. No, Kazuya is highlighting the problem with your argument. You're not going in circles. It's not getting us anywhere. No. You just don't want to acknowledge this thing that you might be wrong about. What Minnie perceives as a circle, in reality, is a spiral. It has been like that the whole time. What you perceive as a circle, as a loop, as a consistent pattern, is in reality a spiral. You've been spiraling downwards the whole time. A spiral has an end. A loop repeats forever and ever. We're not looping. We're spiraling. We've been spiraling. This is not a loop. Funny how she wears sweatpants that said adult rabbit or something like that, but she's not digging deeper. Just something off the shallow assumption. So I know what you're talking about. Let me see the pants again. There was a rabbit on there, absolutely, but I don't remember the specifics of what they said. They read adult. Oh, wow. Did they read adult rabbit? Adult rabbit. Right. Yeah, they do. And guess what? Oh my god. Both Minnie and Ruka have the motif of a rabbit and a fox. You could look at when you look at Ruka's ribbon, you could see a rabbit and you could see a fox. Ruka carries a bag with her that has a fox on it. She has a fox trained conductor because she likes trains. You look at Minnie, and you could theoretically see a rabbit with her things, right? The little streaks. You could see a rabbit, and you could also see a fox, because Minnie has consistently been compared to a kitsune, aka a trickster fox that creates illusions. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've shown this one a few times. Kazuya and Minnie go to the hot pot place, the last place before Kazuya and Chizuru go to the beach. And the first thing you see is a fox. After you finish, and Kazuya, guess what, can't talk to Minnie about the sex thing. They leave the place, and it's called Kitsune Hot. Which one is the kitsune and which one is the rabbit? Is Minnie the rabbit or is Minnie the kitsune? Are you entering a fox's den or are you entering a rabbit hole? Which one is it? Are you going down another rabbit hole? How many rabbit holes are we going to dig, Minnie? Which one is the rabbit and which one is the fox? Which one is the predator and which one is the prey? Oh my god. Yeah, and she's not digging deeper like a rabbit not digging. Guess what? Kazuya is compared to a carrot. What do rabbits like eating? She's an adult rabbit. Kazuya is compared to a carrot. As if Kazuya is a rabbit trapped in a cage. What does Chizuru tell Kazuya in chapter 1? Chapter 1 of the fucking manga. What is... Oh my god. What does Chizuru tell Kazuya in chapter 1? Oh my fucking god. If you're still feeling like a lonely rabbit in a cage, just call me. We're talking about loneliness as the chapter ends, as this chapter ends, with Minnie referring to July 11th being Ramen's Day, which nods back to the Tiger's Den and how in the Tiger's Den Chizuru talks about things being chilly and wanting someone else's warmth to ease the winter. It's as if Minnie is a lonely rabbit in a cage, and she desires the warmth of someone else. And she pushes that warmth onto Kazuya instead of actually truly forming real connections and bonds. Because she's too afraid to get her own love. She talks about how chilly it is after having already eaten ramen. Right? Chizuru wanted to go get ramen. Minnie already ate ramen. She's already warm and she's talking about it getting chilly. And yet, how is she dressed? She's not dressed for winter. Right? She didn't need to dress like this. She could have dressed differently. Instead, she dresses this way. Right? Chizuru dressed the way that she did because they were at a party. Huh. How fascinating. It's almost like Minnie is a lonely rabbit in a cage and she sees a carrot. And that carrot looks mighty tasty. Or she sees a fellow rabbit, right? You could think Minnie thinks she's looking at a fellow rabbit who's also in a cage and she wants to free him from his cage, right? In reality, she traps him in the same cage that she's in. Because in reality, she is like a kitsune fox, right? She is a predator disguised as a prey or as a friend. Oh my god. She's not she wears adult rabbit on something, but she's not digging deeper and she's just dumping off shallow assumptions, which is also, oh my god. Minnie wears rabbit clothing. But what happens with Kazi? Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. When Kazuya takes off his underwear, they have the Playboy rabbit on it. It's the fucking Playboy rabbit. And then Minnie has a rabbit on her clothes. Bro. What the fuck? It's like they're both rabbits. Minnie presents herself as an adult rabbit. Kazuya wears clothing that alludes to adult stuff through a rabbit, right? Because the rabbits are horny, the horniest animals there are. Oh my god. Kazuya is a rabbit and so is Minnie. They're both rabbits trapped in their own cages. Minnie's cage is that of social media. Kazuya's cage is of his own mind. Bro. What the fuck? All that because of one comment. All that because of one comment. You brought that all together just because of that one comment. Jesus Christ. One comment and it brings it all fucking together. That's crazy, dude. Minnie throwing things out loosely. She has left out there this time like the many other times she was there. Very absurd. Like chapter. Yeah, she's literally tossing things around. Right? That's what you see in the end. She's just tossing this stuff around. She's criticizing him and hitting him with these things, but she's tossing this stuff around. She doesn't actually need it. Minnie doesn't actually need this bottle. She's just used it to hit Kazuya with it. She just tosses it around. It's something he bought her, right? Like a rental girlfriend, except she's abusing what that's supposed to be instead of being an actual rental girlfriend. If you attribute rabbits to also being Ruka, rabbits can die in the middle of sex, not seeing they're gonna happen, but something to consider. I guess. I guess that could be relevant to Ruka. I think Ruka is a fox disguised as a rabbit. I think maybe Minnie is actually a rabbit, whereas Ruka is a fox disguised as a rabbit. I think that fits more fittingly. But Minnie is a rabbit disguised as a fox. I think maybe that's more fitting. They're disguised as each other, you know? Because Minnie is a trickster fox. So maybe she's a fox disguised as a rabbit, whereas Ruka is a rabbit disguised as a fox. So maybe it's flipped. Maybe it's flipped. So Minnie presents herself as a rabbit. She's in reality a trickster fox. She even has the tooth. Oh my god, she even has the tooth. Minnie even has the fucking tooth. Oh my god. Minnie even has the fuck. Okay, she's a fox. She's a fox. She's a fox. Minnie is a fox disguised as a rabbit. Ruka is a rabbit disguised as a fox. She's a fox. She's a fucking fox. She's literally a kitsune fox. She's literally a kitsune fox. Holy shit. She's literally a fox disguised as a rabbit. What the fuck? Okay, we're going to read a few more comments and then I'm going to call it. This person writes interesting stuff. It's hard to tell since we don't get most of the conversation, but it doesn't sound like Kazuya made it clear or even cleared himself that it'll happen was non-consensual. He doesn't view it as non-consensual. Everyone wants Kazuya to say it's non-consensual. He doesn't view it that way, so he doesn't know. Kazuya doesn't know like what happened with him is assault. He's not looking at it like it's assault. He kind of mentions that it was a surprise and that she touched him and that he didn't go all the way for reasons, but what he doesn't say is that he doesn't say he tried to run away. He doesn't say he was actively saying no. He doesn't say that he was actively telling her that he loved Mizuhara, and he doesn't explain that he was basically catatonic by the time things actually happened. So as per usual, Minnie doesn't have the whole story, but Minnie doesn't dig. And the reason Kazuya doesn't say this stuff is because Kazuya already blames himself. Kazuya already blames himself. That's why he doesn't say that stuff, because to him it doesn't matter. Right? To Kazuya, it doesn't matter. He's to blame. That's why he doesn't say that. It is literally, when you listen to a victim, it is up to you to dig deeper. When you're listening to a victim, it is up to you to dig deeper. I don't think Umi's the guy who represents the tiger is the good chill guy he has presented him to be. Reishi is cooking something. Yeah, Umi is not the tiger you think he is. Right? Umi's not the tiger you think he is. And Umi is also a reverse of Minnie. Umi is also the reverse of Minnie. Umi is presented as, oh my god, what Minnie did is literally what you thought Umi was going to do. What Minnie did is what you thought Umi was going to do. Umi is chill, understanding, introspective, and could immediately tell that Kazuya and Chizuru kissed, and he saw past everything. Minnie couldn't see past anything. Umi has experience, Minnie doesn't. That's the truth. Umi has experience and is actually genuinely mature. Minnie doesn't have experience, and she's very immature. They're opposites. Umi is intentionally framed like he's this negative force, when in reality he's very mature and understanding, and is probably a better friend to Kazuya than Minnie ever was, in just that small interaction. Whereas Minnie is like actually quite judgmental. He also didn't mention anything about Ruka maybe telling Chizuru. He may not have put together the possibility of blackmail, though he should, since Ruka done shit like that from the start. But I would also made it clear, super clear, that this isn't a normal encounter and their relationship has gone bad. Whereas nice to see Minnie at least try to be reasonable, even if she still winds up giving bad advice. Okay. Let's see. What is this? Mizuhara is not responsible for Ruka attacking Kazuya. In fact, Kazuya is partially at fault for failing to see clear boundaries with Ruka. Thank you. Ruka is the worst. Well, Ruka is the worst one here. She clearly doesn't know how to deal with the rejection and keeps trying to force a relationship on Kazuya. From my point of view, Kazuya has already made it implicitly clear that he doesn't want anything to do with her. Yet she continues to push, and at this point, doesn't it cross into harassment? It was straight up assault. I'm sorry to say. Minnie definitely has feelings for Kazuya, but the advice she gave him was terrible. If Mizuhara ends up finding out through Ruka what happened with Kazuya, it's going to turn into a huge problem. And as always, Kazuya will be the one who suffers for it, pushing Mizuhara even further away from him. Never hide things from your partner. That's awful and destroys the trust they have in you guys. Horrendous fucking advice. It is genuinely horrendous fucking advice. She's to blame for making you wait. Yeah, Chizuru, it's your fault Kazuya got assaulted. What the fuck? What the fuck? No, it's not Reiji saying this, it's the characters. I think there's often a conflation with when people read stories where they're just like, oh, the character said this, the author must believe this. No, that's not how it fucking works. That's not how real life works, dude. No, you can write characters you don't agree with. It doesn't mean it's that character's fault. No, like okay. Chizuru is Reiji's second favorite character, right? So Reiji has a very deep bias for Ruka. His favorite character is Kazuya, and Chizuru is probably his other favorite character, right? But no, he absolutely knows what this is. Reiji's not saying this. Stop putting words in Reiji's mouth. That's not what Reiji's saying, right? Reiji does absolutely like Ruka a lot, yes, but he's not stupid. He loves to portray his characters in messy ways. He always fucking has. He knows what this is. He's not stupid. Don't get me wrong, Kazuya and Chizuru and Ruka are all stupid people. Okay, I'm not gonna read the rest of this. The moment he started calling the character stupid, I'm like, okay, I'm out. I'm checked out. I'm done, bro. The moment you start calling characters stupid, I'm fucking done. Now, this is a well-written chapter. I'm almost inclined to think someone wrote it instead of Reiji. Oh my god. No excessive monologues. There's usual actual rational dialogue, many continuing to be under the radar, but not really under the radar. Best girl. And the bad boy sheesh. We're going to suffer for 20 circles after this, aren't we? So, reading comprehension went down the fucking drain. Reading comprehension went down the fucking drain. Yeah, I'm sorry. Every time I've read someone say, great chapter, Minnie threw facts at Kazuya, bro, we're not reading the same fucking chapter. You guys fell hook, line, and sinker for this shit. You were not reading the same fucking chapter. I'm gonna go see if Mute said anything. I think Mute should be up by now. I'm like, why do I keep seeing the Japanese Prime Minister all over my fucking feed? What did she do? What the fuck did the Japanese Prime Minister do? I keep seeing her all over my fucking feed. Why? What the fuck did she do? Fine, I'll read this one. What the hell did she do? She rescheduled a debate. That's it. She rescheduled a thing under suspicious reasons. Okay. Okay. Mute posted. It seems. Let's see what he had to say. Mute said, "Love comes with responsibility, as Yamori-san taught us." No! No! He fell for it too! Oh my god, he fell for it too. No! Oh, Reishi got everybody, bro. Oh, Reishi got everybody, bro. Oh my god. Bro, Reishi got all of you, bro. Regarding Kanokari, Yamori's advice felt like it might be foreshadowing something later on. Looking forward to working with you again today. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I'll have to see what he writes. I'll have to see what he writes. Minnie gave Kazuya terrible advice. I'm gonna say that to him at least. I'll just say that, and that's it. I'll just stop there. All right. Oh, there's a new Chainsaw Man. I guess we could read that before I go. Kind of random, but Kazuya's birthday is before July 11th, right? It's June 1st. It already passed. Do you think Kazuya and Chizuru will call something while he's talking to Sumi? Kazuya's birthday already passed. It's June 1st. So we're way past that. Of course it's Kazuya's fault. I mean, why isn't he gotten rid of Ruka yet? What was he waiting for? Ruka is a little more complicated than just Kazuya getting rid of her. There's a lot of emotional baggage with Ruka, and Kazuya doesn't want to just destroy that relationship. The thing is, everyone seems to think Kazuya just needs to get rid of Ruka. That won't solve the problem. Kazuya and Ruka need to sit down and have a fucking conversation, okay? And Kazuya needs to be able to know what the fuck he wants to say. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. What I think is going to happen is I think Chizuru is going to call Ruka out on her bullshit. Why? Because Ruka, throughout the series, tried calling Chizuru out on her bullshit a lot. So Chizuru now reversing the roles and calling Ruka out on her bullshit, where Ruka was always the one telling Chizuru to back off if she's not serious. Now who looks like she's not fucking serious? Now who's abusing her, the person she claims to love's feelings? Ruka says she loves Kazuya and she's abusing his fucking feelings. Who's not serious? Did Ruka ever ask Kazuya if he agreed to fucking any of this? Did Ruka ever ask Kazuya how he felt about what he experienced? Did Ruka ever pay attention to how she might have hurt him? Right? Ruka needs a reality check, absolutely, but she's not going to just magically go away. Ruka's a very persistent character, and Kazuya cutting her off would not solve the problem. In particular, because Kazuya doesn't want to hurt Ruka. Now, there is a way to solve this without hurting someone, but you do ultimately have to shut this down. Kazuya doesn't know how to shut this down because Kazuya doesn't know who he is. He doesn't really know what he wants with Ruka. He probably wants to keep the relationship in some way, shape, or form, but not as a romantic one, just like as a friendship, you know? But I think Kazuya doesn't know who he is and what he wants, and that's why the Ruka thing is seemingly not getting resolved. It is central to the relationship with Chizuru, you know? The whole, like, Kazuya could have done other things with Ruka that would have made it a lot easier. For instance, even if Kazuya had not ended things with Ruka, if he maintained boundaries and didn't let her touch him, what that could have done is slowly ease Ruka into a rejection, which is pretty much kind of what Chizuru did with Umi. Yeah, Chizuru didn't get a chance to reject Umi, but he did not fucking touch her. There is no physical engagement of any kind between Chizuru and Umi in any way, shape, or form, which ultimately made the rejection probably easier to swallow because he didn't get a chance to really get super close to her. So, in that way, I think it makes a lot of sense for Kazuya to learn how to deal with this when it gets too close like this. The slight detail of Kazuya barely remembering what happened during the sexual assault, another core symptom of PTSD, and people keep telling Reiji he is not serious about this law. Oh yeah, no, like that's such a big deal. People are just like fucking ignoring that. Kazuya literally tells Ruka, like, or not Ruka, Minnie, I don't even remember things clearly. And that should have been a tell. Wait, what do you mean you don't remember things clearly? What the fuck? right? There's so many tells for what Kazuya is saying that like you're not really paying attention to it. Where Kazuya is like, I don't remember shit clearly. Where is it? It's like right here. Right? It really I also hardly remember everything that happened. Dude, that's straight up trauma. That's straight up trauma. The fuck you mean? No, Reiji is laying this out immaculately. It's so clear it's trauma, but Kazuya, because of social expectations, does not perceive what he experienced as sexual assault, because in Japan, they're not really good when it comes to gender. So Kazuya is like, a girl can't assault me. I'm a guy. Guys don't get assaulted. And that's something you kind of see in the US a little bit too, where, yeah, we're a little more open here about like sexual assault and how a woman could assault a man, but there is still that ingrained belief. There's still that ingrained patriarchal, misogynistic belief in our culture where you're just like, oh no, like a girl can't assault a guy. You're a guy. You do. That's a great experience for you. You know, that's how they'll look at it. That's how they look at it. It's like, oh no, you got a great experience, dude. But if it happens to a girl, it's sexual assault. In contrast, any man who sexually assaults a woman, probably nothing fucking happens to him. But a girl doing something that guys don't like, oh nope, you're a terrible fucking person, right? It literally, a dude will just do horrendous things to women. The people will like make memes out of him and then let him back into their community like it's fucking normal. But a girl doing something bad, oh man, we're gonna cook the shit out of her, never coming back. We're gonna destroy her entire fucking career. Like, you cannot look me dead in the eye and tell me there's not a deep-rooted implicit misogyny in our fucking cultures. It doesn't matter. All cultures. It's not just like here. Like, literally, that's why I'm saying like Chizuru working a job where she becomes an easy target is a big deal, because a lot of women in general are easy targets. You know, it's easier to blame a woman than it is to blame a man. You know, that's why people love to find easy targets. That is just the nature of how a lot of our cultures have been built. And it applies to men too. Absolutely. Like people, like for example, when I talk to you guys about patriarchy, you're probably like, oh, you're just talking about oppressing women. Patriarchy hits men too. Like, people don't seem to realize that patriarchal beliefs hurt men too. Abso-fucking-lutely, especially men like Kazuya, who are not traditionally masculine. Kazuya does not fall under traditional masculinity. So naturally, traditional masculine beliefs rooted in patriarchy would absolutely bother a character like him. And Reiji is not shying away from that. No way in shape, form. He absolutely is talking about this shit. Like, this series, in just discussing the idea of rental girlfriends, would naturally invite something like the discussions of patriarchy and misogyny. And this is something absolutely shown through the characters. And how Chizuru, being a girl who was already an easy target for a lot of pieces of shit, working a job where people will judge her for that makes her an even easier target. And naturally, she suffers from feelings of stigma. Abso-fucking-lutely. And that's why she relates to sex workers who go through the same stigma that she does. That's why Chizuru brings up sex workers when she's talking about cheating. Because she understands how they feel. You know, they feel the same stigma. That's the reason when Nagomi admits to judging Chizuru based on her job, the framing is intentionally like, I judged you solely because you worked a job that I perceived akin to sex work. Like, literally, my beliefs are rooted in your short-sighted bias about your job. She straight up says this. This is all connected to that. The very fundamental nature of the title is literally delving into how we judge women and men in proxy because of the nature of patriarchy, due to how they appear, how they act, or how they present themselves. Because it makes them easy targets because they're non-conforming. They don't match our conformity. This is why I get fucking pissed when like someone is a little different and people just get mad at them. This is why when our fucking government targets trans people, I'm like, you're stupid as shit. They're literally just different. Leave them the fuck alone. Right? They just don't match your conforming bullshit. Just leave them the fuck alone. Sorry. I didn't mean to go on this entire rant. I just felt it was incredibly relevant. Let's see. Sumi, happy birthday. Kazuya, please trauma dump on me so I can tell you you're being stupid very politely. People need to remember Ruka as a kid and was helped put in this situation by the two adults. Yes, but at the same time, there comes a point where you can't just keep saying you're a kid. There's kind of a balance in that. Chizuru just clashes in all the receipts. Chizuru just cashes in all the receipts and saves the biggest one for the last mini. Imagine this. On July 11th, Kazuya thinks he failed to become a better man. We're not reaching July 11th, so I'm just going to ignore that. Let's see. Chizuru always thought Ruka is the one who truly loves Kazuya. Now she'll realize how wrong she was. Yeah. We are seeing things that are out of character and also completely within character. Imagine Kazuya's biggest ally is Mommy. She tells Chizuru what she suspects is going on and actually confronts her problems and breaks the ice with Chizuru in her own terms. Not happening. Sorry to tell you, not happening. Mommy is just as trapped as Kazuya. She's not breaking free. If Mommy somehow breaks free, I will be impressed. I'm back. Had to wash clothes. My goat is still talking about her girlfriend. Fuck yeah. My new fave podcast, by the way. Hey, thank you. That's really nice. We hurt each other equally. I don't think there's a misogynistic factor in abusive relationships. Absolutely, there is. I think you're misunderstanding what misogyny is. Misogyny isn't simply hating women. That's not what misogyny is. Misogyny isn't simply I hate women. Misogyny could be your implicit bias towards women in any way, shape, or form. And Kazuya and Minnie absolutely have this. Minnie absolutely has this negative bias towards women. I think people really misunderstand what misogyny is. Like when I say misogyny, I'm not saying you just hate women. That's not what I'm talking about. Misogyny is like an implicit bias towards someone who is a woman and doesn't necessarily conform to what you understand to be a woman, and that makes you feel uncomfortable and you don't like it. For example, a woman could be misogynistic towards another woman. Abso-fucking-lutely. Misogyny can also influence and hurt men. That is a real thing. Patriarchal beliefs can in turn bleed into men's beliefs and make them misogynistic without them realizing. A lot of people have like implicit things in their lives they don't know. So for example, the US is very rampant in implicit racism. They literally don't know they're being racist. Like a lot of it, like they just don't know. It doesn't fucking cross their mind. Like they'll say something and it comes from a place of ignorance, but that's rooted in racism. Misogyny is the same way. You say something, you don't think you're being misogynistic, but then you break it down a little bit and you're like, wait, you kind of are. What the fuck? Right? And I'm not saying you're a bad person if you have these implicit things in your character. I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you're a bad person for this. I'm just saying people have these implicit traits that they're not aware of. You know? They have traits that they're not aware of. And I think the problem is like, I think everybody, like, if you just have misogynistic traits you're not aware of, everybody will just immediately think, oh, you're saying this person is a horrendous human being. And they just kind of want to like kill you. But what I'm saying is that no, sometimes people have these implicit traits. That doesn't mean they're bad people. That just means they need to recognize what they're saying and how wrong it is, right? Because it bleeds into other aspects of your life. Too many people are too quick to judge, be angry, and want to blame simply for people having certain things in their lives. I personally try to engage with everyone and be like, okay, do you recognize what you're doing and how it's a problem? You should try working on that and like understanding why that's a problem instead of just rolling with it. And that's why it's this thing. This is what this is. I hope I'm like explaining this well enough. I'm not saying like if someone is misogynistic, they're purely abusive. Like Kazuya has some misogynistic traits to him. Absolutely. It doesn't mean he's like, he's a fucking incel. Okay? He absolutely does have an element of misogyny in him. Umi has a bit of misogyny in him too. Absolutely. Umi's defining aspect of relationships for women is that they find happiness through men, and he doesn't see how there's an implicit bias in that a woman finding happiness through men is her love being defined by being with a man and not being her own thing. The language Umi uses is very intentionally alluding to implicit misogyny. In that element. It's if you want to understand what I'm talking about, a good game to explore this is Silent Hill F. Silent Hill F literally talks about this. There's that element of like very deeply rooted implicit misogyny, where basically the whole idea is a woman is happy if she has a man, right? Or if she falls in love with a man. You know, that's how she finds her happiness. Whereas Chizuru disassociates that, where it's like, yes, happiness is a part of love, but it is not the defining characteristic of love. And it's about happiness is about something you form for yourself. It is not defined by someone else. See what I mean? That's pretty much what I'm trying to refer to. It's like that is implicit misogyny, right? You don't hate the woman, right? You don't hate the woman. but you think her happiness is found through a man. That's implicit misogyny, right? I think people are getting confused when Chizuru tells Kazuya to date Ruka, even though Chizuru didn't like the idea. But she did that like really early on. She did that like really, really early on. Like that was super early on. She's not the same fucking person. Right? That Chizuru's not telling Kazuya to date Ruka now. She didn't tell him to do that now. This is starting to get a little hairy. We're being presented with all this love for Kazuya and nothing really on the back. And we all think a slap is happening. I think Sumi will be when it starts. Yeah, I think Sumi may like open the floodgates. It makes sense for Sumi to somewhat open the floodgates. I kind of think so. It'd be really interesting if Sumi's the one who opens the floodgates. Do you do more Kingdom Hearts streams? I mean, both Rag and Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, I'll continue Kingdom Hearts. Not today. I'll continue Kingdom Hearts. Maybe Thursday. Thursday seems like a nice time to start Kingdom Hearts or continue Kingdom Hearts. Random question, but what is a bad trait you have or you're working on? For me, it's like overthinking things so much like Kazuya does a lot of times. Bad trait that I'm trying to work on. So I have a really bad sleeping habit that I'm trying to work on. I think if I sleep better and take better care of myself, I'll become a little more active. I'm a person who wants to be very active and wants to do a lot, but I don't do enough. So there's another bad trait where like, I'm like I want to learn Japanese, and then I don't invest in learning Japanese. um, I need to sleep better. I don't sleep better. So I guess you could all tie that into one trait. Whereas like I have a tendency to not do the things that I want to do. Um, so that's a trap I fall into. That's why I was like telling you guys to like try to help me out with making videos. If you donate, like I'll feel a little more like inclined to put a video out because I don't like, I have a reason to. I'm being pushed into it. That's why like I was saying that because I have a hard time making things when I really want to make stuff. I have a lot of ideas and I don't do it. I've learned hiragana up to the T's. Progress, brother. Hey, you're like significantly further than I ever was. You're significantly further than I ever was. Like one thing, I also found another reason to start learning Japanese, and it's Kingdom Hearts. Interestingly enough, because I've noticed a lot of mistranslations in a lot of different stuff. Like Kingdom Hearts is like full of mistranslations, and I was just like, wait, what the fuck? Why are there so many? So I've been meaning to like learn Japanese so that way when I get into Kingdom Hearts again, I would play it in Japanese and see how different it is. And see what major differences there are in the text. Just as I want to with Rent a Girlfriend. Like if I learn Japanese, I'll reread the entirety of Rent a Girlfriend in Japanese and be like, yo, oh my god, all this shit was in there. This dude's cooking like crazy, yo. So yeah, I definitely got to learn Japanese. I want to learn musical instruments. I want to learn the piano for sure. I want to learn to animate. I want to learn to draw. So yeah, I'm very ambitious. I am very ambitious. Okay. But unfortunately, like I don't. I'm kind of like Kazuya. I wouldn't call it lazy. I just kind of like maybe it's like a lack of discipline. Maybe it's like a lack of discipline where it's like I don't. I'm not very focused, I guess, in doing the things I want to. Well, there you go. I have a lack of discipline in certain aspects of my life. There you go. But when I need to do it, I can do it. I do step up when I need to do it. I get that shit done. Okay. I think I'll stop it here. I'm going to take a break and then edit the video. We're going to, man, this video, this thing's almost 7 fucking hours. This thing's almost 7 fucking hours. Oi, boy, what the fuck? Why is this thing almost 7 fucking hours? Oh, that's brutal. Oh, that is brutal. What the fuck? Oh, that's gonna sting. Oh boy. Looking forward to the video. Oh, thank you. That's really nice. What currency is that? What the heck kind of currency is that? I've never seen that before. What is that? Okay. Oh, okay. 40 cents. That's cute. Rupees, Indian. Ah. Ah, I see. Thank you. Thank you for entertaining almost my whole work shift. Hell yeah, brother. I'm gonna go take a little bit of a break. I'm kind of beat. Oh, I'm gonna take a bit of a break. I'm kind of beat. Oh, we're gonna read Chainsaw Man first. Just a quick read of Chainsaw Man first. Chainsaw Man. Oh wait, I gotta go to Viz Media, which sucks by the way. Fuck Viz Media, but their app is kind of nice. Damn it, I'm not logged in. Ugh. Fate 13. I think there's a 13. Son of a mother. It didn't work. Okay, that? Okay, never mind. Okay, I'll just read Chainsaw Man on my own time. Fuck it. I'm too tired. Base, love Chainsaw Man. Yeah, Chainsaw Man's really good. Chainsaw Man's really good. I'm too tired though. I'm not logged in. I'm too tired. Oh, thank you, Draining Ging, for the donation as well. How much is that? Now I'm curious. Are those euros? What is that? $13. Oh, that's really nice. Thank you. That is really nice. Tifa, my god. Okay, yo. When Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 comes out, I am playing it fucking live. And I will play it a lot. Okay? I'm gonna play it the fuckload. Okay? I'm gonna keep playing that shit non-fucking stop. Please understand. Like, I might take a small vacation from work just to fucking play that shit. Final Fantasy VII Remake is fucking peak. I fucking love that series. So when Part 3 comes out, I'm taking a fucking break and we're playing that game. I'm also playing Resident Evil Requiem when that comes out. So when Requiem comes out, I'm also going to be playing that. So on the 27th, get ready, fellas. We're playing Resident Evil Requiem. Yo, I play Rebirth now. Rebirth is great. It's probably like one of my favorite Final Fantasies in a very long time. It's so peak. Ruka is asking lots of questions. If for some bizarre reason she asks, "What's a BBL?" Okay, stop that. You're gonna stop that. 7 hours over 20 pages. You are crazy, dude. Hey, it's what I do. It is what I fucking do. Granted, I'm not just like okay. See, that statement is somewhat of a fallacy, and the reason I can say that is because yeah, it's 20 pages out of 410 chapters. So technically it's not, if it was just 20 pages with literally nothing else, that's insane. If it was 20 pages with 410 chapters, I think that's pretty reasonable. It's not so insane. I'm not purely just looking at this chapter. I'm like looking at like the whole context of the series as a whole, remember? Leon is a chiseled god. Yeah, I get it. Leon is a horny, sexy thing to look at. Yes, we're going to objectify Leon just a little bit. They made a really cool trailer recently. For Resident Evil. Okay. Here. Sorry. Give me a sec. I'm gonna log in to Viz Media so we can just read Chainsaw Man because I'm clearly holding up and I got 10 minutes until 7 o'clock, or 7 hours, so I might as fucking well. Oh, I knew something was missing. What the fuck? Okay, not you then. shit. What the hell's going on? That okay. Fine. Whatever. Okay. Let me set up the camera again. It was dumb as hell. Damn, I feel like I need a shower. I'm getting sweaty. Come on. Come on. You can work. I believe in you. Okay. You're not working. I'm going to reset you. Okay, now it's working. Okay. No. Son of a mother. Ugh. Press one wrong fucking button, just dies. Okay, let's try again. Come on. Come on. Okay. Please work. Okay. One more time. What? Okay. Ah. Let's read this shit. Okay, let's read some Chainsaw Man really quick. Yep, I remember this. Get full screen. Oh, Jesus Christ. That looks really cool. Damn, dude. I need blood. I'll tear you to shreds. Oh, shit. Well, that's kind of cool. Has a flashback to Asa. Why won't this wound heal? The wording of your contract specifies that the Americans shall shoulder attacks against you, doesn't it? When you crashed your motorcycle into the school, those injuries didn't heal up. That means the Americans won't help you if you hurt yourself. Yo, okay. Fujimoto, yo, American healthcare's fucked. Yo, Fujimoto, just American healthcare's fucked. Am I mixing up? Oh my god. That's so funny. That's so funny. Why? Why'd you avoid the dove? Because you hate it when birds are killed. She feels emotions. I mean, yeah, no shit. She's war, therefore she's also love. Because war is waged because of love. Makes sense.
Is there anything else that was interesting? Did Don have a new chapter? One Piece did. No, that was the first. Wait, that's that motherfucking Bon Clay. Ayo. Our foe's number 3, and their mission is to kidnap 10 giant children. They mean to take the children of the Holy Land and use them as hostages to coerce the warriors of Elbaf into being the battle slaves. Okay. How can a mere trio of humans run rampant over both the giant pirates and Mr. Ya? I'm sorry I failed you, plain and simple. You say children, but these are giants, right? How are 3 humans our size going to carry those giant kids? The woman of the trio has a strange power using arrows. It seems that wherever these arrows point, the children are helpless to resist them. They are walking them ceaselessly towards the port and western village. If they get to the boat, they can lose us at sea, and then it's all over. That's the true end point of the situation. But if that's all, then why can't we not simply take back the children? One of the 3 is a man named Summer. I know him, unfortunately. A man with the power of the thorn fruit. As a thorn man, it makes free use of officious spiky vines. He can make them invisible too, and has wrapped them around the children. And the man, we can't pick them up. How sadistic! Aye, and they're as hard as steel. If we interfere with a line of children, they'll bump into each other and harm one another like hedgehogs. Ah, hedgehog dilemma. Get it? And on top of that, the final member of the trio is most likely manifesting nightmares as real creatures. The children's greatest fears have come to life to prevent any attempt to save them. The irony is the children are simply walking in a line in broad daylight, but were unable to do anything to help them, all due to the game created by 3 powers working together. Not so, we will save them. Seems quicker to aim for the 3 causing all the problems. You say you're immortal, but there has to be a way to stop them, like trapping them in something or crushing them or eating them. I agree with that. We're nearly up to the sun world. It's beyond anything I imagined. Is there no limit to these nightmare monsters? Look over there. Is that the Great Urk? Dari and Brogy's crew was on board, but the monsters dowed the ship as they fought back. Unthinkable. Is that Hirndun? Gosh, you're alive. We've been down in the underworld. Tell us what happened. It's hard to believe, but I'll try to explain. Captain Dory and Brogy are going to kill Chief Jorl. We have to stop them. Everyone's gone completely mad. What about the children, Kashi? Ripple's got a group chasing after them, but we haven't have had any word about success or not. They should have reached the port by now. And you, Rodo? What about me? Bjorn's there. I have to go. My brother's in one of the hostages. Rodo. I'll go with him. Yeah, me too. Hey Kasher, which way is the school? Apparently Nami's group is near it. You see that fire? That's the school and library burning. Why are they on fire? You see that Dory and Brogy have gone mad. That's right. Please, you must hurry. Chief Cheryl's life is in danger. Oh jeez. Oh, I've always been bad with this. Whenever like Oda lays out a fucking map like this, oh, I get so fucking exhausted. The Walrus School library, yep, okay. The library's burning. They're going to take the children, get those arrows off me. Under the power of Dome Rivers, the giant pirates head for the western village. Rescue team. Okay. The children. Western village. I get so overwhelmed with Oda's paneling style. It's so fucking exhausting. It burns me the fuck out, dude. Hurry me, Elbaf. I wish to tell you everything before I die.
that Chief Jarl. Our old liege, wise King Harold, wished to bring Elbaf into the world government so that we might coexist with the rest of the world. But on that fateful day 14 years ago, he was betrayed and denied his wish. I witnessed a demon slaughter Harold, but the rest of his soldiers, Harold resisted bending the knee and handing over Elbaf to the demon. He fought and he died. What? I thought Loki killed the king. But if the people learned the truth, they would rise up in vengeance and become the warfaring nation that Harold did not desire. So I held my silence. Loki, meanwhile, bore the rage of the nation upon his back, and took to the sea. He may be a tactless man, but Loki is innocent. A bit inaccurate, but a nice turn of phase. Nicer than he deserves. But today, whoa, these guys are weird looking. It seems that though they had given up initially, they once again require our massive power, and thus the three demons have come back in an attempt to take over our country. Yawn, I could take a nap and still complete the mission at this point. Listen up, you devils. If you spare the children's lives, we'll freely give up our culture and history. But if you think you've broken our spirits, you are surely mistaken. Do not expect Harold's patience from us. You think you can rule over us and enslave us? Who do you think you're talking to? I'm sorry, children. I must ask you to cover your ears now. That's right, Gerald. You tell 'em. The Elbaf I dreamed of doesn't bow to anyone. If the world is destined to be split in two, as the Herald's prophecy suggests, then Elbaf shall be an enemy of the world government. Damn, that's some Luffy shit from what is it? Uh fucking Enies Lobby. This is some Enies Lobby shit. Do you think that Thorn's reverie and illusions would cause us to submit to your yoke? I like that old man. 3 centuries ago, he was the strongest man in the sea. You will never give in to your rule. Am I wrong? All of you are proud warriors of Elbaf. You're damn right, Chief Jarrell. Ah, the Elbaf I love is back. Fine, just think of a way to undo these arrows. Fucking, he's so dumb. I love him. Protect the peace, the heralds, and protect the peace that Harold envisioned. Ah, you've caught up. Watch out that they don't trap you between them. I've got a plan. Ah, fucking Zoro about to fucking kill some motherfuckers. It's cool. That was fun. That was a good read. Just getting kind of hyped now. It's really cool. Let's see. What else? So there is no Dawn to Dawn. Oh, wait, there was? Oh, no, there wasn't. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to call it here. It was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed. Oh, there we go. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope this was entertaining. I'm a little beat. I'm a little cooked. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to head to bed. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe, like button, hit the bell icon, keep up with the uploads. If you would like more of this content, consider following me on shoot. I gotta go back to this. Okay. Thank you guys for watching this video. Thank you guys for watching this video. I stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Tuesdays when the chapters comes out. Tomorrow the next week, it seems like the chapter will be releasing on Monday. So the chapter will be scheduled a day earlier than usual. So just a heads up for those who are curious. I generally stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So if you want to see me live and talk to me, consider joining then. I would really appreciate it. Consider supporting me on Patreon and all that fun stuff. We also have a Discord completely free that you can join and hop in and talk to me there. Also follow me on Twitter where I do a whole bunch of threads for the chapters. I write my initial analysis on there and then I talk about them on stream. And with that said, if you enjoy this video, subscribe, hit the like button, hit the bell icon, keep up with the uploads, all that fun stuff. And if you'd like to support me a little bit extra and make it easier for me to make videos, consider supporting me on Patreon. With that said, I've been Faith. Thank you guys for watching, and remember, let's mosey. Ugh. Oh, I'm cooked. I'm tired. See, this is me doing the YouTube bullshit. This is me doing the YouTube bullshit where like I gotta get people to do the fucking fun stuff. Oof. Okay, so tomorrow I'll do the usual stream. We're gonna do the deep analysis. We're gonna read what Mute wrote. Hopefully, I'll have something written by then. But today, I'm just gonna try to focus on editing. Hopefully, I can get it done by fucking today. Um, tomorrow, yeah, tomorrow we're gonna do the deep analysis stuff. Thursday, I'm thinking of doing Kingdom Hearts. I'm thinking of continuing Kingdom Hearts. If I wrote something, we'll talk about that first, and then keep going with Kingdom Hearts. And then we're slowly but surely getting ready for Resident Evil when that releases. Sorry, I haven't played the other Resident Evil games. I'm like, I'm not gonna just switch off Kingdom Hearts. I'm gonna focus on Kingdom Hearts, and then when Resident Evil Requiem comes out, we'll switch to that. So my goal, hopefully, is to finish Kingdom Hearts 1 before Resident Evil Requiem comes out. That's my goal. Like finish Kingdom Hearts 1 before or Resident Evil Requiem comes out, so we can play that. And I'll try to do like long stream for those. I'm gonna try to do some long streams for those because I wanna get through Resident Evil, bro. I wanna get through Resident Evil. Like when that game comes out, I wanna play it so I can get like I can get really into it. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Resis, and I think it'll be my first time playing a brand new game live. So I'm gonna want to play a lot more. You know, I'm gonna want to play a lot more. So I think I'm gonna do longer streams playing that game. Anywho, thank you guys for watching. I hope it was fun. I'm gonna go rest, maybe eat something, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll have an upload for you today. Okay, GG's. Goodbye. Have a good day. Have fun.